Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hello, everybody. I hope this finds you well. Yes, I'm a little bassy today. Thank you to the fall and winter allergies. Yes, we are suffering allergies, but we're here today. Welcome. If you've never been here before, I'm Ada K. Nice to meet you. Hop on into my house. I am what I would call a deaf courtroom commentator. Got my hearing aids and special ears. I am 100% deaf. We will have an interpreter joining us within the hour or so. She's got a job, so we'll look forward to seeing her. And we, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be diving in a little bit into this case that seems to have resurfaced. Now, I've not been doing this as long as this case was around, so we're going to catch up a little bit on this case. I'm going to read to you a little bit about this case: who, what, when, where, how, why, and give you a little bit of background. The case is called the Slender Man stabbing. Yep, May 31st of 2014 in Waukesha, I may pronounce that wrong, Wisconsin, in the United States. Then a 12-year-old girl, Anissa Weier, and Morgan Geyser lured their friend, Peyton Leutner, into the wooded area of a local park and unalived her. Well, I take it back, did not unalive her, surprisingly, but wounded her with a knife 19 times to appease a fictional character called Slender Man. Weier and Geyser were both found not guilty by mental disease or defect and committed to a mental health institutions. Respectfully, Weier received a sentence of 25 years to life, and Geyser was sentenced to 40 years to life. After 7 years in custody, Weier was granted early release and will be under supervision until the age of 37. So here's a little bit of the background. Hello, Melody DeLewis. You are first in chat. Hello, beloved. Thank you so much for hopping in. We are reading some background to this case. A lot of us don't know this case. I am sorry, I am suffering allergies. So, Slender Man. Let's find out a little bit about this because I don't even know who this is. Slender Man is a fictional entity or character created on Something Awful, an online forum, or a 2009 paranormal image Photoshop contest. If you looked at the thumbnail, that'd be him. The Slender Man myth was subsequently expanded online with a fan fiction and visual art depiction of its entirety. Oh my gosh. It is crazy. I didn't know anything about it. I will be drinking a lot of coffee, y'all. I have been suffering greatly with allergies the last couple of days. Yesterday was so bad I had to get off. I couldn't do the live. It was so horrible yesterday. All right. Slender Man is an unnaturally tall, thin character with a white, featureless head. He is depicted wearing a black suit, black tie, black shoes, white collared shirt. He's sometimes shown with tentacles growing out of his back. In the Slender Man myth, in the myth, the entity can cause amnesia, bouts of coughing, and paranoid behavior in his victims. He is often depicted as hiding in the forest. Hello, Dr. Bullbutter. Hello, Dawn. So if you let me pop it on here. Let me get it up so I can show you. I can add it to the background, add files, files from this, open. I'll do that. Undo banner, go back to here. I'll remove me. So, yeah, that is a fictional character, and he's also depicted in hiding in the woods. So, let's go over the events of the attack. The stabbing took place on the 31st of May of 2014 during a game of hide and seek in a heavily wooded David's Park near Waukesha, Wisconsin. If I'm butchering it, I apologize. The perpetrators, Anissa, I guess is how you say it, Weiner and Morgan Geyser, pinned down Peyton Isabel Luther. I want to call it Lutner. It's Lutner, also known as Bella, as a nickname used at the time of the crime, and stabbed her 19 times in the arms and legs and torso with a 5-inch long blade. The two wounds were to major organs. One stab wound missed a major artery, then less than a millimeter, and another went through her diaphragm, cutting into her liver and stomach. After the attack, the two girls told Bella to lie down while they find help, which they did not do, surprisingly. Are we surprised? No, we are not surprised they did not go find help. Yeah, that would not have happened. Afterwards, Bella dragged herself to a nearby road where she was found by a cyclist who called emergency services. Surgeons operated for 6 hours to repair the critical trauma to the organs and tissue of her torso and abdomen. 5 hours after the attack, the two girls were apprehended by police near Scheinenfels furniture store off of Interstate 94, approximately 4.9 miles or 7.9 kilometers from the actual attack location. They were in possession of the knife they used in the stabbing, which was found by the police in a bag that they were carrying. They said that they were traveling to meet Slender Man at his home and they called it Slender Mansion. In the National Forest, 200 miles from where they were apprehended. Nicolette, I guess is how they say it. During their interrogation, for which they were not conducted with a guardian or counsel because the girls were minors, Geyser was described as displaying a non-empathy. Weiner was disturbed and displaying guilt for stabbing Bella, although both stated that it was an attack was necessary to appease Slender Man. Bella left the hospital 7 days after the attack. She returned to school in September 14. Let's talk about Geyser's mental state. Yes, please make sure you like, because there will be an entry. Let me run that banner. I like my voice like this. I wish it would stay like this. But, that's life. And that's life. So, anyway, we have one entry so far. Y'all like this post, this live, and put I like, all one word, in the description, in your comments, and you will be entered in for the sub-drawing for the end of the month drawing. So during the police investigation, pretrial psychiatric evaluation of Morgan disclosed a lifelong visual and auditory hallucinations beginning early in childhood. Now, these hallucinations typically include figures she interprets as ghosts, colors, melting down walls, an imaginary friend named Maggie and Sev. One recurring hallucination was a man Geyser named It, whose body was described as a color of smoke and ink. She would perceive him as standing behind her in the mirrors or shifting around corners. After Megan's arrest, her mother, Angie, described her as becoming a fluidity psychic. Correctional officers reported that Megan frequently talked to herself, pretending to be a cat and keeping ants as pets. She report now, whoa. How many of us had ant farms? If you're my age or older, we all had ant farms at one point. So I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna let them bash the pet ants. I mean, come on. I Tash. Ah, hey Don, that's good. She reported seeing unicorns and believing she was having an ongoing conversation with Slender Man and other fictional characters, such as Severus Snape. In the fall of 2014, Megan was relocated to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute to determine if she was competent to withstand trial. In October 22nd of 14, she was diagnosed with the early onset of childhood schizophrenia. Megan's treatment for schizophrenia was erratic and inadequate for 19 months, which is believed to have exacerbated her cycle okay, I'll just say exasperated her psychosis and reduce her ability to recognize delusions against reality. In December of 15, Megan began a consistent long-term regimen, of antipsychotic medication, which enabled her to understand what she had done and displayed appropriate feelings related to her crime, such as the guilt and remorse. On March 23rd of 2016, Megan was returned to the county jail to await trial. Although she was appropriately medicated, Megan's mental health deteriorated. Her deterioration was linked to stressors on her already fragile mental health and typical to forced confinement and incarcerations. During trial, she was committed to Winnebago Mental Health Institute, where she was the youngest patient. She was charged with attempted first-degree homicide, a Class A felony, and Weiner, the other person, was charged with attempted second-degree homicide at a Class B felony. Due to the nature of the offense, both were waived out of the judicial courts of the juvenile court system and were tried as adults. 2017, Weiner, I guess is how I'm going to say it, pled guilty to being a party to the attempted second-degree homicide. A jury then found her not guilty by mental disease or defect. Megan accepted a plea offer and stipulated she would not undergo a trial if she pled guilty and agreed to further evaluation by psychiatrists to determine the appropriate duration of commitment to a forensic psychiatric hospital. She later pled guilty and arraigned for a plea officer, but was found not guilty by reason of mental defect or mental disease due to the final diagnosis of schizophrenia by a court-appointed psychiatrist. Hi, Haley Mouse. Hi, Dawn. Hi, everybody. Hi, Tash. Everybody, hit that button, and then comment I like. Only got 2 people for the drawing. Weiner was sentenced to 25 years to life in an undetermined sentence, required at least 3 years of confinement to involuntary treatment in a state forensic hospital or institute, followed by a communal supervision until the age of 37. She since has been released. Megan was given the maximum of 40 years, an intermittent sentence, indeterminate sentence requiring at least 3 years of confinement in addition to involuntary treatment in the State Forensic Institute until competent resolutions of symptoms until the age of 53. She would be monitored, but she's not been released. A hearing on March 10th of 21, Weiner, who was 19 years old, submitted a letter to the court stating she was sorry and deeply regretful for the agony, pain, and fear I have caused my community as well Weiner stated, I hate my actions from May 31st to 14, but through countless hours of therapy, I no longer hate myself for them. The judge ordered her release and gave state officials 60 days to draft conditional release plan requiring that Weiner be assigned to the Wisconsin Department of Health and Services case management until the age of 37. September 13th, Weiner was released. Now, unfortunately, Megan is still fighting for that very same release. So we're going to watch some videos I have set aside. Let me get those up. Let me do it this way so I can see better what I'm doing. I apologize. All right. So this meant some of these are quite short, other are a little longer, but I want to kind of watch a little as the road thus far, just so people can see how things have gone, where we're going, and how things are. Let me get this up and going. How is everybody doing today? I hope this finds you well. I am getting better. I just have a lot of bad allergies. Make sure you hit the like and hit the bell. And make sure you've hit the bell and changed to all so you get all of the notifications. In Wisconsin, if you're a mental health, if you are one of the mentally ill jails in the state, once you are found, you can stand trial. You will. If you're found guilty mentally ill during trial. Okay. That's interesting to know. Thank you very much, Dawn. Okay, sorry for the
now to the latest in the Slender Man stabbing case. Defense attorneys want that case tried in juvenile court. If the suspects are convicted, that could allow them to get out of prison in their 20s. Michelle Fiore reports live from Waukesha. Michelle.
Courtney, it's been more than a year since a birthday party ended, with one of the guests being stabbed 19 times. Today, the young host of that party sat in court with a carefree look. She's been diagnosed with early onset schizophrenia.
Morgan's needs are great and anticipated to be chronic and severe for years to come.
In Dr. Deborah Collins' opinion, Morgan Geyser's mental health needs would only grow worse with incarceration.
The adult system isn't staffed with individuals who are familiar with and schooled in treating young adolescents first experiencing psychotic symptoms.
Schizophrenia is rarely diagnosed before age 18, but the state's position is that Geyser would get what she needs.
So if she were to be required to serve time in an adult prison setting, that wouldn't start until age 18, correct?
Yes.
Geyser and co-defendant Anissa Weier are accused of stabbing their friend to become proxies of Slender Man.
Are there certain mental health conditions that are so severe that a person literally cannot be in the community? They have to be in an institution?
Yes.
Or are you testifying that Morgan is one of those types of individuals based on your evaluation?
No.
One social worker testified what it was like to visit Geyser on her birthday.
I thought it was a little odd.
How did she react?
Well, she just said it was really no big deal, but it was just another day closer to death.
Day one of testimony wrapping up here today. We'll hear more witnesses tomorrow, and then the judge is expected to make his decision on this reverse waiver hearing coming up in August. We're live tonight in Waukesha. Michelle Fiore, today's TMJ4.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sorry about that, y'all. Something just happened. It's probably weather related, just so y'all know that we are having some weather, unfortunately for us. Say unfortunate. We did not get any snow. We just got rain, and I'm okay with it. I did kind of want to see snow. I'm kind of in the mood for some snow, but I'm okay with not having any snow. Let's go. Here comes Judge.
All right. Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
The court will call the matter of State of Wisconsin versus Morgan E. Geyser, case number 14 CF 596. Appearances.
State by Ted Sapakowitz and Kevin Osborne.
Thank you and good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorneys Anthony Cotton and Donna Kukler with our consultant Rob Rosenberg and Morgan Geyser here in person.
All right, thank you and good morning. The case is here this morning for sentencing and disposition on the proceedings. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes.
And is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, just one housekeeping matter before we begin.
Yes.
Ask that Ms. Geyser not be shackled for the hearing, Your Honor, or that her hand shackles be removed.
Well, in the past, we've left it up to the sheriff. If the sheriff believes it's appropriate, they can remove the cuffs from her hands in case she wants to take notes.
They've indicated no, so her feet are shackled too.
Well, I think that's appropriate security.
Okay.
Security is the responsibility of the sheriff's department. I give them the ability to make decisions within reasonable bounds.
Very good.
All right, thank you. I just need to make a couple adjustments. All right, very good. I have the computer set up so I can function from that standpoint. What I wanted to do is just make a brief statement about the case, putting the case in the context for our proceedings this morning. The matter involving Morgan Geyser is before the court this morning based upon a two-phase proceeding. An initial plea of not guilty was entered to the charge of the information, which is one of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, party to a crime with a dangerous weapon. And then a second plea was entered of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The matters were set for a jury trial on both the criminal charge and on the NGI plea. On October 5, 2017, Ms. Geyser entered a plea of guilty to the amended information of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, party to the crime. The enhancer with a dangerous weapon was struck. She was found guilty of that offense based upon the plea. Further, the state and Ms. Geyser agreed that the court could use the reports that had been submitted with regard to the not guilty by reason of mental disease and defect plea as a basis to proceed. Based upon those reports, I found the report sufficient and then found Ms. Geyser not guilty of the offense by reason of mental disease or defect. And I made that finding by clear and convincing evidence. The jury trial was removed from the court calendar on both issues. The court then ordered the department to submit a predispositional report and further ordered that Doctors Lundbone and Burney prepare supplemental reports. They had prepared reports previously with regard to the issues. These reports have been received. The matter was then set for a dispositional sentencing hearing to today's date, and we're here for that process. The maximum sentence on the criminal charge is 60 years imprisonment, which breaks down to 40 years of initial confinement, 20 years of extended supervision. The case proceeds on the commitment basis, with the maximum commitment being 40 years. Previously, the state had recommended that they would pursue a maximum commitment of 40 years and institutional placement. Ms. Geyser is free to argue for conditional release and other dispositions. Under the Wisconsin statute 971.17 sub 1 sub b states that upon an NGI finding, the court shall commit the person to the Department of Health Services for a period not exceeding the maximum period of confinement, which in this case would be 40 years. The court entered that initial commitment. Ms. Geyser is also civilly committed based upon other proceedings that have taken place, and based upon that commitment and orders of the court, she resides at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. The court has read the reports of Doctors Lundbone and Burney. I read the predispositional report. I have a report from Dr. Robbins, and I have the victim impact statement submitted by Ms. Lautner. With that, then, the court is prepared to proceed. How does the state wish to proceed?
Judge, first, you should also have a victim impact statement from Joseph Lautner, the father.
Let me,
Filed by our office, I believe somewhere around January 19th.
yeah, I have a victim impact statement filed by Stacy Lautner that was filed on January 19. I have a,
Hi, Grandma's house. Hi, 80s Music Man. Hey, Ronnie. I am absolutely loving my
another
voice,
victim impact
but I don't love how I feel. Just saying.
filed on December 21st. It was filed by signed by Stacy Lautner as well. So is there another document out there I should see?
It's possible, Judge, that the one from the January 19th date was perhaps mislabeled, but it is signed by Mr. Lautner.
I'll go look again.
I can certainly, he filed that again.
Really, 80s Music Man? You're too
Well,
kind.
the one I have filed on the
You're
19th.
way
was
too
signed
kind.
by
I just
Stacy
rolled out of
Lautner.
bed. Got my old glasses on. I love these frames.
And it appears to be an exact copy of what was filed in December. So perhaps there was inadvertent misfiling.
What do you
That's
mean?
certainly possible, Judge. We will.
Oh, snow.
If you want to do it, file it now. I'll read it.
I want snow. We didn't get any, of course.
We'll do that as we go along, Judge, so it's available to the court at some point today. We certainly want you to be able to read that and consider it.
All right, very good. That's fine. I'll certainly do that. Does Ms. Geyser's attorneys
saying
have
it
a
right.
copy of the Joseph Lautner document?
We do not.
All right, so then, well, when it's e-filed, it should go to all attorneys.
Right.
Right.
So when it's e-filed, then Mr. Constant and Ms.
but it
Cooper
has
should
not.
have it as well.
I'm logged in electronically and just looking. I don't see it in the system.
All right. Well, we'll proceed on that basis then. The state will file it, and I'll read it before I reach any final conclusions in the case. And I want then Mr. Cotton to have it as well, so he, during his presentation, can be in a position to appropriately respond. With that being said, then, is the state prepared to proceed at this point?
I am, Judge. I'm prepared to call Dr. Brooke Lundbaum.
All right, Dr. Lundbaum, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, if you come forward.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
We do have a
then if,
victim
you'd be
interview when this
seated
is done.
State your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Dr. Brooke Lundbaum. My last name is spelled Lundbohm.
All right.
Wow,
Thank you.
what a
Just
spelling.
before we begin, I just want to make a couple other adjustments. Yes. All right, I'm prepared. Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a licensed psychologist. I am licensed through the state of Wisconsin, and I have a private practice through Behavioral Consultants Incorporated. I also am the clinical director for a Department of Human Services program called the Outpatient Competency Restoration Program, or OCRP.
Is that the competency restoration program? Do you do that?
I'm going to break for a minute. Do you know the glasses that they use for people who get migraines and dyslexia and all that kind of stuff? I will be going over there and getting those done near in the next couple months. And I think I'm going to use these frames. I'm going to have the lenses removed, put my new prescription in without any all the wild, crazy stuff on it. And then I'm going to go and get the film put on. Hopefully that will help me out a lot. Here we go.
That only within Milwaukee County or?
That's statewide
Okay,
for adult offenders.
okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I'm not sure. I've been there a couple years now. So probably about 2, maybe a little bit longer than that.
With the competency restoration?
Right. I was
Okay.
previously employed with Wisconsin Forensic Unit doing competency evaluations prior to taking on that role.
There's a difference between the Wisconsin Forensics Unit and behavioral consultants.
The Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a subset of behavioral consultants. It's a wing, if you will.
Okay. How long have you been with behavioral consultants?
I started with them in 2008 as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow. When I was licensed in 2009, I began my employment with them. I've been with them since.
And can you very briefly just outline for us your educational background?
Sure. I have my doctorate degree from the Minnesota School of Professional Psychology, received that degree in 2008. While en route to finishing that, I have my master's degree from that same school, finishing that in 2006. My bachelor degree came from a school called Hamilton College in 2002. I completed a one-year pre-doctoral internship at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. That was my final year of school. And then, as mentioned, completed a one-year postdoctoral forensic psychology fellowship through the Behavioral Consultants and Wisconsin Forensic Unit. That was 2008 to 2009.
And through your employment with behavioral consultants, what percentage of what you do is court-appointed evaluations?
Almost all.
Okay. And it's been that way since 2009?
Right.
And you've obviously been appointed in this case going way back to 2014, is that right?
Right.
And what did you do in this case in 2014?
I was initially assigned through my employment with Wisconsin Forensic Unit to do a competency examination of Morgan.
And initially, when you did that examination, you found her to not be competent, is that right?
Correct.
You weren't involved in administering any restoration to competency with Morgan, were you?
Correct. I was not involved.
Okay. Were you called upon to do a later evaluation as to whether or not she had become competent?
I was not.
Okay. So your next involvement in this case was a request by the court to do an evaluation as to whether or not she met the standards for being found not guilty by reason of mental disease.
This is
Correct.
what I'm drinking.
And what
Holly
were your
tea,
findings
Rockin'
in that
Rooster.
regard?
Great
I was
when
in
you don't
support
feel
of her
well.
special plea.
Can you, I know that's not the issue for today, but briefly tell us why you came to that conclusion.
Well, in review of the totality of evidence, which include conversation, a clinical interview with Morgan, as well as review of a variety of records related to that particular time frame, including discovery materials, medical records following the actual offense, it was my opinion that she was suffering under the effects of a psychotic spectrum disorder at the time that the offense occurred.
And you had authored a report to that effect. Well, actually, you did an evaluation of Morgan on November 7th of 2016, is that right?
I believe the report was submitted to the court on November 7th, 2016.
And you were also then asked by the court to now come forth with an opinion as to whether or not conditional release would be appropriate.
Correct.
And you did author a report in that regard, right?
Correct.
And that's dated November 20th of 2017?
That's correct.
You have that in front of you today?
I do.
Okay. So you had met with Morgan last sometime perhaps in November of 2016, is that right?
With respect to this current evaluation,
No, with respect to the NGI evaluation.
if I could just look, I can tell you exact dates.
Okay.
With respect to the mental responsibility evaluation, I met with Morgan at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute on September 9th, 2016 and September 13th, 2016.
And then now, after having been called upon to do an evaluation as to conditional release, you met with her on October 26th, 2017, is that right?
Correct.
So roughly a year and a month had gone by between times you had seen Morgan, is that right?
Correct.
And for purposes of this evaluation regarding conditional release, you reviewed all of the records that were maintained at Winnebago, is that right?
Correct.
As well as all the records you had previously looked at
Sounds good.
for your other evaluations, is that true?
Correct.
I will be visiting her manufacturing facility
In
soon.
the report you just authored regarding conditional release, you found that Morgan has made some progress. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you describe what you've noticed?
Okay, I want to clarify. This is a hearing that was done some time ago when she, I think, first asked. Let me double check the date on this. This is 6 years ago. We're watching the progress. These are not super. This is a 2-hour long one. I don't think I'm going to watch. Let's skim.
Your conclusions start on page 10 of your report. Is that fair to say?
If you do order through, use
That's
my
correct.
discount code ADAK10 for your special 10% off.
I don't think it's really necessary to have it on the screen, but Rob can bring it up if he wants. So in your findings, you have your report in front of you, correct?
Right.
So in your findings, you had talked about the fact that Morgan is showing increased psychiatric stability over the entire course of time that she's been at Winnebago. We've already established that, right?
Right.
And you've said that there's, in your opinion, there's
Yes,
room
I
for
love supporting
continued
local.
improvement, correct?
Right.
At least as of when you saw her, you were convinced of that, right?
Right.
Now, you indicate in the last sentence of your first point that Morgan continues to work closely with her treating psychiatrist in an effort to find an effective medication regimen that balances symptom management and negative side effects. Is that one of your findings?
Yes.
So that's what you're saying is that it's important for her to continue working with the doctors, right?
Right. And she's done a good job doing that throughout the course of her stay. She's been very vocal and willing to comply with any recommendations that her psychiatrist has made, has had a collaborative relationship with that person.
And so that first paragraph relates to your concern over the symptomology, her continued experiencing psychotic symptoms, right?
Right.
And then in your second paragraph, or your second finding, is really sort of the same thing, right? Because the second finding, you're talking about your concern that she still has psychotic experiences, right?
Right. And what I did essentially is to break it down into kind of these two groups of symptoms. So you have these outward psychotic spectrum symptoms, which would include the voice of Maggie, but also you have this these additional types of symptoms that appeared to be interfering with her adaptive functioning at that point, which included the subjective distress, the depression, the anxiety, the flashbacks, the sleeplessness, the avoiding being alone because of having all of this tumult happen at any point that she was not being distracted by outward stimuli.
It would be concerning to you if Morgan weren't showing remorse, right?
Yes.
That would be a problematic sign, right?
Right.
And when people, and you've talked about her remorse, but that's in part what's probably contributing to the depression. Is that a fair assumption?
Absolutely.
The recollection of events and appreciating what she did.
Absolutely.
And that causes that and legal proceedings certainly can cause anxiety in a 15-year-old, right?
Absolutely.
Things like depression and anxiety, those conditions in and of themselves don't require institutional placement.
Not necessarily, although in extreme circumstances it can, including if a person's experiencing depressive symptoms that are so severe that they're suicidal or engaging in self-injurious behaviors. That would be an individual who requires institutional care. That is not Morgan to specify.
Okay. So her depression and anxiety doesn't require hospitalization in this case, right?
I don't know that I could tease it out like that. I think that's too simplistic because what we have is a human being and the entire package is what you see. All of these symptoms are her. These are all symptoms that are working together to, at the time of my evaluation, was significantly impairing her ability to even get through the interview with me. was impacting her ability to get through day to day at the institution without tearfulness, without crying, without having these moments where other people were noticing something's wrong.
Do you think it would have been a better idea to interview Morgan maybe a few weeks after you had interviewed her so that she could have had time to adjust to her new unit?
It certainly could have. However, my opinion isn't based on just that single interview. My opinion is based upon the totality of all the information that I reviewed, which included information prior to her current Winnebago stay, but also months worth of documents related to her institutional adjustment, her symptoms, her changes to her medication regimen, her participation in groups and therapy and education. So it's too simplistic to break it down into, my opinion is based just on that interview. It's not. It's based on all of that information combined.
You indicated in your third point that Morgan is not yet done processing painful memories and emotions from the offense, right?
Right.
Really that dimension of things is going to be a lifetime process. Wouldn't you agree?
Likely, yes.
Okay. So it's not something that we can necessarily just address through a medication. That's more of a therapeutic approach, right?
What I would think is that it would be a combination of both a medication approach and participation in different kinds of therapies, different modalities of therapies to be able to address the severity of the symptoms that she's currently experiencing related to that. And ideally, as she continues to progress through those kinds of treatments, the intrusive nature of that will impact her less, such that she would be able to get through an interview related to conditional release.
You're not aware of whether she was able to get through the other interviews with the other people that saw her, are you?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, in terms of Morgan's, you testified before about you pressing Morgan on part of the release plan aspect of things, right?
Right.
So she's 15 years old, right?
Right.
And presumably, if she leaves Winnebago, will either live in either at home or some other environment, right?
Right.
And Morgan understands the idea that she could live with her parents, right? She knows her parents and has a relationship with them. Do you agree with that?
Right.
And they appear, you haven't talked to her mom, but you're aware that her mom has been involved in every aspect of this treatment process.
Yes, her family is very supportive.
And heavily involved.
Yes.
And you would agree that, well, I want to understand what you meant by pressing Morgan. So were you describing to her the fact that people in Waukesha might recognize her? Is that something you were discussing with her?
That was part of it. When I'm saying pressing, it's not enough for an individual in these kinds of evaluations to say, I don't know, and want to move on to the next question. That's not a sufficient answer in my perspective. So to ask questions of, well, what kind of stressors might you face? I don't know. Well, can you think of anything? It's not enough to just leave it there. So when I say press, I'm not bullying in any way. I'm just asking following up questions and challenging questions that she might not have thought about, including there likely is going to be stigma related to her because this has been a very high profile case featured in the media, and she might face backlash to that. And that's a realistic thing that she needs to think about prior to being released.
And that backlash could be more severe in a community like Waukesha, where the case would have more publicity, right?
It's hard to know.
Did you talk to her about that, about where physically she would go upon her release, or did you not get to that point?
She had expressed belief that her parents had been thinking about moving to a different community to try to get away from, in part, the stigma of this particular offense, but also knowing that the victim lived in the community still to provide some separation.
And that, depending on the type of community they move to and its proximity to Waukesha, that could impact the level of attention she might have, right?
It certainly could.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Doctor, would there be a certain length of time for which you would like to see Morgan on a stable medication?
Okay, so we're going to skip some of this because it gets really bogged down in the weeds and a lot of time. And I'm willing to spend a lot of today on this, but I don't want to. I don't want to sit here for 5-6 hours on just a couple of court case days. Basically, the end result in all of this is that she is fighting for her freedom. Day 2, this was back in 9 years ago. We're just going to skim through some of this and listen to a few things that the lawyers say. Apparently, of course, if we're still here now, it was denied.
So has her family. The Geyser's attorney hopes these tearful parents go home tonight with hope.
3 to 4 million people in America have schizophrenia. We are not housing them all in prison.
Geyser's been diagnosed with early onset schizophrenia.
Yeah, but they don't all try to
rarely
unalive
identified
somebody
in
either.
anyone under age 18.
If anything, they seem somewhat stronger to me than when I first met with Morgan, and she seems more lost in them.
Schizophrenics need 4 types of therapy, including medication and talk therapy. Geyser's not getting any right now.
It is a dangerous illness, untreated.
Dr. Kenneth Casimir has interviewed Geyser several times since she allegedly stabbed her friend to please the fictional character Slender Man.
She said, he may kill me anyway. He may just, you can't predict what Slender Man's going to do. I mean, I may try my best and he'll just kill me anyway. But at least that.
Okay, did any of y'all hear of this Slender Man? Do y'all know what this Slender Man is all about? I sure in the hell don't. Please forgive me. I have no clue who this Slender Man is, but I will say I do worry about children who have mental illness, even adults, getting themselves all caught up in this and getting them in a position to where they believe they're real. I just wondered if y'all had heard of Slender Man.
I have to try because I have to try and get on his good side.
If sent back to juvenile court, a number of scenarios could play out. One would allow Geyser to receive mental health care at home. The state thinks that could put the public at risk. The defense disagrees.
Until we start doing the treatment and getting her some meaningful care, it's going to be impossible to say what her risk level is. You heard the last witness. He said medication can change a person's life.
The judge is expected to make a decision on this in August. Now, if the case moves to juvenile court, her attorney tells us that things could begin rather quickly. But if left in adult court, there could be even more delays. Reporting live in Waukesha, Michelle Fiore, today's TMJ4.
Michelle, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to skip to the sentencing. So we're going to do that. We're going to share the screen. We're going to hit play.
3.5 years after a 12-year-old Peyton Leitner staggered out of some Waukesha woods, stabbed 19 times, the Slender Man case is over. Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier were found not guilty by reason of mental disease in the near-fatal stabbing. Morgan has been institutionalized for schizophrenia and today was hoping for release from a secure mental hospital.
It's my opinion that release to a less restrictive environment at this point would constitute a substantial risk of bodily harm to herself, others, or to a property.
She has a condition she didn't choose to have. It's a hereditary genetic condition that she's cursed with. And I think she deserves a lot of credit because she's, at a very young age, done quite a bit to address it.
But not a single doctor who has examined her felt it was time to let her go home. And the judge agreed, keeping Morgan confined at the Winnebago Mental Hospital indefinitely. Morgan took the opportunity to apologize.
I just want to let Ella and her family know I'm sorry.
And we are live here in the media room. Bella is Morgan's nickname for the victim, Peyton Leitner. She survived the attack, but wasn't in court. Her parents were on hand here, but they did not testify. And to explain the sentence, Morgan will be under the supervision of the state for 40 years. At the outset, she will be in a state mental hospital. Toya?
And now she does not have to be in a hospital for the entire 40 years, though.
No, not at all. She can petition in as little as 6 months to go to a less restrictive setting or even ask to be released to go home.
All right, Nick Bohr, thank you. Two Waukesha girls accused of stabbing their 12-year-old classmate. Tonight, the attorney for one of the girls says his client is still living in a fantasy world. Anissa Weier
I
and
wanted
Morgan
y'all to
Geyser will
see
both
this
have
because
competency
it
hearings
is a
next
fantasy
month.
world.
12 News reporter Nick Bohr is live at the courthouse. Were Morgan's parents there today, Nick?
Good afternoon, Toxic. How are you feeling
They were here
today?
in court. In
I
fact,
truly want
they
to know.
again refused to comment,
Are you
though. Her
still in
lawyer,
hospital?
though, as you said, says that she seems to be living in a fantasy world and that she still believes in Slender Man. Nearly 6 months after 12-year-old Peyton Lautner staggered from the woods with 19 stab wounds, the so-called Slender Man stabbing case has gained an international following. But the suspects, 12-year-old Anissa Weier and Morgan Geyser, still haven't had even a preliminary hearing. Mental health concerns have slowed their cases to a crawl. The latest.
Okay, well, that's old. Here's the mother of, I want to share this. This is something I wanted to share. Thank y'all.
Case. One of the two girls who
I want to say this real quick. It is, I believe we are in an epidemic of untreated mental health in this country. And it is a very fine line we walk when we talk about mental health and criminal activity. So please understand if I do not put a whole lot of comment into it. Everybody has a right to their own personal beliefs. I believe in certain cases that mental health is, and treatment in a mental health facility is the appropriate actions. Once again, I used to work in a facility as such, and I got to learn a lot. And people think that if someone unalives somebody or tries to unalive somebody who has schizophrenia, schizoaffective, bipolar, or whatever, going into into a state facility, mental facility, is an easy free ride. It is far from it, and it is a very difficult place for them to be. At the same time, some facilities are far better than others. Some facilities, they actually do get decent help. Other ones are just babysitting and drugging, which is frustrating. And even under medications, these demons will be there forever. And I do believe some people deserve, for their own mental health and safety, to stay in a facility such as that for an extended period of time, if not their entire life. That said, there are some people that do have mental breakdowns and have situations that they can possibly in the future re-enter society and not be harmful to others. But when we're dealing with minors, it is disturbing to me that they are treated like adults, no matter what the crime was. If they do actually have a mental illness, I'm not talking about those who claim mental illness. I'm talking about actually having mental illness, and are found not guilty by reason of insanity or incompetent to withstand trial due to mental defect or illness. We need to, I don't know the word I'm trying to come up with, but basically, we need to not judge them as adults. They are children with major mental illness. And I want to know, why have they not been treated sooner? This is a terrible case, very sad. However, the government needs to set up and start providing mental health care for all, not just the revolving door service. And you are totally correct. Why my aunt won't move back to the U.S., she goes, yeah. I get it. There are pros and cons with either. I got to be honest. The healthcare that the Europeans and Canada and other countries have their shortfalls as well. No one is perfect. But I think that we have given up on the youth of our society in a lot of ways. I feel that it is easy to sit there and blame video games or to blame other reasons for their delusions than it is to sit down and actually face the problem. Just dishing up dinner. See you shortly. Thank you, Haley Mouse. What is for dinner, my dear? And on with the video.
Dad, the classmate to please a fictional horror character, has now been sentenced for the crime. And ABC's Lindsay Davis is here with the latest. Good morning, Lindsay.
Oh,
Good
thank
morning,
God
Georgia.
you're home,
Tearful
beloved.
apology in court
that was
Thursday
so
from
awesome.
Morgan Geyser. And I'm sorry to her former friend for stabbing her 19 times. But the Wisconsin judge still gave her the maximum sentence. A teenage girl who likely won't experience freedom until her 50s because of a crime she committed when she was 12.
I just want to let Bella and her family know I'm sorry.
Sentenced to a maximum 40 years in a psychiatric hospital, Morgan Geyser expressed remorse in court for the stabbing attack of her friend and 12-year-old classmate, Peyton Bella Leitner.
She appears to be stabbed. She appears to be what? Stabbed.
The 2014 case known as the Slender Man stabbing captivated the country. Geyser and her friend Anissa Weier, both 12 at the time, lured Leitner into the woods and stabbed her 19 times, later claiming it was all to please that fictional online character. Leitner miraculously survived. Both girls were sentenced to decades of institutional supervision for the violent attack. In an exclusive interview, ABC's David Muir sat down with the mothers of those teenage girls.
The interrogation in general is very difficult to watch.
Is she dead?
I don't know. She was taken to the hospital.
That's not my daughter saying those things. That's not the way that she speaks. That's not the way that she acts.
It was like looking at a different child?
Yes.
The parents tell David there were no warning signs of violence.
I did search her iPad. I did watch over her shoulder.
Do you feel responsible?
I think on some level, I'll always feel responsible for not knowing that my daughter wasn't well. As a mother, you're supposed to be there to protect your child.
The judge explained his sentence by saying that Geyser, who is now 15, remains a risk to herself and to others. He said, what we cannot forget is that this was an attempted murder. And David has these really compelling conversations with these moms about that day 4 years ago and the girls now.
That is all coming up tonight on 2020 at 10 Eastern. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Okay, guys. So, this here is the survivor in the last video that I want to share with y'all.
Shouldn't be alive. I really shouldn't after what happened.
For the first time, Peyton Leitner is talking about that day 5 years ago. 3 12-year-olds at a slumber party, and the next morning, a walk into the woods to play hide and
You're
seek.
true.
Do you remember
So true.
leaving the park to go to the woods?
They just
I
wanted
have
to go
missed you, Toy.
on a walk, and I didn't think much of it. It's just a walk. It's in Waukesha. Like, what bad stuff happens in Waukesha, Wisconsin?
Peyton was stabbed 19 times and left for dead by her own friends, who later blamed the fictional character Slender Man.
Morgan handed me the knife, and then I started to count again. When I was 5 feet away, I said, now, go ballistic, go crazy, stab, 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 stab.
The suspect lured the victim into the woods. All 3 of the girls are 12 years old.
Who's ever heard of 2 12-year-old girls planning for 6 months to kill one of their best friends?
The whole time, Peyton was screaming and begging. I didn't want to do this. I was afraid of what would happen if I didn't.
It's Friday night in Waukesha, Wisconsin, a Milwaukee suburb. Peyton is getting ready to celebrate her best friend Morgan Geyser's birthday at that slumber party.
Peyton was so excited.
The girls met in 4th grade, Peyton drawn to Morgan because she was a loner who needed a friend.
I made friends with her when I saw that she didn't have any friends at all.
Also at that sleepover, Anissa Weier, who was new to the school and who had grown close to Morgan.
They played up in Morgan's bedroom, ran up and down the stairs, giggling and laughing, and I mean, it was just a normal night.
But there was nothing normal about what happened the next morning when Morgan and Anissa suggest they all go to the park and then to the woods together.
Anissa told me to lie on the ground and cover myself in sticks and leaves and stuff, but it was really just a trick.
While playing hide and seek, then came Anissa's command, and Morgan attacks Peyton with a knife.
Morgan said, don't be afraid, I'm only a little kitty cat, and jumped on top of Bella and stabbed her repeatedly.
And do you remember when it started?
Kind of. I didn't feel anything because my body was in shock. So they told me to lay down, you'll lose blood slower, like we're gonna go get help.
Did she try to get up? Yeah, she tried to get up. She said that she couldn't see, she couldn't walk, and that she couldn't breathe.
And they told her they were gonna go get her help. But Anissa flat out said, no, we weren't getting her help. We wanted her to die.
I got up and then just walked until I hit a patch of grass where I could lay down.
A bicyclist notices Peyton bloodied and lying in the grass. He calls 911. Officer Dan Klein is the first on the scene.
I asked her who did this, and she told me her friend Morgan.
Peyton tells paramedics she's been stabbed.
They asked how long was the knife, and she said that the knife is about like this, and she was talking about the blade, not the handle.
Her mother rushes to the hospital just before Peyton is taken into surgery.
I said, "You're going to be okay. It's going to be fine." But I could see that she was covered. Her arms and her legs and her abdomen, they were covered in stab wounds.
The surgeon treating Peyton told me if the stab wound to the chest had been the width of a human hair deeper, she would not have survived.
Wow.
While Peyton fights for her life, police are searching everywhere for the two girls.
It was about 2:53 in the afternoon. I had gotten a message that the sheriff's department had located the girls on the site of I-94. They were sitting on the side of the freeway.
By the time we found them, they had walked about 5 hours and made it to the north end of our city.
Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier are brought back to the Waukesha police station for questioning.
Their demeanor was very calm. They seemed kind of meek.
Your parents know that you're here talking to me, okay? And I'm glad they're so glad that you're safe.
I did notice she had a blood stain on the front of her shirt, and she was wearing two shirts.
Okay, what is your name?
Anissa Weier.
Morgan seemed like she was very calm.
She is a fighter.
Very relaxed. I mean, she's at a police department and she's covered in blood. And this is like a normal day for her.
You can hear Morgan ask what's happened to Peyton using her nickname, Bella.
Is she dead?
I don't know. If you want to take her to the hospital.
What? I was just wondering.
It didn't seem like it really concerned her too much if she was dead or alive.
The detectives read the girls their rights.
You have the right to remain silent.
Yes, she
Here
was.
in the state of Wisconsin, a child can be interrogated without the presence of their parent or guardian being in the room. At that time, I did not know that.
We find that people are more truthful when they don't have their parents present.
This is going to get me arrested, isn't it?
I do
The
struggle with that.
interrogations last for hours.
I think your dog gets a little bit more comfortable here.
I have a daughter that's almost the same age as her. Like, she could be my daughter, but then she started saying things that were really very eerie, hearing them coming out of a 12-year-old's mouth.
So did you guys talk about doing this before?
Wow.
Anissa told me we had to
Why?
because she said that he'd kill our families.
Who's he?
A man. I didn't know him, but Anissa knew him.
And this is where the story takes another turn to a fictional character on the internet.
There's this website called the Creepypasta Wiki. It's full of horror stories that are meant to purposely scare you. And there's one of them called Slender Man.
Who's Slender Man?
He's this tall, faceless man who preys on children. At his own will, he can exploit these tendrils from his back.
Wow.
Like,
Hey, you guys,
straight
don't
off of
forget
his
to
victims.
like
For all the
and
creepypasta
I like and in the
releases, he
description
targets
below
children most.
for the drawing.
Anissa explained to me that to prove yourself worthy to Slender, you would have to kill somebody.
Morgan said, "You have
Wow.
to kill Bella."
When we come back.
Did you feel bad? They just stabbed one of your best friends.
I thought about it, but then I decided that remorse will get me nowhere. It's easier to live without regrets.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC.
Oh, Lord have mercy, y'all. What do y'all think about this? I just see so many red flags. First of all, was there any care at all in the family? Did the parents know that she was in the condition she's in? I don't know. Okay, all of that goes. I'm trying to get this lined up. I'm sorry. Y'all have no idea how much work it is behind the scenes. But my question is were there no clues? Was there anything that the parents could have seen? Now, I'm not blaming the parents in any way, shape, or form, people. I'm not that kind of person. I was just curious. Oops, my bad. Over here. And I'm biggin. Okay, so all of that, so people can get kind of familiar with what we're going to do for the rest of this live. She was in a deep throes of a mental break. The one that was released under the other conditions was the one that participated, but it was not. She was not the mastermind of the attack. Thus, she got out early. We are getting ready to go to today's hearing. Well, it says day one. Let me double check the dates on this and make sure, because this is Court TV. And by the way, I really want to take a moment to thank Court TV. Yes, this is the one I want. Court TV, you have been a huge support to so many of our channels. And thank you so much for allowing us to utilize your work. And we just want to say thank you. We appreciate you. No, the parents were not charged with anything. I would not believe they would be. Morgan, the parent suspected, and we're trying to get her help. Okay, good to know that. I just wanted to know if this was an out of the blue, or if they were actually suspecting something and tried to get her help. No, they were not charged. In girls, it's hard to tell. Yes, there are hormones that mask stuff. True. That time of the month makes us girls cray cray. True. Also can hit right now. Yeah. So let's go ahead and now this is today's stuff. Okay, this is all about today. Oh my gosh, look at her hair. Volume is all the way up.
Finding that the
Okay.
596 appearances.
State judged by Betsy Packwitz and Abby.
I'm going to have to
Good
push
morning.
this.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Morgan Geyser with Attorney Anthony Cotton. She's here in person.
It is.
All right,
I
thank
have a
you.
child that suffers from depression,
Let me just
and it is hereditary, but I'm so grateful to know what I know and have the resources that we have and able to tap into those resources. I wish I could fix it, but I can do, and I will do, is do whatever I can to get them help. But in the end, ultimately, you know, they become adults and they have to manage that themselves. Yep. Yep. True. This happened earlier this morning. People can change. Robert was yep, he was 13 on 11. Yep.
Excuse me.
You know,
So we're here this morning on a petition that was filed for.
also y'all pray for my papa.
Guys
He's
for
got
release.
severe bronchitis and he
wanna
just
go
turned
through a little
90.
bit of history of the case to set the matter in context. So in this matter, the index offense, or the offense for which we're in court today, happened on May 31, 2014. Ultimately, Ms. Geyser entered a guilty plea to count one of the information, which charged an attempted first-degree intentional homicide as party to a crime. She was found guilty of that offense. The state struck an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. By agreement, various reports were accepted, and the court found Ms. Geyser not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The court then committed her to the Department of Health Services for preparation of reports. Reports were prepared, and then on February 1st, 2018, the court committed Ms. Geyser to the Department of Health Services for 40 years, finding that the conditional release of Ms. Geyser would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or of serious property damage. Now, since then, Ms. Geyser's filed 2 petitions for conditional release that were withdrawn before hearings occurred. There was a 3rd petition for release that was filed in January of 2024. Court conducted hearings with regard to that petition on April 10 and 11, 2024, and denied the petition. She has now again filed a petition for supervised release. The court's ordered the various doctors to prepare reports. Courts received reports from Dr. Brooke Lundbaum, Dr. Deborah Collins, and Dr. Kenneth Robbins. Those reports have been received and are in the file. Court also received a letter report from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute that was dated November 7, 2024. In this matter, the petition, in the hearing on the petition, is governed by section 971.17 sub 4 of the statutes. It's a hearing before the court without a jury. The burden's on the state to establish by, the burden is to, on the state's burden in this case is approved by clear and convincing evidence that the commitment should continue because the individual is presently a danger to herself or to others. So that's the context of the case that will proceed, and the state has the burden of proceeding. Any comments with regard to that from the state?
No, Judge, no comments.
Any comments from Attorney Cotton?
No.
All right, well then I'm prepared to proceed. State's prepared to proceed.
Yes.
All right, victims have been notified?
Yes, and some and perhaps others will at some point be joining, and they're all present by Zoom.
All right, very good. We have individuals present by Zoom, I know, so we'll proceed on that basis. So with that, then I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Judge. The state did pre-mark 2 exhibits that I know defense counsel has stipulated to their entry. Exhibit 1 is the CV of Brooke Lundbaum, and exhibit 2 is her report, document 617, filed December 30th of 2024. So I'd move exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence. I have copies for the court.
Any objections?
None.
All right, very good. Thank you. The exhibits 1 and 2 will be received. Yeah, thank you. Then Dr. Lundbaum's appearing by Zoom.
Correct. The state would call Dr. Lundbaum.
Okay, doctor, are you there? All right.
Okay, they're trying to get everybody up and going.
Dr. Lundbaum, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to stand, raise your right hand. Clerk will swear you in. Do the best you can. There we go.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Then,
So
state
true.
your full name and spell.
I knew a
your
lot
last
of people like this right here at the
My
state
name is
hospital
Dr.
when I
Brooke
worked there.
Lundbaum. First name is spelled Brooke. Last name is Lundbohm.
All right, very good. Thank you, doctor. Then Attorney Nikolai.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Lundbaum.
Good morning.
Doctor, you submitted a report dated December 30th.
Why are you putting that?
2024 regarding petitions.
What's going
for
on with that
conditional
camera?
release
This dude.
filed by
Right
Morgan
here.
Geyser. Is that true?
Correct.
And that report has already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2. But you're familiar with that report as you sit here today, true?
Yes.
And you've had a long
Very
history,
true, toxic. Very, very
with
true.
Ms. Geyser. Is that
A lot of
all
people
correct?
don't understand the mental
Yes.
pausement
And
of
back on
age,
page 2
lack of
of
better
the
term.
report, you actually outline the various evaluations and reports that you've done regarding Ms. Geyser and her various stages of psychiatric stability. Is that true?
Yes.
And those date all the way back to 2016.
That's correct, although I also did complete a competency examination early on in the evaluation as well, or the case as well, which was actually 2014.
And in April of last year, you actually testified at a conditional release hearing for Ms. Geyser as well. Is that true?
Of this year, that's correct.
Of 2024.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2024. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So I just have a few questions. Ultimately today, Dr. Lundbaum, you did form an opinion for the judge regarding your belief of whether Ms. Geyser is ready at this point for conditional release, right?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
At this point, I am in favor or in support of her petition for conditional release. Specifically, I don't believe that she currently poses a significant risk of substantial harm to herself, others, or to property damage.
And doctor, is that opinion different from the opinion that you gave in April of 2024 at that conditional release hearing?
It is.
Okay. And I just want to ask a few questions about the change in opinion. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the risk factors that are identified. Can you talk to the court about what the HCR 20 V3 is?
The HCR 20 is a risk assessment instrument that is commonly used in the
Please
completion
mute
of
thy
conditional
coughing.
release assessments or other violence risk assessments. It is not a psychological test in that it gives a specific score or answer to the question, but it is comprised of a variety of different factors that have been linked through the research to help examiners determine risk and protective factors. The HCR 20 is broken into 3 separate parts with historical factors, clinical factors, and then also risk management items.
Is one of the clinical factors lack of insight?
It is.
And is that important to consider when trying to identify someone's risk for violent recidivism?
It is one of the several different factors to consider, but it is an important factor, yes.
And what is meant by lack of insight?
So insight relating to a person's understanding of their mental health condition, but also insight and understanding of the different factors, warning signs, triggers that have brought a person to previous acts of violence.
In terms of your concerns in April of 2024, did you have concerns about Ms. Geyser's insight into her mental illness?
Yes.
And at this point in time, well, strike that. Did you, in April of 2024, have concerns about Ms. Geyser's credibility as a reporter?
I did.
And so I want to talk about
Oyster crackers are my meal of the day.
over time, if we can. Can you remind the court, please, of the initial findings regarding the psychological diagnosis that Ms. Geyser had at the time of the index offense?
So at the time of the index offense, there was consensus amongst a variety of professionals involved in the case that she was experiencing symptoms of a psychotic spectrum disorder that was eventually pretty consistently diagnosed as schizophrenia. The symptoms that she displayed of particular relevance were delusional ideas related to the fictional character of Slender Man, but also a variety of auditory and visual hallucinations, disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and instability in her emotional regulation.
Were those symptoms things that were observed objectively as well as reported by Ms. Geyser subjectively?
Yes.
And were those symptoms something that professionals believed prompted the index offense?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, more recently, did Ms. Geyser indicate that those symptoms were made up?
Yes, so as outlined in the previous report to the court, as well as in my previous testimony, there was a shift in Ms. Geyser's articulation of her experiences around the time of the index offense and afterwards. In fact, she had started to claim that she had fabricated the signs of mental illness, though that was not supported by any professional that's been involved in her case, whether as an evaluator or treatment provider.
And I believe I recollect that even the last time you testified, we talked about this, and you even challenged Ms. Geyser about the fact that her claim of fabrication just wasn't consistent with the other evidence, right?
Correct.
And what did Ms. Geyser say about that?
In most cases, schizophrenia does appear a little bit older and more in males, but in some cases, it is rarer, but it's not unknown for it to appear in a 12-year-old child. I think part of the reasons why sometimes it goes undiagnosed is because they don't have events or they don't have the information to diagnose it. But because of what she did and the evaluations and everything that was going on, they were able to diagnose it sooner. But there was an event that made that possible, in my humble opinion.
Sorry, what did she say about that during our previous different contacts or during the current contact for this petition?
I'm sorry, when you pressed
Wow, Craig.
Geyser on,
Okay.
that's not consistent with the records, that's not consistent with the evidence that you fabricated this, did she persist in that claim nonetheless?
You guys, I'm going to pause. I only have 4 people in the drawing, the pre-drawing, for the end of the month giveaway. Only 4. And we have 12 likes, one of which is mine. I always like my own. So if you liked, put ILIKED in the comments below so you can be entered. I love giving things away.
During our previous contacts, she did.
Okay.
That's early onset. That's right.
At that time, so that the court has an idea on a timeline.
Puberty?
When did this?
That depends on when puberty hits.
These symptoms begin and persist through.
So, without looking back at all the records, it appears that those claims began in about 2022. There's indication from
Dan.
an institutional-based
Dan, enter
psychological
it this way,
evaluation
please.
where she was discussing essentially feigning mental illness.
It will not register
Also
unless you
around that
do. Thank you
time,
very
I
much.
had contact with her for a petition for conditional release. She was discussing those same things. Certainly during our contact in 2023, and then also for that most recent conditional release evaluation, she was again claiming that she essentially feigned mental illness.
And the most recent petition for conditional release, you would have had your interview with her according to your report on February 13th.
Who is this lady
2024? Does that
over
sound
here
right?
next to the gentleman?
That sounds right.
That little head that's popping up underneath
And
the
during that interview, she was still telling you that she
captioning.
had fabricated all those symptoms.
Correct.
She could have, but a lot of times
Now,
it's
so
hereditary.
during this time period of between 2022 and 2024, at some point in time, were her psychotropic medications discontinued?
So the available information reflects that her treating provider at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute began to taper her from her antipsychotic agent, which was Invega Sustenna, in the fall of 2000 or fall or winter of 2022, with that taper being complete in about January of 2023. So the record suggests
gross,
that she has
dude.
not been taking
Mute.
an antipsychotic agent since about that time, though she's continued to take antidepressant and anti-anxiety medications.
And that
Shall?
remains true as of today's date?
Correct.
As of today's date, are you aware of Ms. Geyser reporting any symptoms of delusions or hallucinations or any kind of psychotic symptomology?
In review of the records, the last time that she either evidenced or expressly discussed overt psychotic spectrum symptoms was in about 2021, I believe it was. So there's been a several year period now where there's been an absence of those acute or overt
Toxic. Which
psychotic
communications are you asking me to check? Oh, there it goes. It's finally popping
I
up.
want to ask about the discussions that you have had. in
Sounds
the
like a
past
great
with
idea,
Ms.
Toxic.
Geyser
Do you
during
have
this
the link?
period when she claimed to have fabricated the symptoms.
Perfect. We'll do it when we're done.
What
I need the link.
explanation did she give you for the index offense?
Yes, Toy, it can.
So that has shifted a bit with her self-report, again, not being particularly credible within the context of this kind of conversation. She, at various points, though, maintained that she was being sexually abused within her family home and had essentially engaged in the index offense with desire to essentially escape her home life. Again, that not being consistent with the totality of information that exists.
I got it.
In your current report, in Exhibit 2, you indicate that Ms. Geyser no longer claims that she fabricated symptoms, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the court when
I'm trying to find that documentary,
she stopped saying that?
and I can't.
Kind of give the court some point in time when she stopped claiming that that was a volitional fabrication on her part?
I don't have an exact date. What I can tell you is that in the wake of the most recent petition for conditional release, there was quite a bit of discussion, especially during individual therapy, about her mental health history, not so much focusing on diagnosis, but the actual presentation, the symptoms, the problems that she was experiencing, and how those have essentially changed as she's continued to age and mature, as she's continued to participate in treatment. With her participation in treatment,
We can.
it appears that there's been a essentially her stepping back from the claim of that she fabricated mental health symptoms, but rather understanding that she did experience these particular symptoms. The etiology, not entirely clear whether it's an organic schizophrenia type disorder or the relevant to a trauma-induced psychosis or some other condition, but there's been an acceptance of, I experienced these things. They were consistent with delusions. With treatment, they have essentially abated.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, that has been sometime since April of 2024 that has all occurred.
Correct. Within, say, the 8 months between the time of my previous report and the current one, 8-9 months.
Have you ever asked Ms. Geyser why she would claim that she had fabricated those symptoms?
We did discuss that during the current clinical interview for the current petition. She had vocalized that it's been difficult for her to appreciate and understand the different experiences and symptoms she's experienced over time, in part due to the young age that she was when the index offense occurred, in part due to memory not necessarily being fully formed or being impacted by the severity of her symptoms over time. Also, there's been changes simply because of development and maturity, changes in her chemical makeup as she's continued to get older. Her current understanding is that she experienced fantasy related to these different fictional characters, and within the context of her mental illness, fantasy essentially became blurred with reality, where she had a difficult time determining the difference between essentially what's fiction versus what's real.
It's toxic. We could watch that here. Thank you, Toxic.
And I certainly
It'll be up
understand
next.
that at around the time of the index offense, Ms. Geyser was young. She was 12 years old,
Hi,
right?
TK.
Correct.
But
Oh, hi.
you'd agree with me that
Happy Thursday.
she was 21 at the time of the last clinical interview. in
Thank you for
February of
liking.
2024, when she was telling you she lied about being schizophrenic, right?
Right. Correct.
You guys. Read the banner below. If you're new,
Would you agree that in this case that there is a core, there's a lack of clarity regarding the motivation for the actual index offense?
I don't believe that's true when it comes to the agreement and consensus across all the professionals that have been involved in her case over the last 10 years. I think that consistently the professionals have agreed that there was an underlying psychotic spectrum disorder that was quite acute and impacted her reality attachment, her behavior, her ability to problem solve, and that has consistently remained the case in the way that the different professionals have viewed what happened back in May of
we did see that part.
2014.
Thank you, Doctor. I want to talk a little bit now about kind of the idea of relationships and
Thank you,
do have any
Toxic.
concerns about the strength of interpersonal relationships for Ms. Geyser, both historically and currently?
I do.
Could you explain to the court a little bit about your concerns in that regard historically for Ms. Geyser?
It's a pretty broad question, so I'll try to break it down a little bit here. So historically, Ms. Geyser has demonstrated difficulties in forming bonds and attachments with others. There's a pattern of interpersonal conflict, whether it's other patients at the institution, her family members, individuals that she has, acquaintances or friendships that she's made. That said, she is an individual who's essentially grown up in a adult psychiatric hospital. So her opportunities to have kind of typical developmental social relationships have also been impacted just by virtue of her placement. I have a particular concern at this point that she is an individual who remains vulnerable to potential manipulation or exploitation by others. She is an individual who has experienced loneliness over time. And as part of that, which she recognizes, has made some poor choices with regard to her friendships or relationships with others, because she essentially wants to have connection with people, connection that she otherwise does not have the opportunity for, again, by virtue of the institutional setting.
Why is personal support something that's important when you're considering a petition for conditional release?
What we know about risk management is that support is a important factor to help a person to essentially manage the different stressors that he or she may experience in the community, but also to provide additional layers of monitoring for potential decline in mental health, essentially to provide guidance, to be able to teach about independent living skills. So support is a big factor that you want a person to have a strong support system, whether it's professionals, non-professionals, ideally all of that.
Sure. Could you talk about, for the court's benefit, the personal support that Ms. Geyser may have or not have in terms of close family members?
Over time, her relationships with her family members or select family members has been strained. There have been periods where she has not been in contact with them due to conflict or tension. Since, I would say, since the death of her father, I'm drawing a blank on the exact date, I believe it was in April of 2023. There was a brief period of time in which she had cut off all contact with family, but then there is a noticeable re-engagement with them, where she has made additional effort to essentially reestablish bonds with particularly her mother and maternal grandmother, as well as her brother. It's my understanding that those relationships continue to be a bit tenuous, but they have strengthened, especially within the last year, give or take.
When you completed the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory with Ms. Geyser, was there any insight into how she perceived her social support system using that tool?
Yeah, with that tool, she responded that she perceives her social support system, especially with respect to her family relationships, as being tenuous.
And in your report, you indicate that she actually holds negative feelings about her family and blames them for difficulties. Is that accurate?
That is what the instrument indicated. It's also consistent with her presentation over the course of time.
And how can that impact someone's risk for violent recidivism? If that's the feelings that they hold regarding the two closest family members to them.
In and of itself, fractured family relationships wouldn't necessarily augment a person's risk if there's additional levels of support that they can rely upon. In Ms. Geyser's case, she would have the benefit of rather significant professional support surrounding her if she were to be discharged to the community. Ideally, she will continue to bridge those gaps that exist with her family members and continue to strengthen those. However, frankly, a lot of people in the community don't have great relationships with their family, and in and of itself, like I said, that doesn't necessarily suggest that she would be a higher risk for violence. It's just one factor to consider, especially when we're creating a risk management plan for her discharge to the community.
Sure. Thank you, Doctor. I have a couple of questions about one of the other risk management factors, the non-compliance with remediation.
See, here's what I struggled with. And when I was in the system, meaning worked at a state hospital for the forensically insane and those who were not capable of withstanding trial, there's not a whole lot of in between. It's either all or nothing. I would love to see a facility like we have here that you have step down transitional. And a lot of times it's either you go directly from the state institution to a halfway house, for example. You need an in-between. You need the in-between because it is a huge, vast difference where you come and go as you please, but you got to be there by a certain time at night or you're there for meds or whatever, but there needs to be an intermittent. And that's something that I feel is missing, in my own humble opinion. I'm going to let this continue to play. I'm going to go take a comfort break. I'll be right back.
Factor. What does that mean? Can you tell the court what that factor is talking about?
So that factor would be trying to predict her, when it comes to the risk management factor, trying to predict the likelihood that she is to follow the conditions and expectations of her treatment plan, of her supervision plan. In her particular case, she does have a history of essentially pushing back on expectations. However, that is been now years since she did that. Her recent stability and rule compliance in the institution does bode well for her success within the community, especially given her more recent willingness to accept feedback and guidance from individuals who are involved in her care.
I want to ask a couple questions, Doctor, about there seems to have been a couple recent changes in diagnostic findings regarding Ms. Geyser since we were last in court for the last conditional release hearing. Your report indicates that there was a psychological assessment in May of 2024 with Dr. Myzak, M-Y-S-Z-A-K. Is that true?
Correct.
And did that psychological assessment result in a new diagnosis?
That particular evaluator opined that there was support for a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder.
And is it true that that doctor suggested individual therapy with a goal that Ms. Geyser advance her understanding of that condition and its impact on her?
Yes.
is it also true that there was another psychological assessment in September of last year with Dr. Hessler, Hessler?
Correct.
And what was that assessment in regards to?
So actually on May 31st of 2024, the 10-year anniversary of the index offense, Ms. Geyser indicated to her treatment staff that she identifies as a transgender male. And to be clear, I'm using female pronouns and her court given name just to be consistent with the collateral records. But since that time, she has identified as a transgender male and has made efforts or begun having changes to essentially live as male. So in the treatment records, she's now identified with male pronouns and a separate name. Also the use of recently the use of a breast binder.
And that was the impetus for the assessment with Dr. Hessler?
As I understand it, the institution staff referred her for that assessment, essentially to determine if there was implications of her underlying mental illness playing a role in the decisions and identity changes. The examiner at that point opined that there was not evidence of psychosis or other significant mental illness impacting her gender identity, but rather this has been a process that has been ongoing for quite some time.
And part of that process, actually going back to November of 2023, Ms. Geyser identified as non-binary. Is that true?
Right. At that point, she identified as non-binary and had asked, I don't believe that she had specific pronouns that she wanted to use, but had begun to identify as a different name.
Now, is that name the same name that she identifies as now?
It's not.
Okay.
Since essentially coming out as transgender male, she has chosen a distinctly male name.
Okay. And ultimately, through that assessment, Dr. Hessler offered a diagnosis of gender dysphoria for Ms. Geyser. Is that true?
True.
And that was September of last year.
Correct.
Is it significant to you that there are these diagnostic changes since the last conditional release hearing?
It's notable. Neither of those diagnoses, however, necessarily impact her risk for violence. When considering the changes to those particular diagnostic changes, I think it's important to note that the impetus or the problems, the issues are not new. These are things that are documented in the record. It's essentially just a label that has been attached, and there may be disagreement across the professionals about whether or not those are appropriate diagnostic labels, but there is full agreement that the symptoms or the issues are in place and have been for quite some time.
And doctor, I just have one more area of questions for you. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, it seems like both Ms. Geyser and you seemed to discuss the likelihood that if the petition were granted, that a placement would be appropriate in some sort of a supervised home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware of any specific location that's been identified that would accept Ms. Geyser at this point in time?
It's my understanding that that process would have been premature. So as I understand it, if the court were to grant her petition for conditional release, There is, I believe it's 60 days that her community-based treatment team would be working with her institutional treatment team to essentially come up with a conditional release plan that would include a specific placement, residence, treatment programming for the community. So a specific location is not yet identified, though I am aware that there are locations in our state that would be appropriate.
So there are locations that.
What? Toxic, don't keep your mouth shut. Catch me up. I'm sorry. I was having a comfort break. Me and the dog both were having a comfort break. I don't believe she's well enough to be on her own. Given her inability to get along with others despite recent changes with authority, I don't think she's ready for general public. How will her mental health be and all the testosterone? So they're giving her testosterone. And gender dysphoria is a mental illness, but the darn testosterone is going to make her more aggressive. That is true. She is now identifying as a male. I really hate that I, as a YouTube content creator, can't share my true feelings about that because I could lose my channel. But all I will say is, get off of her mental decision to be male when she is genetically a female. That has nothing to do with the schizophrenia and what she did. That is, you're right. She's playing games and they're eating it up. It's one of these things that if you declare yourself an it, them, they, he or she, you're born a male and you say, now I'm a female, I identify as a female, or you do the reverse. In this situation, in order to try to manipulate your way out of incarceration or use it in any way, that angers me. The sad thing is that the majority I'm trying to say this without getting in trouble. There's some research through my being in the criminal justice degree plan and did a little study on this, that there's a higher rate of people going into jails or prisons for an extended period of time. While in there, we know this is called, they become jail yard gay, for the lack of a better word. And then when they get out, they're straight again. Well, this flipping of identities from he to a she, from she to a he, from he to a she, to an it, to a them, to a they, is overwhelming for me. My brain can't handle it. I agree. I only care about if she can function without harming or unaliving another person. If you want to identify as a cactus, if you want to identify as a ingrown toenail, I could care less. What I want to know, which is what's important here, is, are you a danger to yourself or others? Period. And I'm so tired of one's gender or one's belief about one's gender being brought up in all these cases as if it's going to make a difference in whether or not they can harm themselves or somebody else. And if I would lose the viewers over it, that's my humble opinion. I welcome your humble opinion. I do not ever get angry at you for stating your opinion about this stuff as long as it's done respectfully. But I think that throwing the gender card out there is a manipulation across the board in this system.
you believe are able to provide the appropriate supervision for someone like Ms. Geyser?
I am aware that there are a number of facilities in our state that that would match as essentially what I described in the report. I don't have a specific recommendation for a group home or residential treatment facility that essentially goes outside the role of a conditional release examiner.
But would it be fair to say that in terms of the safety of the community, it would really require that type of a step down, in your opinion, for Ms. Geyser?
My support of her current petition for conditional release assumes that level of support. Essentially, it's the next step in the progression toward community-based adjustment. It's the least restrictive environment that is one step down from where she is at this point.
Gradually step her down if that is something that you believe she's ready for. I'm okay with.
That opinion underscores concerns that you still have about Ms. Geyser's risk in the community, true?
Right. It is in part offered to help manage the continued concerns that I have related to her risk in the community. So essentially helping to provide that additional support and supervision to ensure that there is a stepwise, smooth transition as she readjusts to the stressors that come along with community placement, but also taking into account her unique needs, especially as she was just 12 years old when she came into the institution and essentially has no experience as an independent adult in our society.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not convey my thoughts very well. I just think that if you go into prison identifying as a woman and you're in the middle of your sentence, or if you're at a state hospital identifying as a woman, and while you're there, you do, oh, I'm a man, or vice versa, man to a woman. I don't want to put a lot of weight into that until you've walked it out. That's just my humble opinion. Not worth anything.
You have questions?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Doc. Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good, thank you.
You have a long history with Ms. Geyser, don't you?
I do.
And when I look at your reports, or when I look at your
It was this woman next to her.
on the first page, you cite the applicable legal standard that you had to consider. Do you not?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Essentially just to orientate the reader of the report to the exact legal standard, the specific issue that the report is then going to go on and discuss.
Okay, have you ever, outside of Ms. Geyser, have you ever done reports like this before in your professional career?
I have.
Okay, you've testified in other cases?
I have.
You've, in some situations, recommended release, and others the opposite?
Correct.
Okay, how many years have you been performing these types of evaluations?
I started doing these particular kind of evaluations as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow in about 2008. And I have been licensed in the state of Wisconsin since 2009. While by no means the primary
Thank
area
you,
of my practice,
Toy.
it is
Oh,
a
you're so
regular part of my
kind.
practice.
I love
since
you,
that point.
honey.
Got it. And would it be fair to say that what you're focusing on for purposes of this type of evaluation is whether Ms. Geyser poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others?
Correct.
As well as serious property damage?
Correct.
And of course, you're familiar with the history of this case. There's no serious property damage that ever occurred, right?
Right.
Really, would you agree with me that the singular violent event in Ms. Geyser's life really was the crime for which she was adjudicated NGI?
I would say interpersonal violence. The most significant and severe incident would be the index offense. There is also indication of self-injury over time,
Yes.
but that's been years since that has occurred.
Yes, many years ago, she did have a suicide attempt in October of 2021 at the facility, right?
Right.
So we have now a significant length of time with no such attempts, right?
Right.
Now, starting with page 3 of your report, you discussed Ms. Geyser's contemporary institutional adjustment, and you indicate that she resides on what type of unit?
The unit is named Choices. It's a minimum security unit. It's the same unit that she's been on for quite some time, several years.
And what does that suggest, if anything? Or what does that tell us about Ms. Geyser?
At Winnebago, most of the units, frankly, when it comes to this kind of commitment, are minimum security. There are some medium or higher security units, but those are for more acute individuals who essentially just got.
I don't know who's coughing up lungs and toenails, but dude, mute your freaking mic.
Got to the institution. It does suggest, though, that she has
Gross.
maintained a level of psychiatric and behavioral stability to warrant her placement there versus potentially going back to the more restrictive housing unit.
And since, would it be fair to say that since June of 2022, so about 2.5 years now, Ms. Geyser has been placed in the pre-integration phase?
Right.
Which means what?
It is, so her particular unit has different phases that correlate to psychiatric stability, behavioral stability, also come along with different privileges. As I understand it, the pre-integration phase is the last or final phase that is available to patients on her unit that have not yet received support for conditional release. So essentially, she's at the highest unit or highest level.
Yes, the with the most privileges before she can move to the integration phase.
She currently has the most privileges that are available to patients at Winnebago.
And then whenever Judge Boren grants conditional release, if it's after this hearing, she would be promoted to the integration phase, as you understand it, right?
Right.
Now they can't do that until the judge gives the green light, so to speak, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, Ms. Geyser at the facility at Winnebago, is it true that she's maintained access to a high level of institutional-based privileges?
Yes.
Specifically, she actually has, she's allowed to walk around the facility, the campus, the courtyard, whatever you might call it, with another patient who has similar privileges, right?
Correct. She was granted what's called full escorted liberty. I believe it was in about February of 2024.
And since February of 2024, there have been no concerns to cause diminishment in those privileges.
To my knowledge, that's right.
And in fact, she even gets to go off campus.
Correct.
She gets to go to Starbucks and the museum and Walgreens and Target and other such outings, right?
Correct. I believe it was in about March of 2023 that she was awarded that level of privilege, and has since gone on several community-based excursions or outings.
Right. And if there was, certainly you, as part of your analysis here, doctor, you reviewed all the institutional records, all the treatment records and things of that nature, right?
Right.
And you would agree, not a single time in any outing or any excursion that she's taken has there been any
Hey, Haley
concern of
Mouse.
dangerousness towards
Craig,
others
thank you for staying with us.
or herself.
Again, thank you, Toy.
Correct.
Now,
Winnebago is a place.
I don't want to belabor the point, but you do indicate that you did talk about insight, fair to say?
Yes.
Something in I guess I want to just explore it a little bit because you talked about Ms. Geyser being perhaps vulnerable to other individuals. That's something that we all have to be mindful of, is it not?
It is.
Really, that's something we have to be mindful of for any person in these shoes coming out of an institution after this length of time. We don't want someone to be taken advantage of, right?
Correct.
especially someone like Miss Geyser, who might have people out there who find it to be an interesting case or a newsworthy event, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you get those weirdos that latch on, right?
There
Pay
is
attention
a
to your
high
language.
publicity attached to this case, and as part of that, there have been a number of individuals who have reached out to her spontaneously over time, which is at no fault of her own. It is a product of a high publicity case.
But would you agree with me that what's important is that Miss Geyser recognizes, hey, if this happens, I should discuss it?
Correct. She has, over the course of time, she has demonstrated improving insight into the risks that come along with communicating or establishing relationships with people who essentially have reached out simply because of watching news sources or other media things related to her case.
Part of maturing as a patient and as an individual who's growing up is disclosing those things and communicating about those things in treatment with the professionals, right?
I would say that, as well as accepting feedback related to the decisions that she's made.
And disclosing, would you agree, also disclosing things that happen, even if it potentially
Yeah, we're not
creates a
weirdos, sir.
situation where one is concerned that this could hurt my case, so to speak, right?
No.
Right.
Okay. And that happened.
Not
here,
yet,
that Ms.
anyway.
Geyser did disclose when she was concerned about a lawyer who had connected with her. She self-disclosed it, said she was worried about it, and brought it up and expressed those concerns, right?
She did discuss those concerns appropriately, and appropriate action was taken. I don't recall if she self-disclosed it or if it had come to light, and institutional staff had essentially asked her about it. Regardless, her response to the situation was appropriate. Her concerns about the situation was appropriate. Her reluctance to potentially discuss on her own was also appropriate, given the fears that the power differential that existed, as well as concerns about how that could negatively impact her desire for conditional release.
Does Ms. Geyser currently participate in regular therapy with the social workers?
She does.
And your report notes 100% attendance between July and September of 2024.
That's with group psychotherapy, but also she has excellent attendance with her individual therapy.
And have you spoken to those professionals, or did you not speak to them directly?
I did not speak to them directly. I had access to the numerous progress notes related to those contacts.
Now, when Ms. Geyser was evaluated by Dr. Myzak, you testified previously.
You funny.
Reporter, it's Myszak, Dr. Myzak. That was May of 2024, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was
We're going to zoom. They're just kind of going over things again and again. I want to hear.
Dr. Robbins, are you on the hooked up?
Not quite yet.
All right.
I think the guy up top here is the one that's hacking his toenails up.
Dr. Robbins, are you there?
Oh. So basically, they're saying that they believe that she's in a position to move to the next level.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, doctor, good morning.
So apparently she is starting to transition. She is doing well. She has been able to get out and go in public, supervised, of course. And she is going to all of her therapies, and she's doing everything she's supposed to be doing. However, she's still a schizophrenic. And a dangerous one at that.
By Ms. Geyser and Attorney Cotton. So I'm going to ask you to, if you can stand, raise your right hand. Our clerk will swear you in.
Why do you need to stand? You're in your home.
In this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Very good, thank you. Then you may be seated. State your full name and spell your last name.
Kenneth Robbins, Robbins.
All right, thank you, Dr. Robbins. Then we're prepared to proceed. Attorney Cotton.
Yes, before we begin with questions, Your Honor, I've tendered Exhibit C, which is Dr. Robbins' CV. I've actually just put him up here by your clerk. But I moved for admission of his curriculum vitae and his report.
So I'd be interested to see what Dr. Robbins has to say. So right now, it sounds like
So
they
I
are
have,
for her, or at least one of the people are for
so I
her
have
to have
Exhibit
an
C
early
and
release.
D. CV, C is Dr. Robbins' CV. D is his report. Any objections from the state?
No.
All right, then received. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Robbins.
Good morning, Mr. Cotton.
Thank you for being here. I understand you're by Zoom from California.
That's correct.
I pray you're not near the
If you have any
fires.
trouble hearing us, just let us know at any point, okay?
By the way, keep California in
I
your
will,
prayers.
thank you.
Those fires are
I'm
horrendous.
assuming that you are out of the fire.
I'm sorry that I'm out of the.
That you're out of the fire.
Yes, I'm in Northern California. Thank you.
All right, very good, very good. Thank you.
Glad you're safe.
Yes.
Now, you are the Director of Mental Health for the Tribal Health of Lake County right now,
That's accurate.
and you're also the Psychiatry Consultant for a hospice center.
Correct.
Are you a consultant for the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, and if so, what do you do?
Yes, I am, and what I do is I go over cases with nurse practitioners and physician assistants to help them when they're struggling.
And you're an adjunct professor at UW-Madison?
Correct.
Are you do you have any affiliation with the Mendota Mental Health Institute?
I was the medical director at Mendota for most of the 1990s.
You were the medical director?
Correct.
Okay.
So he's a big wig.
You're a doctor of psychiatry, are you not?
She will have to be
I'm a
supervised
medical doctor with a
for up
specialty
to
in both
40
internal
years.
medicine and
So that'd be
psychiatry, yes.
53
And you have
of the age of
certification in the
53.
same-
After the age of 53,
do.
she will be no longer
as well as
supervised, which
neurology.
I'm not sure is a good idea,
Well,
but
psychiatry
it
and
depends on
neurology
how
is
she
one
does.
board, but my board certification is in psychiatry.
Got it. Dr. Robbins, you've had a long history with Miss Geyser, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Going back how far, if you can recall?
Going back to shortly after the original criminal contact back in 2014.
And you've been appointed by the court to conduct an evaluation in this case for conditional release.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Are you familiar with the criteria that have to be considered when determining whether a person should be released?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Specifically, whether a person is a danger to themselves or others, whether they're a risk for substantial bodily harm or property damage, right?
Exactly.
Now, did you keep the statutory factors in mind when you conducted your analysis?
53 years of age.
Yes,
And did you prepare a report?
They're done with the trans stuff.
I did.
Let's walk through do you have your
They're
report in
done.
front of you today, Dr. Robbins, or no?
I do.
Okay. If you need to refer to it, you can just let us know if you need to, but I'll just ask you some questions from that report, okay?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to make one correction. And I only noticed it as I read through it here in California, but what I say in the first sentence is not accurate. It says that that I'd interviewed her on February 21st of 2024, which I did, but I didn't update it. My most recent interview was November 13th, if you don't mind me making a correction.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that. You did interview her back in February, but you've also conducted a more current interview, right?
Correct.
Exactly.
And so the conclusions in this report are based on the current interview and your current analysis of Ms. Geyser.
Exactly.
As well as your history of her condition in your review of records.
Correct.
What if anything, did you do in preparation for this report?
My
Did you
skin is
speak
so
with any
dry, y'all.
professionals at
I'm sure
Winnebago, or did
everybody's
you review
is.
any records?
I did. So I reviewed all of the Winnebago records, and I did speak with the psychiatrist who's been working with her.
In your review of when you say you reviewed all the records, what does that mean?
I went through her computerized medical records and updated myself on her behaviors and what the various professionals at Winnebago have written about her since I last saw her.
Are you, you're aware of the current diagnoses that the professionals are operating under, are you not?
I am.
Is Ms. Geyser receptive to her diagnoses?
She is.
Is she being treated?
She is.
You note, so as we walk through your report, you indicate that it was the opinion on page two, in the sort of the middle paragraph, you indicate that it was the opinion of multiple psychiatrists and psychologists that Ms. Geyser met the criteria for schizophrenia based on a variety of symptoms that were observed back when this offense happened. Do you still believe that to be true?
Yes.
Need to go potty?
This is your language.
Puppy
The
comfort break.
conceptualization of her psychotic
Gotta go take her.
challenges has changed
I'll be right
significantly
back.
in the last 2 years. What do you mean by that?
So a couple of years ago, she had her third round of psychological testing. And for the first time, it didn't support that she had psychotic symptoms. And the psychiatrist who was working with her at that time, Dr. Kayla Pope, who's the medical director at Winnebago, felt both based on her interview with Ms. Geyser and based on that testing that the diagnosis needed to be reconsidered, that there was no longer support for a diagnosis of schizophrenia. And ultimately, the diagnosis was changed to primarily post-traumatic stress disorder, along with social anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and autism spectrum disorder. So the psychotic diagnosis, the diagnosis of schizophrenia was eliminated after she was weaned off of her antipsychotic medication, and there was no return of any psychotic symptoms.
Does that mean that Ms. Geyser was somehow faking it back in 2014
No, I don't believe that to be true.
as a 12-year-old or so?
Correct.
What do you believe to be true?
So I'm not certain. I think, as I put in my report, I think either she was experiencing transient psychotic symptoms, which is to say psychotic symptoms that didn't persist and gradually went away, which is certainly something that's possible, or the intensity of her fantasies based on some of the trauma she had experienced were so intense that she believed them to be true.
The trauma being her sexual abuse by her father.
Exactly.
And you note in your report that in 2023, Dr. Pope, meaning the medical director of Winnebago, identified the fact that Morgan had a breakthrough with her mother related to that, and the mother acknowledged all the red flags that existed about the abuse.
Exactly. Up until that point, Morgan's belief was that her mother had not believed the things that she said, and her mother came around and began to recognize that Morgan's reporting had been accurate, and she had not believed her, and having her mother come around was really quite traumatic for her.
And with her mother's support, they reopened a legal case against the father and made a report, right?
Exactly.
Now, what Dr. Pope recommended is that Morgan be weaned off some of the antipsychotic medication to see whether she would deteriorate. Isn't that how it was approached?
That's exactly how it was approached.
Is that the right way to do it as a psychiatrist? Is that the right way to approach a situation like this?
Yeah, if there's a question about whether someone truly has psychosis and they're on antipsychotic medication, gradually weaning them off the antipsychotic medications and seeing how that impacts symptoms is absolutely the right way to do this.
So that was done in this case, and how is it unfolded?
There's been no return of what appears to be psychotic symptoms. She's done very well off antipsychotic medication.
Is it important to maintain some medication regimen with Miss Geyser? Is she still medicated though?
She is still on medication, really to treat her anxiety symptoms that are associated with the diagnoses I mentioned earlier.
You note that Miss Geyser's behavior has improved significantly since 2021. There was a suicide attempt way back then. Has there been any evidence of aggression or danger to herself since 2021?
There's really been no danger of aggression throughout her hospitalization. And since that 2021 incident, there has been no evidence of any suicidal ideation.
Does Miss Geyser report a better relationship with her family?
Have we? I don't think we have heard anything about traumas at home. Honestly, I don't think we've heard anything about traumas at home.
As time has gone on?
Yes, particularly with her mother and her brother.
She has a very supportive relationship with her brother?
Correct.
And things have improved to some degree with her mother?
Exactly.
Now, Morgan, I'm sorry. Does Miss Geyser have goals for the future that she's discussed with you?
Oh, well, that's a whole nother ball game.
What are those?
Hi, Lawyer B.
She'd like to ultimately become a therapist working with people with substance use disorders.
Why do all of the people who have mental illness want to be therapists? I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying.
And recognizes it'll take some time to get trained properly for that. And in the meantime is
if you
about other jobs such as
it's like me being an addict wanting to work in a pharmaceutical place producing medications when I'm not
In your
well.
professional opinion, are those realistic goals for somebody? in
The
Miss Geyser's
temptation is
situation?
too high, y'all.
Yes, she's
Hiya, Lobby.
it's been clear throughout
Comment
the
ILIKED
testing
to
that
get
she's
entered.
had that
Like
she's
the
very
button.
bright and has a lot of potential.
If she were granted conditional release, where would she go?
Come on, guys. We only have 7 entries. Come on.
I don't know, but I
I
guess
can
it would be
comment
my
I liked.
recommendation that she go to a group home, that she not go immediately to living independently.
When you were medical director
Good.
of Mendota.
I'm glad to hear that. Go to a group facility and not directly independently. Yes. But I want to know what are going to be the monitoring guidelines for her, because who's going to make sure, who's going to be the one in charge of blowing the whistle if she starts to go awry? I'm just saying. Your entry was accepted, my dear. Hey, Lawyer B. Oh, are you sure? Okay. I will respect that.
Correct.
And you consult with
I will
Winnebago, and
respect it.
you know the medical director of Winnebago, Caleb.
But I'd like to
correct?
bless whoever wins.
I do.
And so what's the difference between Mendota and Winnebago?
Yeah,
Are
but they're
people
different levels of group homes.
same type of mental health facility that we have here in Wisconsin?
Well, it's really like one big hospital where Mendota has certain specialties and Winnebago has certain specialties. Winnebago takes the vast majority of involuntary admissions, civil involuntary admissions, and kids and women have been exclusively at Winnebago. Some of that has changed recently, but that's primarily the difference. And then Winnebago doesn't have maximum security, which Mendota does have.
Got it. So let's talk about conditional release as a concept, though. are you, when you were medical director of Mendota, were you involved in people's conditional release planning?
Yes.
How does that process go? In other words, if when judge approves conditional release, or if he approves it, what will the facility do? Will they release Miss Geyser right to the community, or what would they do?
They would work with people at the county, in the community, to develop a plan that's safe and that's consistent with what the judge orders.
And do the treatment is that called a conditional release team?
I don't know. That's not what we called it then, but yeah, that's the basic idea though.
A group of people at the facility that work with the community-based people to come up with a plan for the court.
Exactly.
You mentioned Miss Geyser going to a group home. She herself recognizes that she would like the opportunity.
See, that's the thing. There's so many different group home, halfway house, same, pretty much. There are facilities that are more apartment type, but are still hospital environments. So it's like she would still be getting her meds at the same time every day, eating together every day, having responsibilities, but she could also get a little part-time job. She's in her own individual room. They work on her life skills. They work on whatever skills that she needs. Group homes aren't like that. Halfway homes, they're the same thing. You may have 2 to 3 to a bedroom. Everything's communal. It's like a home environment. I get it. I don't know. I'm not on board for that for her.
Opportunity to live in a group home, doesn't she?
Exactly, she does.
In other words, it's not.
I don't think it's been long enough.
Indicating that she wants.
It's only been what, not 10 years, maybe?
She wants to live in
12?
a group home and reintegrate in a safe manner, right?
Exactly.
I don't think.
Are there group homes in the state of
I don't
Wisconsin?
have a say in
that?
Yes.
Is it important that Miss Geyser is engaged in individual
Right.
therapy?
More
Why is
guidance,
that important?
more hands-on. Group homes,
Well, she has very
please.
significant anxiety issues.
Group homes are a joke. They really are. You know, there's so much drugs and alcohol that gets into group homes, and I mean, there are, or halfway houses. There are some good ones out there. I'm not saying there's not. I'm not on board.
Issues, and she has had, I think, what can only be called a bizarre adolescence.
You
and
think?
needs help with
Everything?
Sort of developmental issues. She has had very limited exposure to peers. She's had very limited access to education and independence. And so she's going to need a lot of help in becoming the mature person that she wants to be.
What's your ultimate conclusion in this case with respect to Miss?
She's a
Geyser's,
sick little girl who needs more help.
I believe it's appropriate.
What do you base that
on? Essentially that she has had multiple opportunities to be in the community and has done very well. And that I think there's nothing to suggest that she is a danger to herself or others. And I think there's very little at this point that Winnebago can do for her. And that's what they would say as well. I think it's in her interest and in everybody's interest to try to help her now become the person she can become.
Well, I want to push back on that. I mean, one might say she's locked in Winnebago. Nobody's being harmed. Leave her there. What's the problem? What's the problem with doing it that way? It's not hurting her.
Yeah, I guess there's no, first of all, there's no treatment any longer that Winnebago has to offer her that's going to be useful. So there's nothing that she has to gain by being there. Second, there's nothing to suggest that would be dangerous outside of Winnebago. Done nothing to suggest she's dangerous at Winnebago. to others. And since 2021, nothing to suggest she's dangerous to herself. And third, she's a young woman with great potential, and she's not going to realize that unless she has an opportunity to get into the world and start to have more interpersonal interactions that are appropriate with peers, that she has more education opportunities, that she has the opportunity to be independent in a more significant way.
In terms of her future dangerousness as we try to predict it, is it your opinion that it would therefore make her less dangerous? It would make Ms. Geyser less dangerous if she's given the opportunity to move to a group home and expand her growth as an individual?
I don't think she's going to become dangerous to other people, whether she's at Winnebago or not. I think that there is the risk that over time, if she is limited by the things that Winnebago can offer her, I could imagine her becoming hopeless at some point and potentially becoming a danger to herself. So yes, perhaps ironically, I think she would be safer outside of Winnebago.
So from your professional opinion, her risk to others sort of remains the same in or out. You don't see that changing, but you use the word ironically, the risk to herself, self-injurious behavior increases the longer she would remain at Winnebago without the opportunity to expand herself.
I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned at some point she's going to start feeling hopeless.
That she's just locked there forever.
That she's locked there forever, that she can't become the person she wants to become, that she can't have the kind of interactions she wants with peers and with family.
Was that part of your analysis in this case, that in fact institutional placement increases her risk of danger to herself?
Yeah, kind of. Yes. You can. So just for argument's sake, say she, a month or 2 months after they release her into a facility, decides to just walk out that door, which she could do, and go and unalive somebody. The families could hold these people responsible. Yeah, they can. Criminally, no. But they can sue them. Every single one of them.
I do think that's true.
And a group home would diminish that because she would be given, although certainly not unfettered liberty in a group home, right?
Correct.
They can use GPS monitoring and any other tool they want to keep an eye on the person, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So not unfettered liberty, but some small degree of freedom, and that would enable her, you said she has immense potential, or you said great potential, so she'd be able to start realizing her potential more fully.
Exactly.
In contributing positively.
She could file for a legal name change.
Exactly.
Now, it is possible that as Ms. Geyser lives her life, that there could be a reappearance, if you will, of psychotic symptoms. That can happen. Right?
Definitely.
Possible.
So how does that get managed for an individual if and when she's released?
M&Ms or addicting.
Sure that if that occurs, it's addressed. How do we focus on that?
Well, that's why I think it's so important that she.
What I'm saying is, these people who are making the decisions on whether or not she is capable of being in public, and they put her in a place, and she, within a certain period of time, goes out and unalives somebody, they can go back after them. It may not be easy, but it's been done, and they've won. I know, toxic. Look, I like the minis because they seem to me have a stronger flavor, so I don't tend to eat as much. But I mean, civilly, you can sue all these doctors.
And group therapy, that she continue to work with psychiatrists, that she continue to work with a therapist. She is a very insightful young woman, and I am sure that if those symptoms return, which I think, by the way, is very unlikely, but if they were to return.
You can't say that. If somebody is truly a schizophrenic, I mean, that's one thing I learned working with schizophrenics. You cannot sit there and say it's highly unlikely it will not return. If she stops taking her meds, if she gets triggered, it can return, period. I don't like it when people sit there and make those kind of comments. You don't
As
know.
long as she has people she's working with.
As
who she can
long
talk with about
as.
it, I am sure they would be appropriately addressed.
You would hope.
In conclusion, section 3, that it's your opinion Winnebago.
You would
Mental
hope they
Health
would
is not a
appropriately be addressed. Not that you would be
Ms.
sure.
Geyser to remain. Do you still
You're
hold that
making some
opinion?
comments, dude, that concern me.
And that's has nothing to do with the staff. They have a very good staff and good professionals there. It has to do with Ms. Geyser's growth as an individual.
That's fair.
At your time at Winnebago, you had the opportunity, you had occasion to interact with people who had been housed there.
Interesting
for
toy.
many years, if not decades, I imagine.
Are you telling me now they're saying she's not a schizophrenic? You can't do that. What then? Are they saying she was misdiagnosed? Did I miss that? She may not be able to do that for herself. So now what are they labeling her? She's not a schizophrenic? What is she now?
Harder to reintegrate people to society and to have a reintegration to the normal world, the longer they remain inside.
Yeah, exactly, Louie.
You know, it really depends on the individual, but certainly for Ms. Geyser, the longer she's there at this point, I think that more challenging it's going to be to reintegrate.
So one of the
That's
reasons
true.
we support release at this stage, and you supported release 6 months ago or 8 months ago when we were last in court, right?
That's true.
And in fact, between your last evaluation and
Toxic. 3 regular M&Ms with 2 Skittles together. Oh my God, that's so good.
this one, there's been absolutely no. Are you aware of any violence or any concerns that have developed in that interim period of time that would cause you to revisit those opinions?
No, and she certainly had plenty of opportunity to be in the community, to be stimulated by being in the community, which was what sometimes we worry about. And she's done extremely well.
Those supervised outings that she has in the community, how do those typically unfold? Do you know how that works?
So once again, you have some people who said schizophrenic. Now she's on the spectrum. Now she's just on anxiety and antidepressants. And I mean, and then, so what if she gets out there and unalive somebody? Okay. She gets out there and unalive somebody. Oh, well, she was schizophrenic. We're my bad. Our bad. Now I'm getting really irritated with this case.
I'm not sure what you mean.
It's a group of people leave the facility and they just have a chaperone who keeps an eye on them, or what do they do?
Yeah, exactly. They usually have a specific goal in mind. They go
And
out.
do you know what? I've done that. And I got to be honest. One chaperone with 3 to 5 people and one of them acts up. They are all going to go ape nuts. And it's going to go scatter 3 sheets to the wind. You're going to have to call the police. You're going to have to get everybody involved. I got to tell you, I don't like those kind of outings with those odds. I've done them.
Out for a particular reason, and could be to go shopping. It could be to go visit something, something that they may learn something from, and they're in the community with a chaperone.
So ultimately,
You need to have one-on-ones. If you
remain
got
of the
4
opinion
people,
that
4
Ms. Geyser
chaperones.
should be released on conditional supervision.
I've done it.
At this point, to a group home with continued monitoring and treatment.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's all.
Cross-examination.
And Dr. Robbins, it would be those individuals running that group home that would make the decision as to how and when Ms. Geyser could come and go from that group home, correct?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. Usually it's there is a team that's working together. So it would be people from the group home working with the mental health providers who are working with her, and together coming up with a behavior plan.
But that team, if we call them that, would be in charge of her comings and goings, correct?
Yes, within the parameters that the judge sets forth.
I'm struggling with this.
And Dr. Robbins, not only did you agree with the release plan last time, you were also in favor of Ms. Geyser being reverse waived back into the juvenile system, correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Any further direct exam?
No.
Okay, well, doctor, thank you for being with us today.
My pleasure.
Here's my question. They said that she was mentally ill with schizophrenia when she committed this crime, was not in her right mind. Now they're saying that she is no longer on any schizophrenic medication. She's just anxiety and depression and on the spectrum. You just null and voided, not the word maybe I'm looking for. Hi, BL Blazy. Thank you for joining us. Yes, group homes are a lot of times they're individually owned. So you're telling me that she didn't go to trial because you found her not guilty by she was mentally ill at the time with schizophrenia. Now you're saying she doesn't have schizophrenia, then she needs to go back and go to trial. And that does happen, by the way. Sensei, okay. All right. You want to lay there? My dog is laying right on my feet. I'm like, can't do that. So if you're telling us that she no longer has schizophrenia, then she needs to go back to trial. Because that is, you're taking back why she didn't go to trial. She was mentally ill, not capable when she did it, and she was not capable of withstanding trial. Now you're saying that she's maybe on the spectrum and she's got anxiety and depression. Anxiety and depression are not, from what I understand, once again, I'm not a lawyer, but if you are a lawyer, I want your opinion on this. Anxiety and depression are not necessarily reason to be held mentally incompetent or mentally ill at the time of the crime. That bothers me a lot.
Thank you.
Enjoy California.
Thank you.
Is the doctor under subpoena?
No.
So thanks for being here. You have a good day and a good year. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Further witnesses?
Yes, Dr. Deborah Collins. Do we have her on Zoom, Jessica?
Is that this woman here that's been sitting here so stone-faced patient for the whole time? Now she identifies as a boy who no longer is schizophrenic. Was she misdiagnosed? Okay, so then she goes back to trial. Please tell me somebody I'm not crazy. If she's not schizophrenic, she goes to trial. I know she did a plea deal, but still. I just guess what I'm saying is I understand she did a plea deal and there's nothing they can do about it, but this is why I hate the psychology part of this. Because everybody has an opinion like they do a-holes, and nobody's the same. And you're sitting here telling me that now that they don't think she had schizophrenia to begin with, so she should have gone to trial.
Keep an eye on Zoom.
I'm really struggling now.
Got something glaringly wrong.
Oh, I got to back that
I
up.
agree that she does high quality work. you received.
Okay.
Any
Deborah
objections?
Collins is next. I want to know who this woman here is, the gray-headed with a black.
Dr. Collins, you're a
Sure.
psychologist?
Yes.
And just briefly, could you describe your educational background?
In 1998, I was conferred a doctoral degree in clinical psychology from the University of Hartford.
I understand toxic, but part of that whole thing of not being found not guilty by mental disease or defect was based off the fact that everybody got up there and said that she was early onset of schizophrenia. And now they're saying there's no schizophrenia. Then that means the jury, that to me is like, the jury, if she wasn't schizophrenic, would the jury still find her mentally diseased or defected? No, I don't believe they would have. That's my whole point.
In Hartford, Connecticut. 3 years before that, I was conferred from that same institution a Master of Arts degree in clinical psychology.
I thought from
I
day
also
one they
was
said
conferred in 1987 a Bachelor
adolescent
of Arts degree from St. Norbert College.
schizophrenia. That's what I heard at first. Could be wrong.
Since 1999, I have been a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin. I am also now, for several years, a licensed psychologist in the state of Michigan.
Are you the director for any special units here in the state of Wisconsin?
I'm the director of the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
What does that mean?
I'm
The
smart as
Wisconsin
hell.
Forensic Unit is a division of Behavioral Consultants, Inc. That's a company that I own. And the Forensic Unit is a division of that which is in contract with the Department of Health Services in the state of Wisconsin to conduct competency to stand trial evaluations throughout Wisconsin's 72 counties of adult defendants.
Is that all it does, competency evaluations?
That particular division of Behavioral Consultants, yes.
Okay. And then behavioral consultants as the overarching organization, does that agency do other work?
Yes, that's a private practice private practice clinic staffed by master's and doctoral level clinicians. The doctors conduct, including myself, an array of forensic mental health assessments in both civil and criminal arenas. And we receive appointments from courts and referrals from the defense bar and from prosecutors or district attorneys.
We heard from Dr. Brooke Lundbaum before you in this case. Does she work for either of these agencies?
She is an employee. She has an independent private practice through behavioral consultants.
Okay, so she's considered an employee also at Behavioral Consultants.
Yes.
So you're familiar with her work, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Well, you're the president and owner of Behavioral Consultants, so I'm assuming, would it be fair to say you hired her or had a decision in the hiring process with her?
She completed her postdoctoral training under my supervision and under the supervision of Dr. Kenneth Smale, who has since retired.
Okay, my question is, were you involved in her hiring or that was a different person who made that decision?
No, I was involved in hiring her initially as a postdoc and then on staff.
Got it. And you would agree that she does high quality work?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the other doctors' reports in this case?
Yes.
And you're aware that there's are there any
I know
common
toxic.
features?
I know she pled guilty. I understand that. It's just the frustration for me of the flipping and flopping of the mental diagnoses or the suspicion of, I sometimes find that this is a game. I feel like sometimes, you know, you've got the prosecution side says this, defense says this, and then you got the third person says this, and there's no clarity. And then really, what kind of treatment does she get if there's no clarity? We're going to watch a documentary in a minute when this is done. I have a documentary we're going to watch, thanks to Miss Toxic, about this case. But that's one thing I hate about these psychological cases is you've got so many people who were saying, yes, no, this, that. There's not, I am definitely not a black and white kind of gal. I'm a gray area person. I believe there's black, gray, white, and everything in between. But hi, Lawyer B, I just really am struggling with the back and forth. Shenanigans clearly have an episode. I just find it interesting.
Broadly, are there any common features among all the doctor reports in this case?
Yeah.
What is that?
The bottom line common feature is that there's a unanimous support for Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release at this juncture across 3 doctors.
When you reviewed the other reports in this case, did anything give you pause where you read another Dr. Lundbaum's report or Dr. Robbins' report and you thought they just got something glaringly wrong?
No, I certainly stylistically we have differences. Certainly things we would emphasize there are differences, but
Hold on, everybody welcome Miss Diane. She's hopped in here. She's been working all day. Thank you so much. Diane, we're talking about a girl who is Morgan, Morgan, Geyser, Geyser, who's having a hearing to be released. She tried to unalive her best friend, her and her other friend, by stabbing her 19 times. And she said the Slender Man told her to do it.
Yes.
Okay, here you go.
I saw nothing glaringly that drew my attention or drew concerns for me.
Stylistically, one obvious point is that your reports tend to be incredibly long, detailed, and thorough versus other doctors who might have a more condensed form of writing.
For whatever reason, that seems to be the case, that my reports are longer.
And yours is 37 pages in this case.
Yes.
When you undertook this project, this is not the first conditional release report you've done in this, right?
Yes.
And in fact, last time we were here, you were not quite there in terms of supporting Ms. Geyser's release, right?
I did not support her conditional release most recently, earlier this year.
You wanted to have more, if I remember correctly, you wanted more time to pass. That was one thing you wanted, was more time to pass.
More time to pass coupled with other factors that I
Right.
testified and wrote to about.
Right, you wanted more opportunities for Ms. Geyser to go into the community, more privileges for her to be able to exercise at Winnebago, and you wanted to have continued monitoring to make sure there was no resurgence of any psychotic symptoms.
Correct. I think there was also an emphasis on sort of her increased stress tolerance, so likely increased hours of employment.
Yes, I remember that. So now this report that you've dated December 9th, you started by discussing the standard for the court to consider. You are familiar with what the court has to reflect on in deciding whether to grant conditional release.
Yes.
Specifically, whether there's clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Geyser poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or serious property damage. That's the narrow statutory fact question to be answered.
Yes.
And it's a prediction, isn't it? We don't know with 100% certainty anything.
True.
I would say from the perspective of a mental health professional
did,
in
Toy.
2025, the issue is not a prediction so much as it is a risk assessment. So appraising what would heighten risk, what would mitigate risk. So we know
And
we
you
can't
can
predict
buy
the
her a
future
cup
based
of
on
coffee.
How do you do
God,
risk-
please
how
bless
did you
Miss
do a risk
Diane.
assessment in this case, Dr.?
The link is in the banner below.
I did a risk
Buy me a
assessment by
coffee.
reviewing the totality
.com
of information.
/Lady
So
Di.
all the records that were
And
available,
support her
including with my
for
office,
supporting
with the
us.
Winnebago Mental Health Institute, the other reports that are in the record.
God, that
I
guy gotta
also
stop
used
coughing.
structured professional judgment tools to make sure that my review of the risk factors wasn't just from the hip, if you will, or based on my own experience, but it drew from the literature. And what we know from the literature that places someone at heightened risk for violence and what also can mitigate risk. And then I certainly met in person with Ms. Geyser and conducted a 2-hour clinical interview with her to get an update from her perspective about how she's been doing.
You looked at Ms. Geyser's educational history?
Yes.
As well as her medical history.
Yes.
As part of this evaluation, doctor, as part of your report, did you re-review prior competency reports and other evaluations that were done?
Yes,
You reviewed a competency report from June of 2014 by Dr. Lundbaum, did you not?
yes,
And a competency report from earlier in June of 2014 by Dr. Robbins.
yes,
You reviewed medical records from Miss Geyser's first hospitalization at Winnebago from August to December of 2014.
Hi, Zach. How you doing?
I would say I reviewed the summaries of those, so I've not reviewed the thousands and thousands of pages in preparation for my report today, but I had those summarized and reviewed all the old reports that have been done, including with my office.
Why did you want to go back and read summaries from 10 years ago and competency reports from 10 years ago? What's the point of that?
In this case, one could be biased by simply having contemporary information if someone's doing very well for the last 6 months. Wanted to see what the longitudinal course in this case and for Ms. Geyser is. What are her vulnerabilities? What are her strengths? How far has she come? And I wanted to be reminded of the totality of that, not merely the past 6 months.
Another bias could just be that you could rely on your memory, and sometimes memory is faulty, so you want to go back and re-review the reports to make sure you're recalling things correctly.
Certainly.
So you did all of that. You also reviewed the summaries that existed from her second hospitalization at Winnebago from December of 2015 until March of 2016.
Yes.
In fact, there was a Chapter 51 detention that took place back then when Morgan was still a child, and you reviewed summaries of records from that.
Yes.
One thing that jumped out at me on page 9 of your report, Doctor, was that you had reviewed an intake assessment from Jesse Andrews, who was an LCSW at Winnebago. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Miss Andrews is now she's no longer treating therapist, she's the director of Winnebago?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. You haven't talked to Miss Andrews recently, have you?
No.
Okay. You also reviewed records from Miss Geyser's third hospitalization at Winnebago, and again looked at the summaries of those records as well as a reverse waiver report that came through in 2015.
Yes.
And this is all of these reviews, even though you've done previous conditional release reports, all of the review that took place here was a de novo review, if you will, a new review of everything yourself when you were assigned this task, right?
Yes, so as I indicated in my report, from a report perspective, I copy and pasted those sections from earlier reports. From a in fact perspective, I also read and reviewed the contents. I didn't merely copy and paste, for example.
Got it. So when we see a lot of the same language between the it is a copy and paste, but you yourself go and re-review everything to make sure you're remembering it correctly.
Correct. And I wrote what I'm copying and pasting. I'm not lifting from some other document. They're from my independent reports.
What is Miss Geyser's current clinical presentation? You said you met with her?
I did.
How would you describe her presentation?
I would describe her clinical presentation as, in appearance, more akin to male than female, but consistent with her recent identification as a transgender male, and that occurred following the evaluations earlier this year for conditional release.
Wait a minute. Did she just say that she transgendered fully?
Well, as a transgender male, he didn't say that she transgendered. It's just she identified as transgender. Male, not female.
Who's paying for the hormones? Oh, we are.
She was bright and engaged. By bright, I mean alert and engaged. She was cooperative. She maintained her emotional control, acknowledging she was a bit anxious, which isn't unexpected given the purpose context of the evaluation. There were no signs of acute emotional distress. and there were no signs of acute psychosis. So her reality contact was in place.
You know how to look for things like that because not only do you have a history with Miss Geyser, but you have a history with hundreds or thousands of other patients, right?
I know it, Miss Diane Beautiful.
Yes.
And with Miss Geyser specifically, you've had time.
Hello,
where
Ronnie.
You've met with her in the past where where it's evident to you as a professional that she's exhibiting delusional symptoms.
Yes.
And Miss Geyser herself said unequivocally to you, unequivocally acknowledged that she was delusional. She believed it and recognized it. Fair?
Yes.
And therefore she did have psychotic symptoms years ago, correct?
Yes.
Interrupt me if you want. I think maybe we're both going to answer the same question. The etiology of that, if you will, there can be a number of reasons why those symptoms were exhibited. Would that be fair to say?
Thank you, Zach.
Yes.
Trauma could be one
Yes,
example.
we've been discussing that fact.
Naturally occurring.
We all
psychotic
agree.
Condition could be another. There could be a number of reasons why one would have vivid childhood imaginations can sometimes manifest themselves as delusional. So there's a lot of reasons why we might see that as a professional.
I would say that, for example, vivid childhood imagination is not the equivalent of a delusional belief, but when you're evaluating someone who is 12 years old, it can be challenging to name it properly, but you know what you see. In other words, it's still distorting the individual's reality contact, whether it is an intensely held fantasy and or has some delusional or psychotic underpinnings.
And there's been many years of treatment with Miss Geyser where she's received antipsychotic medication and then eventually that was weaned off, right?
Yes.
Or it was reduced, I should say. She was weaned off of that, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with that approach as a clinician, that to wean somebody off of these antipsychotic medications to see how they respond?
I'm a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, and would leave judgments about weaning someone off medications to the domain of psychiatry. What I would say is in practice, I have seen that occur, and especially in a hospital setting, that's preferred so that you can closely monitor someone to see the impact of that weaning, if you will, on someone's psychiatric status.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with Miss Geyser, she discussed with you her last petition for conditional release that was brought to Judge Bourne, didn't she?
So now this person's saying she's schizophrenic. Diane's son schizophrenic again.
It's like they're split. And there's
Yeah.
another one, but
There's another one. I was trying to remember it. I see. This is what I mean. One says she's not. One says she is. It's a back and forth, and I want to know who this woman. She's been sitting here like this the whole time.
We've already covered
He's
that.
just listening.
Right.
Nor was Dr. Lundbaum.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Geyser made a decision to still proceed with the hearing and have the court make a decision. For what reason?
What she told me is that she wanted to see what the court and what others wanted her to do, to work on, to achieve, so that she might ultimately be granted conditional release.
Is that a good or bad for her future prognosis?
I think it is most likely good or favorable in weighing toward her prognosis, because what it indicated is her willingness to go into quite a stressful circumstance, a court hearing that would garner or bring her lots of attention, media attention included. And it would also show her openness and proactive effort to see what else she could do, so that presumably she intended to work on it.
Well,
to obtain conditional release.
And it also demonstrates how she handles defeat, doesn't it? Or rejection.
Yes, in this case.
right? Because it provides an opportunity as a clinician for you to evaluate her. Judge denies her petition for conditional release. She knows she can't file that petition again for another half a year at a minimum. You can look at that as a clinician and say, well, did she try to commit suicide? Did she go back behind the doors and start slamming things around and creating a disturbance, right? It gives you a concrete event to look at, a significant negative event to look at from her perspective and evaluate it.
Correct. And I would say from Ms. Geyser's perspective, she didn't have the benefit of knowing how she would react to that hearing, but was trusting she could manage it.
In managing something that's more stressful than really a lot of people in society even have to confront, because as you noted, significant media attention and publicity associated with even making the request.
Yes.
Based on your review of the records and your discussion with the professionals, how did she handle that rejection?
Without problem and well.
And she remained goal-oriented and worked on the things that the court expected her to work on.
Yes.
Or worked on the things that the professionals also indicated she needed to work on, right?
Yes.
She has attained pre-integration level at Winnebago, meaning the highest applicable level of privileges, right?
Yes.
And her access to the canteen, the cafe.
Good point.
The vending machines, that independent privilege that was given even after the last hearing, that was a new privilege, the final thing she was waiting for, right?
Yes.
She enjoys off-ground supervised outings every other week. Could you just describe that briefly for the court?
What Ms. Geyser enjoys is with other patients who have the same privilege and choose to exercise it. In addition to supervising staff, she's accompanied into the community to places like the library, the dollar store, other retail merchants, coffee shops. And there she exercises liberty, possibly for an hour or however long that the outing entails.
Starbucks, Target, dollar store, Pick and Save. She's been able to go to all those places.
Yes.
Any concern of her becoming violent or being dangerous to herself or others that you've seen in those outings?
I have no record of any concerns being raised by her behavior in the community when escorted.
Any holds or reductions in her level of liberty privileges that you're aware of?
No.
Ms. Geyser's sleep has been improving, even in light of her the court denying the petition last time. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And we do know as we learn more and more about the human brain, how important sleep is to one's well-being, right?
Yes.
She's also working a few hours a week. She works at 2 hours a week at the log cabin workshop.
Yes.
And actually, she has multiple jobs they've employed at Winnebago, doesn't she?
Yes, I believe a total of an estimated 5 hours a week.
She works at the log cabin workshop. She folds laundry and is working through something called the Hope program.
Yes.
She continues to visit with her mother, doesn't she? Miss Geyser's mother visits her every other week at Winnebago.
Yes.
Do you consider her mother and brother to be key components of her support system? And if so, why?
I would say that presently, that is how Ms. Geyser identified them as key components of her support system outside of the institution. That hasn't consistently been the case, though presently for the past 6 months or so has been so.
There was an evaluation that took place last year, 2024 in May, where autism spectrum disorder was identified. Is there anything about autism that gives you a concern in this case about her being violent or dangerous to herself?
No, because I've not seen that report, and nor have I seen outside of that report and independent of it, a history of that diagnosis applied to Ms. Geyser. So
Go ahead.
She only received that in the context of that evaluation, and I requested that report multiple times and never received it. So I can't really speak to the diagnosis. I don't know the basis of it.
Okay, autism isn't known as being a condition that connects with violence, is it?
Not necessarily so.
Ms. Geyser is also focused on her physical health while she remains at Winnebago, isn't she?
In the past 6 months, she has been so, yes.
She's been running on the treadmill for up to 17 minutes at a time and proud of that, isn't she?
Yes, once a week, as I recall.
She's able to practice yoga and walk around the grounds with another patient, sort of at her own liberty, right?
Yes,
And Ms. Geyser's keeping active by writing books and performing her art, right?
yes,
Is Ms. Geyser compliant with her medication requirements, as far as you know?
yes.
Any concern there?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Looking to the future, if her petition is granted, does Ms. Geyser express, in your professional opinion, does she express rational views about what her life might look like?
Yes.
What are those views and why are they rational?
Well, what she recognized and told me so and identified are rules that she would likely or maybe subject to on conditional release, that she was likely to reside in a group home, though hopes at some point she would obtain an independent residence. She didn't have any unrealistic goals about that area of her life, about her employment. For example, she told me she'd essentially take whatever she could get in terms of employment. She wants to begin, I guess, her life outside of the institution and recognize that she would be subject to a whole host of expectations and rules and what could happen if she violated those.
So she recognizes the significant quantity of rules and restrictions that'll be imposed by the court?
Yes,
Meaning, you mentioned in your report, ankle monitoring, a GPS bracelet, internet use monitoring, treatment appointments with doctors, medication management, variety of things like that.
yes,
Ms. Geyser hopes to engage in volunteerism at some point in her life, maybe an animal shelter, and to maintain a purposeful life. Is that what she expressed?
yes,
I noticed that you in your report, you indicated she hasn't had a recurrence of panic attacks since her last conditional release hearing. Is that why did you note that? Is that important?
what she told me is that she's not had a recurrence of panic attacks. There was nothing in the record to suggest to the contrary. It's important because it talks about or speaks to her ability to cope with stressors in her current environment and vulnerability to destabilize in terms of a panic attack under stressful circumstances.
And maybe this ties into what we discussed earlier, Dr. Collins, but you noted that there's been no recurrence since the last conditional release hearing. Isn't that significant because had she responded to that stressful event with panic attacks and destabilization, that certainly would give you concern about her release to a group home, right?
Yes, it wouldn't be a bar to her release to a group home. It just might speak to her vulnerabilities and readiness.
Right. So there's not only does she appear ready, but there's also a level of maturity and insight that she's exhibiting about how to handle stressful and negative situations.
Yes.
Why is her wellness recovery action plan something that you described in your report?
I described it because she provided it to me. It was highly detailed and it gave me something that she had prepared independent of merely talking to a conditional release examiner of how she had thought through her plan.
Was this something you told her to put together?
No.
So it's her own plan. I mean, how did she come up with this? As you understand it, did she work on it with her therapist at Winnebago?
I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes it's with the social worker that an individual comes up with it. Sometimes, and it may be the case in Ms. Geyser's, I simply don't know, a person is advanced enough that they can work on that with a reasonable degree of independence and generate it themselves. This was not the first version of a wellness recovery action plan that Ms. Geyser had developed.
I'm going to read a sentence to you and just ask you for your reaction to this. I want to make a positive impact on the world around me. I acknowledge and understand the gravity of my past actions. Nothing will undo what I did to get here. I can only try in the present and future to do better things. You quote that, I guess it's not a sentence, it's more of a paragraph, but you quote that in your report. Who wrote that?
Ms. Geyser.
How did that come? How did you come to get that statement? Did you ask her how she felt about the crime that she committed when she was 12?
That particular statement was written in the context of the Wellness Recovery Action Plan by her.
Do you feel that statement? Do you feel that statement's significant in a way? Is that why you quote it verbatim in your report?
Yes.
What's significant about it?
What it told me is it, at the very least, what she
Thank
wanted
you,
someone else who read that
Zach.
to see and what she wanted to say about her goals. If she's granted, moving forward, and if she's granted conditional release.
What about the sentence that she acknowledges and understands
Thank
the
you,
gravity
Zach.
of her past actions? Is that important?
Yes, coupled with all that we know about Ms. Geyser and what she talked to me about the index offense.
So we got cold and rain.
Morgan continued in that, I believe in that meeting with you, to acknowledge the harm that she caused to the victim. And you state in your report that
Y'all put ILIKED in the comments so you can be entered in today's drawing for the end of the month.
trusted her. She hates that she did what she did, and feels that she was a different person back then, 10 plus years ago.
Yes.
After the offense, she struggled for years to forgive herself. Isn't that what she expressed to you?
Yes.
There's chunks of her childhood that she has trouble recalling now when she reflects back on some of the events that happened.
Yes.
When you do your risk assessment, or when you perform risk assessments to try to figure out if a person is going to be a danger in the future, you do want to look at stressors that is it important to talk to someone about stressors they might face in the future?
Yes, if they're amenable or will talk with you.
Did you ask her to recall any stressors that she might face? Did you ask Ms. Geyser that question?
Yes.
And how did she handle that, or how did she respond?
Well, what she told me is that she recognized that she hasn't been an adult in the community. She's essentially spent the last over a decade in institutional settings. So she knows there's a lot she doesn't know, if you will, about handling adult
That's good to know.
responsibilities. She also knew that her case is likely to garner her attention, unwanted attention in at least some or many instances. And she likened that to in the institution, where, of course, as patients come into the institution, they become aware that Ms. Geyser, the Slender Man case-related person, is in the institution. And so in the institution, she's garnered unwanted attention from other patients. Over time, she's learned a principle for her is that she doesn't want to talk about it, at least not with those patients. And that she doesn't want her, the index offense, to be the source of her, to be the source of unwanted attention or to feed that.
Sorce.
You performed the HCR 20 examination on Ms. Geyser?
I didn't perform it on her. I used that as a structured assessment tool for the data that I had. So it's not a psychological test that you perform on someone. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Got it. it's a tool that you relied on.
Yes,
She met the full criteria for 7 items and did not meet criteria for 7 factors, right?
that's only on the historical factors.
And then there were clinical factors and risk management factors to consider as well.
Yes.
What's the bottom line conclusion when you consider that?
The bottom line conclusion is that essentially most of that was unchanged from 6 months ago.
Okay.
So it told me that there still remains and will always remain for Ms. Geyser, in fact, some historical risk factors that place her at elevated risk for violence as compared to an individual who did not stab a peer 19 times over 10 years ago. That's unchanged.
That's a historical factor that cannot be changed and will always be there.
Correct, but when we look at dynamic factors or factors that can be changed, that are amenable to treatment, then her history in the last 10 years also demonstrates several protective factors that she has and factors that are about her that are amenable to intervention and treatment. And at this juncture, I believe make her ready for conditional release.
What are those protective factors or dynamic factors?
The protective factors include her intellectual resources and her capacity for problem solving. She has improved coping skills for managing stress that she has worked on and developed with the assistance of years of treatment and the treatment team she has at Winnebago. She has an demonstrated improved capacity for self-regulation, emotional self-regulation. So managing stress in the institution, decreased frequency by to use fantasy or to use, I guess I would say fantasy or retreat into herself for coping. And she also has an expressed motivation to proactively pursue a pro-social life course moving forward. Her compliance in the institution is remarkable, both with medication and with treatment. Her lack of behavioral management problems in the institution, her lack of violence toward others in the institution and toward herself. Those all bode well for her readiness for conditional release at this time.
And you were close last time. Last time you noted that although you didn't support release, you did indicate that Ms. Geyser's readiness should follow, and you said in the coming months, assuming she maintains her current level of psychiatric stability, among other things, right?
Yes.
And so what you were flagging for the court or anticipating was if Ms. Geyser continues on the stable, positive, coherent track that she's on, it would be appropriate to grant conditional release.
That she would become appropriate for that.
Right, she would become an appropriate candidate for that.
Yes.
And that the court should then grant it. That's your opinion. The court should grant it.
Well, I would never tell the court what the court should do, but I believe that the facts favor and support
That's a better way of putting
Ms.
it.
Geyser's petition for conditional release.
Now, your report is based on the totality of the information, and you conclude that there's not support for the conclusion that if she's conditionally released, she would pose a significant risk of harm to herself or others or serious property damage, right?
Yes.
You noted her continued successful engagement in the community, which we've already discussed, right?
Yes.
Increased employment and absence of any overt signs of psychosis.
Yes.
You would agree that from a psychiatric or from a psychological perspective, she's very much stable and has been so for quite some time.
Yes.
That there's no acts of violence whatsoever towards people at the institution, despite there being a number of overt mentally ill patients there.
Yes.
Now, you talked about DHS in your report on page 36, and you also mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony that your agency is contracted through DHS, right?
Not in the capacity I conducted this evaluation, but only exclusively for competency to stand trial evaluations.
Okay, but sure, but you have familiarity with DHS.
Yes.
And if Judge Boren permits conditional release, your recommendation is that there be a carefully crafted plan by DHS and submitted to the court for approval, right?
Yes.
And at the bottom of page 36, you list all the things that you would look to, that you would expect as part of that report. Do you have any changes to that, or does that all remain the same?
That remains the same, and I would anticipate that there would be more expectations. I was merely outlining broadly some of those, but likely more.
Okay. Do you have, in your professional career, have you ever worked with a team on a conditional release plan? Is that something that you've done before?
No, that's not my role.
Got it. How many of these types of reports do you estimate you've done in your career, meaning conditional release reports?
Hundreds.
Ms. Geyser has spent her adolescent years and early adulthood living in an institutional setting. What are the negatives? What are the, certainly there's some positives because she's received institutional treatment and medication and close supervision. What are the negatives of continued placement inside an institutional setting for someone like Ms. Geyser?
Certainly the ongoing exposure to pathology, to mental illness, as compared to wellness, that is not a positive overall, although there may be, as with any experience, some silver lining to that. The exposure to patients who at times are violent, who test limits, who can colloquially get in your face, if you will, say negative things about you, and having to cope with that. You also, it's the absence, what you don't have in an institutional setting. What you don't have is, as you move through adolescence and into early adulthood, you don't have the natural demands that occur to adolescents and to early folks in early adulthood to obtain employment, your first job, for example, to have the expectations of an employer placed on you, having to get up in the morning to be or stay up late at night to maintain responsibilities of employment. The social experiences that we go through during adolescence that help us mature, the bruises, the emotional bruises that we get, or the highs and the lows of adolescence. So I would say the exigencies of adolescence and adulthood aren't faced in a natural way in an institutional setting. And so in that sense, Ms. Geyser comes up short, if you will, by nothing of her choosing or doing, okay, as she approaches conditional release. So because of that, she'll need accommodation, she'll need support as she learns those things that she hasn't had the experiences to learn to this juncture.
Is there, do you have a concern?
And that is true. Let me take a quick break on this because that is such a very true statement. I think that's all they're going to talk about on her. Let's see if this woman talks. Give Miss Diane a little break. Everybody's talking but the lady in the black.
Preparing my argument was.
Okay, so number one, she is mentally not mature at the age that she physically is because of her situation. She does not have social skills. She does not have the mental ability to self-regulate. She does not have the filters. She doesn't have any of the maturity needed.
Right.
And they want to put her in a situation where she's living in a group home. And let me tell you, those group homes are not always that great.
No, they are not, because maybe she has arrived where she is, but what about the other people that are going to be in the group home?
Yeah.
You may be adding a dry piece of kindling on a hot bed of coals.
Exactly. You're adding fuel to a fire. And I'm not saying that to be mean because of the California fires that are going on. And I have to tell you, as a person who was in the Red Cross for 15 years, I so want to be there. Diane, there's some kind of a noise coming in from your background, like a click noise sometimes, squeaky noise.
That would be my chair.
Possibly.
Sure.
So, but part of the problem I have with all of this is this poor girl is not mentally in a place to deal with this. And look, as horrible as her act was, she too deserves the right to grow, mature, become a productive citizen of this country. Do I believe that she's redeemable? Absolutely. I believe every person is redeemable, but I don't think the facility she's in, and I don't think the help that she has gotten her in a place where she's going to be able to be successful. I'm concerned that she's switching genders. I'm concerned that she's not looking at reality in general. And everybody, you've got everybody fighting over whether she should get out or not. What do y'all think? Me.
Who's the lady in the glasses on the bottom of the screen?
This lady here has been the whole time, and I don't know what her purpose is.
Who is she?
I don't know.
She's just an observer.
Well, she could be a reporter type person. B.L. Blasey, you're right. She may get in a situation to where she doesn't stay very long. I'm just not sure. You've got so many different professionals coming in and out of this. I think they got too many of them, honestly. I think when you have that many professionals coming in and out, you just create chaos. All right.
There's an expression, too many cooks spoil soup.
That's where we is. Okay, let's zoom a little bit.
While institutionalized,
This is he, she now.
Randall was secretive, lied to staff, breaking rules when it situated him, and his behavior while committed mirrored the behavior that he exhibited in the community. And what Judge Dreyfus noted and the Court of Appeals emphasized in the published opinion that Your Honor cited was that Randall's secretive behavior throughout his years of commitment, throughout all those years that he was at Winnebago, included hiding items above ceiling tiles at a bicycle shop at Winnebago, denying that the items were his. The court noted that that was very similar behavior to what he exhibited during his original crime spree, because as I understand it, he engaged in a crime spree where he hid a CPR dummy above the ceiling tiles of a high school during a burglary. And when Randall was confronted about these things, he would become agitated and angry with the staff. The trial court made other findings about rule violations and inappropriate behavior throughout his time at Winnebago, failing to report to the treatment professionals that he had inherited money.
Sorry, Ronnie.
Purchasing real estate for $42,000 with his inheritance without revealing that. Hiding illicit items of property he purchased. Receiving mail without the approval of his supervisors. Maintaining a secret bank account. Only revealing ownership interest in a property 14 months after he purchased it because he believed that he had been cheated out of $70,000. Lying about turning over his keys to his property. Lying to his supervisors about receiving mail about the property. Violating conditions of his off-ground work privileges by going to his property in a restaurant without permission. And he was aware of all these rules. And it was based on those findings that were in the record that the state put in, that the court, that Judge Dreyfus could conclude reasonably that Mr. Randall was being devious, secretive, and essentially deciding he'll do the things he wishes to do regardless of the restrictions or limitations of Winnebago.
What?
And Randall himself didn't dispute the fact that he violated the rules on innumerable examples. He just argued they didn't matter. They're not significant enough because they don't involve violence. But what the court noted was you just keep breaking the rules, even when you're in the institution. So I think when you're examining whether they've met their burden of proof, and it's called nobody from Winnebago.
Now her name is Randall?
At all.
So is this the lady?
Anything other than an exemplary model patient.
So the one who is sitting next to this lawyer
it's far different.
Went from Megan to Randall. For the reason of court, she should be called Megan. because that's her biological name. That is probably the name of all of her documents, her birth certificates, unless she's gone through an actual name change. Legally, they should not be calling her anything but Megan.
Far, far different.
My humble opinion.
Now, there is, of course, the principle in the Randall case that Your Honor cited last time, that if 3 doctors or the multitude of doctors support.
Almost looks like his child
this
sitting
court is
next to
vested
him.
with ultimate power and decision-making authority. Nobody's harboring any delusion about that fact, Randall's decision or not. But the question legally is whether they met their burden of proof by clear and convincing evidence. And what you have in this record here is an incredibly thoughtful and thorough opinion by Dr. Lundbaum, where she has examined that history at Winnebago with Ms. Geyser, which has been perfect. We know, and you have in personal knowledge, Your Honor, of Ms. Weier's case, the co-defendant, you have personal knowledge in this situation of what happens in conditional release hearings, not just from that one, but from other cases you've presided over. And you know how the process works. Once the court approves conditional release, the facility will have 60 days to put together the plan with the treatment professionals in the community, WCS and DHS. And they'll put together a plan and they will identify the group home for Ms. Geyser to live in. That's what they do for people who aren't going to go home to their parents. Put them in a group home. And you don't have to approve that. You can reject it. You can look at the plan they put together and say, I don't think a group home that they've identified is suitable, and I don't think these conditions make sense. And you can modify that or reject that as you see fit. But to trigger that process to occur requires you to grant conditional release. That's why this is so important. It's important because Ms. Geyser continues to demonstrate throughout her
He
time
can't
in
make up
Winnebago
his mind. Is it Randall or Miss Geyser?
adherence to the rules of the facility. And as
What?
I said he can't make up his mind. Is it Randall or Miss Geyser?
I think they're both confused.
I think
Dr.
so
Lundbaum
too.
is noting,
Confusing for
as
me.
every doctor notes,
Confused
and every
is
person
as
at Winnebago
confused
knows,
does.
that Ms. Geyser will be placed in a group home and supportive environment. She will be closely supervised by staff as she reintegrates into the community. And as you know from this,
Now it's she integrates.
monitoring. She'll be on a bracelet that will undoubtedly be ordered, and it'll be ordered so that Miss Geyser's whereabouts are known.
But who's going to pay
24/7.
for that ankle monitoring?
So that was the state's expert.
See,
One
that's
witness
the
was
other
called to
thing.
meet their
It's
burden
more
of proof,
expensive for them to be
testified
out than in.
contrary to the arguments that they're now making, which is that Ms. Geyser should be essentially indefinitely detained in the facility, because it seems to me that none of these arguments will change. And Ms. Geyser herself has truly maximized the services available to her at Winnebago, and she's shown through her performance that she's not a risk. But it's not just Dr. Lundbaum. It's Dr. Robbins, who's the former director of Mendota. And I don't know who the experts were in the Randall case, but you do have to look at you do consider as part of this analysis who the experts are that are called to testify.
I was confused, honey.
Caregivers in society. Some doctors are new.
Craig,
some are inexperienced.
set me
some
straight.
go
I
through
was
a thorough job,
confused.
And then there's others that are
I
immensely
just don't understand what's going
wide
on.
range, just like there are of lawyers and other professionals. So last time we were here, 2 of the 3 doctors didn't support release, although Dr. Collins was close. She wanted to see additional positive progress by Ms. Geyser. Dr. Robbins, who was the second witness to testify, is the former director of the
I thought
Mendota
he said
Mental
Rock
Health
and Robin.
And he evaluated Ms. Geyser. He studied the history, and he also supports release. He concludes that she's not a substantial risk to herself and others based on his study of the history. I think probably I hate to rank witnesses, but I think in terms of the length of the report, Dr. Collins' report was certainly the longest. You have personal familiarity with Dr. Collins in countless cases where she's appeared in front of Your Honor. And you do bring that to the table when you evaluate this situation. You consider your life experiences, you consider your history with Ms. Geyser, with the co-defendant, and also your familiarity
Los, but no cigar, man.
Dr. Collins is the gold standard, if you will, of psychological evaluations. She has incredible experience, dozens of years working in this field. She runs behavioral consultants. She's the head of the Wisconsin Forensic Unit. This is a doctor who, by all accounts, I think even the state would agree, the state will frequently use Deborah Collins for its purposes, but Dr. Collins endorses Ms. Geyser's release to conditional release. When you read her report, I don't want to belabor it, but we went through it item by item, Your Honor, and Dr. Collins went through the full history of everything that's happened in this case. She went back through the competency evaluations. She went through the medical records.
I don't know who's coughing. That may be the judge, but it's
and she reached a conclusion that Ms. Geyser is no longer a substantial risk of violence to herself and others. Part of that is, as Ms. Nicolai pointed out when she called their first witness, there are some tests, the HCR test, for example, that they use to help shape their opinions. But it's also, Dr. Collins' opinion is also the product of her long history with Ms. Geyser, interacting with her, talking to her, working with her. And I thought it was significant that Dr. Collins talked about Ms. Geyser's incredible insight that she has into both why the crime happened, as well as what her needs are in the future. We cited some of it when we were talking to her on the stand. If you give me a minute, Your Honor.
No. We don't want to give you no minute, you wanna. We don't wanna. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can zoom because this is getting pretty. Here we go. We don't need to hear all their closing arguments. We know where they stand. Trying to move this up just a little bit. Okay, he's coming back in. Let's see what happens today. Man, we got nothing but rain around us. My gosh. Hallelujah. It'll be gone in about 3 hours. We normally don't get a whole lot of rain. It kind of splits and goes around us. That must be the judge coughing because, my gosh, sounds like he's coughing up the toenail and the toe hair and everything else, man. Like, dude.
A hearing that lasted most of the day.
I feel bad for you,
with
though.
regard to the petition for supervised release that was filed earlier this year. It was filed on October 11, 2024, and then the doctor's reports were received, and we had each of the doctors testify. So the reports that the court received were from
things the name that she
Collins.
took.
With regard to her report, she testified. With regard to Dr. Lundbone, she testified as well as her report, and from Dr. Robbins, who testified, and we have his report. All of the reports were received without objection from any of the parties, and the testimony came in smoothly. What's the nature of I went through at the beginning of the hearing this morning, what the status of the initial case is from the standpoint of how it came about back in 2014. We're familiar with that set of facts. What the court has to do today is that the court shall grant the petition for release unless it finds by clear and convincing evidence that the person poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or bodily harm to herself or to others, or of serious property damage if released. What that sentence takes into account is that issues of supervised release and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect takes into account a lot of cases. That we're dealing with an attempted murder case in this matter, but it takes into account many other cases and outstanding criminal matters that are out there that involve property damage, don't involve people at all. So that's why the statute's phrased the way it is. But our focus is on damage, is on risks of safety to Ms. Geyser herself, or the risk to others. And part of that risk is, of course, recidivism, that it happened once, would it happen again, that she'd attempt to kill somebody under any set of circumstances. Those are factors that the court has to look at and decide. Burden is on the state by clear and convincing evidence to establish that the current restrictions and the current commitment should stay in effect.
I'd have so
By
many
statute,
restrictions on her, she
Geyser
couldn't
has a right to
breathe
file for a
without
petition
permission.
for release every 6 months. So it's not something that, with regard to what the court may or may not do today, if the court denies the petition today, she can come back and file it again in 6 months. That doesn't mean anything other than that's just what the law is. Some of it may have been to address constitutional issues with regard to commitments, but it's certainly part of the system. One thing to keep in mind as well, and that you know, this was a serious criminal case, attempted murder. There are 2 defendants in the case. Both were children at the time that it happened, 12 years old. The victim was a child. But the case didn't resolve itself per se in the criminal field. It's not a criminal conviction. In this case, based upon the nature of the law and what happened, the court found that Ms. Geyser was not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Then that moves it into the commitment field, the civil field that we're addressing today under Chapter 971, and in particular 971-17 of the Wisconsin statutes. So this isn't about somebody going to prison. It's about somebody being committed to a mental institution, to a hospital, and how that person functions within that institutional setting. In the statute 971-17 sub 4 sub D provides some factors for the court to look at in deciding how best to look at what the issues are. Factors the court can consider are the nature and circumstances of the crime, the person's mental history, Ms. Geyser's mental history, what her present mental condition is. We've had a lot of testimony about that and a lot of reports written on that topic. Where will she live? What the status is?
Yeah,
How
it was
the
an
person
attempt
will
of
support herself.
Red Room.
What arrangements are available to ensure that she will have access to and take necessary medications, and what arrangements are possible for treatment other than medications. So some of those factors are clearly pertain to the case, some don't. But I'm going to talk about a number of them as I see the reports and what happened in this matter. A further comment for the court to keep in mind, and it was really addresses part of the argument that Attorney Cotton brought forward, and that was the issues in State versus Randall. That was the Court of Appeals decision that was referenced during his argument, and actually referenced by the state at various times as well. In the Randall case, and it's just a 2011 WISAP 102. It's a 2011 Court of Appeals decision. As was noted, Randall is a case that arose out of Waukesha County. It's a Waukesha County case. One of the officers, the wife of one of the officers who was killed, worked here at the courthouse. So it is a case that has deep, if you will, deep roots into the Waukesha County legal system. But it's now somewhat of stellar case, the keystone case, and looking at issues such as this. But the Attorney Cotton contrasted the conduct of Mr. Randall in all of his situations with Ms. Geyser's conduct. And I think that's a relevant analysis for the court to have heard and for the court to consider. There is a difference between how Randall conducted himself and how Ms. Geyser has conducted herself during the time period that she's been in custody. One of the aspects of the case, and it's apparent, but yet it somewhat needs to be restated, is that the offense in this matter occurred when the defendants and the victim were children. They were 12 years old. The adult offense, no doubt, but still it happened when they were children. It's happened in 2014. It's about 10 and a half years, a little more than 10 and a half years from the date of the incident.
When do I get my piece?
People have, the victim has grown up, the defendants have grown up, things have changed from the standpoint of the chronology and age of the parties. In cases such as this, we never want to lose contact and contact and forget the victim that's involved. This is a terrible, brutal offense. There's no doubt about it. It's a nasty set of situations. I went back, and at the time that the court made its initial decision of commitment, the parents of both the father and the daughter of the victim wrote letters to the court that described the status, basically, of what was in existence in February of 2018 with regard to their daughter. And those type of factors are still clear today. It's 10 years later, but I'm sure that the impact on the victim, on her family, and on everybody involved in the case is still very apparent and real. So we want to be sure the court keeps that in mind in deciding how best to proceed.
Yeah, what about the victim? I know this is a lot about her, but what about the victim?
A lot of discussion in the case. In fact, it's a critical part of really understanding and analyzing what's happened in the matter, is that the matter was originally came about with the diagnosis of schizophrenia, and that was a lot of discussion at the time of the initial hearings. Childhood schizophrenia was an unusual diagnosis, not common, still not common today, but it still is one that existed, was made, and was clarified.
And now they say she doesn't have it.
Time of the hearing, that was the diagnosis that brought about actually the plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
Her team at the time.
Ultimate findings. There have been changes in from the Ms. Geyser standpoint and how she's explained what happened. And that comes into whether the Slender Man, the hallucinations and all that went on with that actually happened, or did she make them up? That's been part of the testimony going back to 2021 and 2022. I'm satisfied that those change in views and circumstances existed, but I'm also satisfied that the treating, and I'm talking about the treating.
Great fireplace, Zach.
The examining doctors, that I'm satisfied that the treating doctors have addressed that issue and have worked with her with regard to that. I'm satisfied that the examining doctors, Dr. Collins, Lenbaum, and Robbins, all address those matters as well. And I'm satisfied through the manner in which they've addressed.
I hope so, Ronnie.
Ms. Geyser's change in position, if you will, or modification of position is something that's can be reasonably explained under the circumstances. I don't find that she was, from the standpoint, attempting to fabricate a position to get a more favorable position with the court. Now, I raised that issue with Dr. Lundbaum as I wanted to hear what she had to say specifically about that. But I'm satisfied that that is not a factor that I'm considering in deciding how to proceed. I am considering that the diagnosis develops over time, as it does with many people. And I accept Dr. Lundbaum's statements that because of the nature of childhood schizophrenia, it's the nature of the diagnosis, the nature of its history, that it
Can we
develop
get that
and
in my
change over
Discord, please?
time is not unusual. I accept that. I didn't question was my questions that brought it up with Dr. Lundbaum. I didn't question Dr. Collins or Dr. Robbins about that topic. I was satisfied with what Dr. Lundbaum said with regard to that status, and I'm still satisfied with that. I'm satisfied that one of the interesting, at least I find it interesting and significant with regard to what's gone on in this case and apparently other cases, is that if you're at Winnebago and in a treatment program for a serious offense such as this, Winnebago will only take you so far. And at a certain point, they won't take you any further. Now, it surprised me when this first came up earlier in the case, that I would have thought that the state institution would carry on the treatment and take it to its fullest extent. Whatever the next step is, they would
You
take
okay?
the next step from the standpoint of improving the mental health of the patient at a minimum, as opposed to public safety. But that's not what they do. At the stage that Ms. Geyser is at, she can't go any further as far as treatment is concerned. And keep in mind that as far as being able to walk around and do stuff, she can walk around at the institution, but if she goes off institution, she always has somebody there. So an escort. Now, to me, in order to be able to really adequately be, if you will, to the extent somebody can be rehabilitated, they have to be able to exist in the community somehow and be able to grow up, if you will. And that isn't going to happen with regard to Ms. Geyser at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. That's a factor. I don't want to say it's determinative of the decision I've reached, but it's a factor that I've considered as to public safety is really the underlying key to the case. And part of public safety is that Ms. Geyser becomes safe or safer. That was clear in the analysis from the Randall case. It's public safety is tied into the safety of the defendant, of the patient. In Randall, it's clear that Randall never was able. I don't know what his status is currently. He's still in custody. He's still within the program, but that he's never developed that sense when people trust him to be safe, and that's the people that treat him. That was back in 2011. I'm assuming it's still the case today.
Are you going to give an answer, Your Honor?
Factor that I looked at in contrasting Ms. Geyser's situation with Mr. Randall's situation. I looked at Ms. Geyser's her role in working through treatment and supervision at Winnebago, and find that I'm satisfied she's done what she's supposed to do. She appears to have a good attitude. Attitude is important. It doesn't solve all issues, but it's certainly an important part of being
Congratulations on it, Your Honor. I'm glad you said that.
And being able to function within the community. Because although we focus on public safety and whether she continues to be a danger, part of that is if, in theory, she would be released at some point, she has to be able to function within the community on a safe basis, and people, while she may always be subject to some type of notoriety, there she is, that type of thing, like the scarlet letter almost. And but that there has to be people have to be able to relax and know that if she walks past them on the street that they're safe. That's what the safety evaluation is, the risk to dangerousness is about in the case as far as I read it, as far as I read what the statute's concerned. That's because, especially with regard to looking at the Randall rationale, and Randall stands for the proposition that I can ignore all of the reports.
He's thought about it.
She's dangerous simply based upon what happened on May 31, 2014, because of the nature of the offense and the nature of what happened. That's, if I can make a decision simply upon that. I'm concerned about making a decision simply upon that because it somewhat flies in the face of what the evidence is with regard to Ms. Geyser's treatment program or regimen. And what I'll phrase it as her success at being treated at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. One of the activities I engaged in when I took the break was to read my decision from April 11, 2024. I had not read it before.
Okay, we're almost done. Just a few more minutes.
So I thought I should go back and read what I said back then.
Congratulations, Your Honor.
My comments
How'd you thought
regarding
that?
the nature of the case still to a great extent stand true at this point.
Yes, I
However,
do,
there have
Toy.
been changes in the case and how I view it based upon what's been presented. And I do rely to some extent upon the reports of Drs. Lundholm and Collins. Dr. Robbins writes a good report, but it's a brief report. And it's almost a flow of consciousness of how he views the case based upon his involvement. Doctors Lundholm and Collins go into more, if you will, more depth, more nitty gritty of what the situation is and how things developed, how attitudes developed, and what the status of the matter is today. So when I read that and read those reports, it gives me a further insight into what the status is of Ms. Geyser's status with regard to the case. What the record shows that she's done well. She's hasn't had rule violations. Laws are always about rules. Lawyers are always about rules. Courts are about rules. And she's followed the rules. She's done well. Good, I mentioned attitude, positive attitude. Those are all good things to have. Does that overcome what happened back in 2014? It may never overcome what happened in 2014. But the question isn't about what happened in 2014. It's about current assessments of dangerousness to herself, to the public, or a danger to the destruction of property.
Why did you remove the comment? I don't know why you
Evaluating
did.
the matter, I take into account.
I didn't see a problem with
as I
it.
indicated at the beginning of my decision that she's been in custody since
I didn't see a problem with any
since
comment.
she was 12 years old. She's gone through a number of evaluations and treatments, that each one of I think both Dr. Lundborn and Dr. Collins refer to all of the reports that they looked at. That doesn't always count all of the doctor notes that are involved at Winnebago. To a great extent, the November 7, 2024 letter that was signed by Ms. Parnell summarizes all of those medical records and notes and doctors' notes and observations with regard to Ms. Geyser. So I take that into account in deciding how best to approach the case. The aspect of dangerousness is difficult because we never know. I mean, I could claim to be the smartest person in the world and make decisions, and I don't know what's going to happen with regard to this case or many other cases, or what's going to happen tomorrow with me.
Hey, Debbie.
You just simply don't know.
Put your comments below what you think about this. Everybody's streaming about it. We're getting ready to do a documentary too, because a lot of us didn't watch it. I didn't know anything about this case.
So you have to be cognizant of
Comment your,
the
put in comments what you thought.
the fragileness of the type of decisions that the court makes and that the court looks at. I note that in Dr. Collins' decision on page, she wrote a long report, 37 pages, single-spaced paragraphs, so it's easier to read. But on page 37 of her report in the second paragraph, and I think Attorney Zapakowicz referred to this during his argument, while it is, I'm quoting now, while it is this examiner's opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that facts.
That's awesome. I
weigh
just
in
wanted to know
favor
what
of
you
Ms.
think.
Geyser's petition and placement on conditional release at this juncture, I also recognize considerations which may give pause. The issue of Ms. Geyser's diagnosis enigma is one such consideration. Ms. Geyser now reports that she's never experienced auditory hallucinations or psychotic symptoms otherwise. The etiology of her historic psychotic symptoms remains unclear, especially in light of the fact that she has not been prescribed antipsychotic medication in recent years and has nevertheless not evidently demonstrated a reoccurrence of psychotic symptoms. She warrants ongoing close clinical monitoring and treatment, in part to support her transition to the community through, as importantly, to effectively and efficiently determine and respond in the event of any reoccurrence of symptoms of a major mental illness. I read that paragraph in full because that's an important consideration, and it caused the court pause with regard to how to evaluate circumstances. However, when I read the entire report by Dr. Collins and Dr. Lundo, as well as what they testified to, I'm satisfied that those are caveats for the court to be concerned with and to evaluate and weigh with regard to the issue of dangerousness. It's not necessarily a veto over the release on a supervised release petition.
What?
So I'm, in reviewing all of the reports and the matters, I'm satisfied that under the circumstances that the court's going to grant the release. I'm satisfied that by clear and convincing evidence that under the current set of circumstances, Ms. Geyser does not pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or of serious property damage. Now, when I make that finding, I take into account what happened. I take into account the
So she
dangerousness
gets
of, what happened back in 2015.
released.
I take into account, though, what's happened since, and in particular in the last 6 months, I take into account the opinions of the doctors, but in particular, and it's been an important analysis for the court to make, that as the Randall decision talks about, that the ultimate determination of dangerousness requires a careful balancing of society's interest in protection from harmful conduct against the acquittee's interest in personal liberty and autonomy. In looking at the Randall case and of what happened in Randall and what the circumstances were of Randall, when I contrast Randall to Geyser, there's a tremendous difference in the rationale for rejecting supervisory services, if any, that the person will receive in the community. The plan shall address the person's needs, if any, for supervision, medication, community support, residential services, vocational services,
God, Judge.
and
Ugh.
alcohol or other drug abuse. The plan shall be presented to the court for approval within 60 days.
I guess
After
I
the
kind of
court
figured this
finding that
because the other girl was released. They were going to have to really prove that she was a danger in order for her to not be.
Dr. Lundholm in her report, and I think it's pages,
Why are you muted? What?
begins on page 15.
I said, so the other girl was
Has
re-
already
Begins
been
on page
released
16
for
through
a
17.
while.
Lists 11 factors that she
It'll
finally
be
considered.
interesting
I
to
want
watch.
those all
Where is
considered
this
by
taking
the
place?
department as
Where?
they determine.
Wisconsin.
Excuse me, as they determine what
Yeah,
the conditional
she
release
would have.
plan should be.
You are right. All right, Your Honor.
Okay.
God, that hurts my head.
I can tell you why.
Yeah, the other girl was released in 21.
Attorney Zapakowitz's argument about.
Oh,
what we
last
know
year
about
to her
the
dad's
future.
custody
Well, the way the statute set
with
up, as I
really
read it, is
strict.
that the future's determined
Yeah.
by the release plan. We only get
God,
the
Your
release
Honor,
plan.
mute.
Excuse me, if the court
That's
grants
just
the
nasty.
release for the
I
reasons
know.
stated, I've
I lived
granted
with
it.
it for a month.
I'm satisfied now that the fleshing out of what that means, supervised group home, group facilities, that Dr. Robbins discussed and what Dr. Collins discussed as well, are now subject to the state and further subject to my approval.
You're still,
when
hey,
it comes
you're
back.
still doing the school billing, right? Okay, bye. Use this time.
So although I grant the supervised release, I did take into account the argument that Attorney Zupakowicz made with regard to what's known and unknown. I'm satisfied that the system we operate under 97117 takes that into mind and encompasses it in the work that the county, that the State Department does with the county. On that basis, then we'll schedule a hearing within 60 days.
Mutt!
My anticipation is that
It's a
the
little
report
button on
from
your
the state
microphone.
conditional release plan will be submitted before then. So what I'm going to look is to have let's schedule a hearing within 60 days.
I can't, not anymore with that. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, that Your Honor. I know you can't help it, but well, and the thing is it's not so much I hear the cough, I feel it, and it feels like you take this cube chip and you're going on my ears. Because my ears are so loud that you can walk and stand in my doorway and hear, a normal hearing person can hear the noise coming out of my ears. Ay, 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 oy vey. Okay, some of y'all wanted to watch this. Here we go.
Don't know what his motives are. It's clearly very sinister. It involves murder and death.
He's stripped of any clear intention.
It felt like something that come out of the woodwork of the internet.
I think it scared all of us initially when we saw it. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel the need to use it in any regard.
I like to say that someone like Slender Man is a bit of an open source horror monster.
That's what I liked about Slender Man and the Slenderverse, was that it was such a bare bones myth that you could do anything you wanted with.
There was also this sense of an empowerment of, if you do care about it, then you add to it.
The sky's the limit as far as this character goes. And I think that that's part of what has allowed the Slenderverse as a whole to expand in the way it has.
Slender Man went on to become like one of the biggest, online creepypastas of all time.
All of this unfolding essentially in real time at a very rapid pace with so many different writers. Like, that's something that I think is beautiful and worth studying.
It seemed to be like there was a collective unconscious, that everyone saw this and said, I want to do that.
They all took the ball and ran in different directions with it.
They changed the game.
We took something that at that point had just been like a forum image, maybe even a YouTube series, and we turned it into something grand.
This is being
we have
played.
hundreds of years of human culture and story.
We are watching this because I want you guys to understand. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's already after 4 o'clock here. I don't even know what time it is here. It's almost 5. It's 5 o'clock here. But I wanted you guys to kind of get an understanding, and to get an understanding what the hell is up with this fictional character And why would people believe in the bull?
Storytelling that tropes developed.
Bull.
This was a microcosm of all human storytelling in 10 years' time that was interesting, oversaturated, and blown up.
Sounds like it. Building of the Slender Man. By the way, just to let you know,
on the internet,
Biden just announced that the federal government is going to cover 100% of the cost for the initial LA fire recovery.
you'll eventually hear whispers of a figure
How?
of yore. A
It's a
once
horrible
looming presence
situation,
in
but I wanna
communities
know how.
based around internet horror, independent filmmaking, video games, true crime, and even sketch comedy. And every once in a while, people still mention his name. Slender Man. Of course, the internet is no immemorial creation, nor is Slender Man a time-worn legend. Only a decade ago, the tall, faceless, business suit-wearing creature was the driving force behind some of the most influential developments in online storytelling and independent filmmaking, particularly in the medium of unfiction, a branch of storytelling built for the digital age of the internet, revolving around realism and immersion. It commonly utilizes realistically filmed vlog-style videos known as found footage, in-universe websites and blogs, and cryptic puzzles on the web or in real life. Many of these digital folktales are shaped by their viewers' actions in what are known as alternate reality games, or ARGs. The medium of unfiction served as the bedrock for Slender Man's mythology, and in turn, Slender Man's mythology propelled unfiction to unprecedented heights. Slender Man is no time-worn legend, and yet even in the 10 short years since his golden age, his history has become rich, complex, and
I have to be honest and say this, that one of the things, thank you, Matt, about California, no offense, they know they're going to have wildland fires. They know they're going to need funding. They know all this. They know that they should be doing preemptive things like making sure that they have fire burns, all the things they got to do, right? And every year they act surprised that they got these out of control burns. For a state that gets as many fires as you do, you are the least prepared. And I say that because I know. And if you don't like it,
deeply relevant to the nature of the modern
it's
internet.
the truth.
In that time, thousands of
They
independent
depend on-
creators came together to
They depend on firefighters and everybody to come outside of the state to help them without reimbursing the departments that come and help them. Millions upon millions and billions, probably billions of dollars are spent on out-of-state fire departments helping California fight fires, and they never get reimbursed, including trucks that are destroyed or damaged. They don't get replaced by California. No. The department that sent the people that came to help them eat it.
collaboratively construct an interconnected constellation of YouTube web series and online blogs revolving around the Slender Man, sometimes seen by fans as a Marvel-style universe of interlinked stories and characters. Within this Slenderverse, a community of creators and a tapestry of rich stories, not only was an internet horror legend built from nothing, but new artists were given the chance to create, forge true friendships, rise to fame, and weather unexpected tragedies. My name is Alex Hara, and I will be your host in this investigation of the history of the Slenderverse. To take our first step, we must first go back to Slender Man's modest origins, back to the events and culture that led to his creation in the first place, back to the distant year of 2009.
You know, this was in 2009, so it was all of this new stuff was available all at once. You know, it was like YouTube had only been...
Control burns are one of the best ways to prevent this crap. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of people who complain about it in California. There's a lot of good people in California and some of the most amazing firefighters in California. And they come and help us every once in a while. But I'm just saying, people don't understand the extent of finances that are coming in from out of the state of California. So does that mean that Biden is going to replace? You've got a volunteer fire department that has 4 fire trucks, and they send one over to California to help with the team of people on it, and it gets destroyed. The team has to fly back because they can't drive back, and you're looking at $100,000 vehicle, and nobody replaces it. Just saying.
Been around a couple of years. Twitter had only been around a couple of years. So it was just kind of like, we have all this new stuff at our disposal. Let's do something with it.
This was all new. It was all like new stuff for everybody in a sense. Because I feel like on YouTube, a lot of content at that time was pretty, it was the Wild West.
You have to remember, YouTube was very young. This idea of being a YouTube celebrity was not a thing.
There's a lot to be said about the way the internet has changed. A lot of the early Slenderverse stuff took place before influencers and social media really started to influence the way people interacted with the world.
It was more entertainment or like current events or vlogging. And there were some like unfiction-esque projects, but I don't even think people would be calling them that at that time.
Yeah.
And those did have impact in small ways.
And no offense, all the movie stars that are losing their homes, I feel bad for you. I really do. I hate that anybody can lose a home, but you guys have money to rebuild. There are millions of people who don't have the money to rebuild and have nothing left. Who's going to help them? I see a lot of stuff popping up. Oh, this movie star lost everything. Or Joan Rivers' daughter was only able to save her mama's Emmy Award and nothing else. Wow. Yeah, but you got 10 homes all over the world. I mean, it's not fun losing a home. Don't get me wrong. I hate that they're losing their homes. I don't want to hear about these people who have penthouses in New York and homes in Hawaii and 4 or 5 different homes losing a California home. I want to know what's going to happen to the poor souls who don't have that kind of income, who are living day by day, minute by minute, like everybody else is, not these famous people. Yeah, it's bad, but tell me how we're going to help all those people out there who don't have $25 million sitting in the bank account or $100 million sitting in the bank account and can drop $10 million on a brand new home and not sneeze. I want to know about the real people. I don't.
It's kind of bubbling up hot topics on the internet during their days. But in terms of scope, the only important works really before the Slenderverse in terms of unfiction were by and large corporate products in order to help.
I think I just lost half of my viewership.
Like movies and video games. That's actually the cradle of the entire form, really. It stems from the marketing promotion for AI, artificial intelligence, which was called The Beast, from which the term alternate reality game actually comes from, as well as the original tenets of what an alternate reality game is, which is this is, and in parentheses, not a game. Although when it comes to direct influences on the Slenderverse, the only true inspiration I can point to is Blair Witch Project.
I think Blair Witch kind of by default steals that, like, what inspired so many people at that time.
I'm not huge into the Blair Witch Project, but what made the Blair Witch Project so real,
I remember that,
were the creators saying, "Where's Heather?" Everyone was like, "Oh my God, where is this missing person?" And we tried to emulate that same kind of feel.
Things like Blair Witch Project, found footage horror films in general played a huge role in the style of the Slenderverse.
Basically,
tell me about what's really going on. Don't spoon feed me about these famous people like Rosie O'Donnell and other people. I know if you don't like it, we all have our rights to our own opinions, but you know what? They can just get in their little limousine, get on a private jet or a helicopter and fly to their next home. It sucks. They have maids and people who work there who are losing their own personal homes. The only home that they have is gone and destroyed. And you guys, as much as some people hate the Red Cross is the only hope for a lot of these people. I was with them for 15 years, and I got to tell you, when this stuff happens, they are boots on the ground, and they do the best they can do. And I got to tell you, the American Red Cross is going to be helping a lot of people. So if you're going to donate money, donate it to an organization that's physically actually doing something. Oh my God, I've never watched the Blair Witch Projects. Is that where she's walking out in the middle of the woods with the camera on her face? Ugh, too creepy. Oh, yeah. And there's going to be there's a lot of pets and wild animal death out there. I
The
wonder
Blair
if
Witch
this
on
is not a
YouTube is
cleansing.
how I explained it to like my parents or classmates or my teachers at the time.
It's
I'm like,
horrible.
oh, it's just like the Blair Witch Project. It's just like Paranormal Activity, except it's on the internet. That's so cool. And it felt so real.
I think everybody got an idea what you were talking about, but at that point, there was a lot of pioneering being done. Like you couldn't have done a web series in 2000. There was no infrastructure.
Sorry, I won't talk about it after this, but I'm live streaming in more than one place, and someone made a comment. I'm not going to honor you with that comment, but I'm going to tell you, I have been boots on ground from anywhere for 2 weeks to 6 weeks at any one time at every hurricane since Katrina through Harvey. In 6 months, I put 900 hours, or less than 6 months, actually, 900 hours in volunteer time. You're talking to somebody who had, on average, 3,000 to 5,000 hours of volunteer time a year. Do not bark at me. If you have volunteered and you've seen the stuff I've seen, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, all of that, death. I was in the 9th Ward on a boat in the middle of the aftermath of the Hurricane Katrina. I had snakes jumping in the boat. I had bodies floating by. Don't talk to me about my opinion on this matter. I respect everybody's opinion. As long as you're respectful to everybody else, I will respectfully listen to your opinion. But what I'm saying here is this disaster doesn't affect just California. It reaches out to a lot of other states. This is going to be a national effect. They're the ones going through it, but it affects a lot of people further than that reach. Thank you, Toy. And understand my heart is going out to everyone. I don't care if you're famous or poor, street person or billionaire. It's affecting you. My heart goes out to you. But I'm tired of just seeing on the news about the poor movie stars that lost all of their films and footage or this or that. There are people who lost everything and don't have a home to go to, but these people have another place to go. So this is horrible. I wish I could do something. It's so hard for me to sit here and not be on a plane going out there to help, because that's who I am. That's what I've done. I did it for 15 years, and I have to. Oh, Sensei's coming over here. So please be respectful with your comments. If you disagree with me, that's fine. I respectfully will listen to your disagreement with me, and I'm good. I'm good with that. But do not bash me until you have done what I've done. Have you walked as a foot crew fighting wildfires? Have you put you in harm's way for somebody else's land or life? When you have, then we can talk. And I know I'm going to lose viewers over it, but this is not why I do this. I'm speaking truth. And the truth is it sucks all the way around. But California and the governing body has been known to not be prepared. And it happens year after year. And it does get very exhausting for those of us who've gone over and helped. So let me hit comments real quick. Yeah. If you leave the fire, why don't you take everyone with you? A lot of people are taking their pets, but sometimes pets flee and you can't find them. Yeah. The journey just when I donate, I send it straight to the family. Exactly. You can do that. There are a lot of good church organizations out there that are literally, there's a lot of good ways to send money. There is. Oh, no, don't ever send it to FEMA. I haven't read anyone bashing you personally. No, it's on another live. I mean, I have this live going in multiple places, so that's why I said that. People don't realize I do Facebook and sometimes X as well as YouTube. And that's why I said that, because someone made a smart ass comment about what the hell do I know type thing. And I'm like, I can put a lot of things aside. I ignore a lot of stuff, but that you don't attack my integrity or my character. It is so hard for me to sit here and not to be geared up and out there helping. My body won't let me do it any there. But in spirit, man, I'm with them. And firefighters die doing this. One year we had a group of, I think, 7 or 8 firefighters that got caught and died.
Structure for it. But now everybody having YouTube, everyone having a smartphone, that was like the first cusp of people hanging out and doing this sort of thing.
It just really was such a different time in the internet. And
maybe if we stop sending weapons and money over to other countries. Never mind. I'll keep my mouth out of it. No politics.
How
pineapples, no politics.
And like willing to be so intimate and vulnerable to the blank space of the internet.
You come along with, like a flip or, a little crappy handy cam or whatever. People were more forgiving, and being like, oh, okay, yeah, this is YouTube. If anything, I feel like it just made it feel more realistic.
The Slenderverse is kind of a time capsule of that era, that like late 2000s, early 2010s troll face, and like that era.
It felt like an urban legend being born in the internet very naturally, and it was cross-platform in this way that felt correct to the internet at the time.
As far as the appeal goes, I don't know, a bunch of young 20-somethings at the dawn of the social media age using these exciting new tools, but all still slightly paranoid that a faceless man in the suit might be on the other end watching them. I don't know. Maybe there was just something in the air.
I mean, I think at this point, the literal origins are pretty well known with the whole was a Mega Monster thread on Something Awful.
The Slender Man was first created on the Something Awful forums in 2009 as a part of an image contest.
The character was created by Eric Knudsen, aka Victor Surge.
A bunch of people were asked to create haunted or cursed Photoshop images.
Initially, it was created as just a couple of weird photoshopped pictures, black and white, with a bunch of children and a weird tall guy with tentacles and no face.
Most people are familiar with those initial 2 images, which is the Sterling City Library Blaze image and the We Didn't Want to Kill Them picture. The children in the foreground with Slender Man kind of walking behind them. Those are the 2 that people are most commonly associating with Surge, but there were other pictures after the fact.
Those images were just downright creepy, and then the little blurbs that they had to go along with it, that was the kind of stuff that catches my attention.
It was a little trajectory of a story that Surge had written in his series of posts. It wasn't just scattered things. It was somebody posting pictures, and then by the end, this person was being hunted by the Slender Man after having posted a bunch of these pictures.
We didn't want to go. We didn't want to kill them. But his persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time. 1983. Photographer unknown, presumed dead. One of 2 recovered photographs of the Sterling City Library Blaze. Notable for being taken the day which 14 children vanished, and for what is referred to as the Slender Man. Maybe I'll do some more research. I've heard there may be a couple more legit Slender Man photographs out there. Slender Man safety procedures require this incident's physical photographic evidence to be disposed of by no later than 10:20. I'm done with this Slender Man stuff. It's starting to make me uneasy. Luckily, my friend is coming over. My friend is here, but he just came in. Barely made it up the stairs, got a picture, and locked the door, but it's right there in the hall. Don't look at its pictures. It doesn't want to be known about. Don't look.
Jesus.
Slenderman needs to be made into a horror ARG or something. This stuff is brilliantly creepy.
When I finally saw the guy in the background, I lost it. This is gonna give me nightmares.
When I did the posts on Something Awful, there was no plan. There was no, I saw the first couple pages of that thread, and I said, oh, these are pretty good. They're kind of creepy, it looks like there's a ghost there, but I can do something creepier than that, I'll just throw this together. And it was literally 10, 15 minutes of thought, and I started gathering assets, opened Photoshop, and I just started, putting them together.
After a while, Slender Man became the star of the thread and then the star of the forum, in a sense of like everyone loved this,
but that's creepy.
new creature.
It's really hard to pin down any one inspiration,
Ronnie, I
even in
wouldn't
that
do it.
original Something
Now that I know
Awful
what it
thread.
is.
Victor Surge gave several different portrayals of the Slender Man, so it has always been kind of an inconsistent character from the very start.
I think that's just part of why the mishmash is so fascinating, because the origin is so unclear, because it's like the origin is not the origin. The copy became something different, and then the copy of that became something even different, and it just expanded and grew and evolved into its own thing so many times over.
What if I didn't spontaneously come up with Slender Man? What if that's what it wants you to think? Come to think of it, I don't really remember those days last week, or even making those posts.
I think I was in the thread. Like, I saw the thread when it was the first photos came out, where they were basically the thread just working together to make an internet urban legend.
I've heard the phrase many times. It's like an internet urban legend where, everyone sort of had their own take on it, their own version of Slender Man that they wanted to create, the story that they wanted to tell.
I've been seriously debating sharing these, but after Victor Surge's post, I feel I have to.
Slender Man is fucking fantastic.
Well, there
Gonna
goes
try
my
and add a little bit
monetization.
to it. Hope you don't mind, Victor.
I am absolutely loving the direction this thread has taken. Victor Surge, you have truly created a monster.
All
Sounds
this
like
stuff
did.
is amazing. Keep it up.
When it was first coming out, it was like, all right, so this is a modern day made up monster, and it's kind of like, open source in a way. At that point, no one's thinking about making money or anything.
They sparked enough interest that then people extrapolated these images and wrote stories about them that were compelling enough for more people to write stories.
The features are so unidentifiable, not just the lack of face, but the character not having many iconic things weighing it down. It allowed for people to see the character as a canvas.
The literal imagery of him is creepy because it's uncanny, but I think that lack of existing media of where he came from, that to me is what made that blank slate, literally.
It's a faceless cosmic horror that you can pretty much project whatever you want onto in terms of intent.
Not knowing what his motives were, like a Lovecraft story. Where does he come from? What does he want? Is he related to Cotton Eye Joe? No.
I think that's the same shit that makes Cthulhu scary. You know what I mean? Because it's like, what the fuck is that thing? What is it? You know what I mean? It just gets worse and worse the more you look at it, but you know nothing. You know what I mean? You know nothing about him.
Making him ominous and ambiguous and leaving it up to the sense of the unknown for what he is doing and what he intends to do, and all these things really opens the doors and makes the character something people can latch on to and, add their own interpretations, for better or worse.
I want to show you this. It is so sad. These are average, everyday people, y'all. Average, everyday people trying to save their home. Watch this. This is real. And I can't tell you, that is hot. That fire is so hot. There's no way you're going to save it with that little hose, boo-boo. You're gone.
All right, dude. Yeah, let's get
And
out
that
of here.
little mask you have on,
try,
honey boo-boo,
we
is
try,
not
bro.
going to protect
Sorry.
your lungs. There's nothing you can do.
Try our best. Yeah, and when this tree falls, it's over.
That little mask is not going to protect your lungs, boo-boo.
Sorry, bro.
Y'all, that's the other thing.
I'll get out of here.
People are going to have so much respiratory problems and health issues from this. Yeah. Yeah. They're out of water. Unless you could feed into the Hoover Dam, you out of water, boo-boo. You guys have no idea how much water it takes to fight a fire. Uh-oh. Hopefully I'm not in trouble for this. Let me remove from screen. Let me see what's... Oh, dag nabbit. I hate these dang commercials. There we go.
Did that tree fall with it? No. Just let it burn, and God protect this house in the name of Jesus. Protect this neighborhood, God, in Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Yeah, well.
This tree is going to kill us. There's nothing we can do now, bro.
And here's the thing. All those embers are flying around are going to burn them.
Nothing we can do now.
Their clothes are not fire retardant, so they're going to catch on fire. Yeah. There is no tap water.
Hi, my name's Anissa Weier, and I'm here to talk to the creative team behind Nawi, which is Kenya's official entry for Best International Feature. The film is about a 13-year-old girl called Nawi who finds out that her father is planning to sell her as a bride to a much older man for a herd of goats.
I don't know what the heck that was. But yeah, they had to turn off the tap water in order to have enough pressure and water to fight the fire. It's horrible.
Web blog.
I think it was probably Troy Wagner, who was actually on that something awful thread.
It's almost one of the things you just
the
gotta let
Slender
it go.
Man, and then had the idea to create
Too far gone.
Marble Hornets, basically like a found footage Blair Witch Project-esque story based around the Slender Man, and that blew up like immediately, probably by people on the forum.
They're embellishing. They're creating more pieces of his narrative and pieces of his story, stuff that Victor Surge never intended. But then again, Victor Surge never intended any of this shit. Me, Marble Hornets, any of it. The point is that we took it and we ran with it.
It's like I said.
How
about
did this
Slender
get
Man,
to be such a big
It's
deal?
not something you want to, say that's not right. That's not Slender Man. It's the internet, and trying to control the internet. You know what happens?
Yeah, you can't.
Hi, my name's Tim Sutton, and I'm the co-writer and co-star of Marble Hornets. Troy Wagner and Joseph Delage were both forums posters, and they were the ones who sort of set everything in motion. And then I think it was after the first 2 entries were up was whenever I got a message from Troy on AOL Instant Messenger to give you an idea of the time period. You would have been in 2009 watching the YouTube channel of a young man who was going through the leftover old videotapes of a friend of his that he has not had any contact with in a few years.
About 2 or 3 years ago, a film school friend of mine, Alex, was working on his first feature-length movie.
The tapes are leftover footage from the student film that his friend was making, which was also called Marble Hornets.
Yes, they
After
were.
about 2 months of on and off shooting, Alex dropped his pet project
Yep,
completely.
they were.
He just said he never wanted to work with the footage again.
And he has memories of something strange happening during the course of the production of his friend's short film, and his friend telling him to burn these tapes and never show them to anyone, and then he disappeared.
I'm going back to my home, and I'm burning these tapes.
But he just couldn't leave well enough alone.
I've decided to begin going through the tapes later tonight. I'm hoping all I find is an unfinished student film and nothing else. That would sure put me at ease now that I'm thinking about it again.
And everything that happens afterwards is started from him watching through these old videotapes. It felt like unexplored territory because this was still, like I said, this was the early days of all the YouTube and social media and everything. So it kind of felt like a new frontier. Kind of, we were venturing out into unknown waters.
When Marble Hornets came out, it's like, all right, so that gave you a visual.
No, they're not
that you
going to get
could-
covered.
because every story was accompanied by, like photoshops or drawings, and like that gives you like all right, this is creepy. But then them making the video series was like, all right, you can see this in real life now. Like, this is something.
Yeah, the
it
insurance
literally took like the story.
Actually, insurance companies can go bankrupt over this one. Not kidding. Even the biggest of insurance companies out there can go bankrupt over this one.
Look into real life.
This idea of it was behind you the whole time and you didn't see it was very natural to a visual format. And I think that that's why the video weblogs, also I feel like an ancient dinosaur saying video weblogs, but that the vlogs became such a compelling and kind of pillar of the way that the mythology expanded.
There were hints of Slender Man on the internet, and I can't remember my first exposure point. What I do remember is that looking up what the hell is this Slender Man thing, it led me directly to Marble Hornets.
We were watching this thing called Marble Hornets on YouTube.
Marble Hornets is a
How did
Blair
this,
Witch
I want to know
paranormal
how this
activity
fire started.
kind of take on this already internet-based.
You guy, Debbie. Debbie, in California, it's not a matter of if a big fire it's going to happen. It's a matter when the big fire is going to happen. But I don't think anybody thought it was going to be this big or this bad. And yeah, no hurricane unless you pay extra. No earthquake. Yeah, insurance companies had to know what was happening. Well, they don't know before the fire starts, but you know when they know when the environment is ripe for a fire. Yep. But the problem is that they don't have enough control of all they don't back burn, they don't control burn. They don't do anything to keep the grass down. There's no incentive to keep your home in a position to where, you don't have all the tree and fuels and everything up close to your home.
Fake
There's no incentive
urban
to
legend
take care of all
the
that.
Slender Man.
Everybody around that time was recognizing, oh yes, this thing from this web series. If you trace the roots back, most people were saying it's from this web series, Marble Hornets. And that
Texas does a lot of control
I'm
burns.
hoping that Marble Hornets
That's
will kind
how
of
we
open the
learn.
door
That's how
for people to mess with him.
Everyone started.
All right, sorry. That's how when I started learning how to do wildland, it was on control burns. There's a lot of area around here that needs to be control burned.
Using that as a means of sort of the blueprint, if you will.
Most people, when Marble Hornets had come out and the Slenderverse started, were drawing little things from Marble Hornets.
Camera distortion and vomiting black stuff.
Slender Man sort of teleporting.
People getting sick and memory loss.
Audio visual distortion as evidence of the presence of the Slender Man. That was a huge thing in every series.
I don't care who came before. They are directly responsible for the massive influence of VHS glitching whenever there's a presence of a monster. Because they are the direct roots, observably, of this kind of effects touch and aesthetic in all of these projects that came after. It is the grand root.
Partially came from the technical limitations of just how do you make it a threat without it being able to move very much. It's almost like its abilities are dictated by its appearance. Like, what would you expect this thing to be able to do just by looking at it? And it's like, well, it would kind of look strange if it moved really fast, or if it jumped like Mario. You look at it and it's already the wheels start turning. There's if it's lacking a face, then it's lacking the traditional human forms of communication. So what's it gonna do? We didn't necessarily say that it was communication per se, but I think that's probably where the audio video distortion came from in our case. The way that we did it, it's I'm not sure what else you would do. Like I know some other people did, like I think he's got like spider legs sometimes, or like tentacles and things. I think we decided against the tentacles just because that may have felt too specifically like a Lovecraft thing maybe. I think we did what everyone ended up doing, which is you pick the parts you like and you leave behind the parts you don't.
I think that, they use the character really sparingly, and they manage, especially in those early episodes of Marble Hornets, to really like craft a story and characters around him that keeps you engaged and also like dreading the next time the character's going to show up.
I first heard of Slender Man by a completely unrelated creepypasta story that I heard on the internet that had nothing to do with Marble Hornets. And then at some point in high school, I stumbled across one of those To the Arc videos from Marble Hornets with no context at all. And I was just hypnotized by it.
Back then, YouTube used to have this feature called video replies. This was back in the days when they were still emphasizing like the you part of YouTube, like the community part. So anybody who posted a video, you could record your own video as a video reply, and it would show up underneath the video that you were replying to. So back then, if you were to go to the Marble Hornets YouTube page, you would go to this entry, and then you would see a video reply from this other account called To the Arc underneath it. Because we were locked into that found footage format, we could only experiment in certain ways in the main show, because it always had to be a camera being held by somebody, being carried around by someone in a specific place. It becomes an object that exists in the world, and you have to plan around that accordingly. So in a way, the To the Arc videos were ways for us to kind of tinker around with things that didn't follow that format as much. The main series didn't really have room for a stop motion animated baby doll crawling across the floor, but the To the Arc videos, we could do that kind of stuff. So it was kind of the playground for us. It was kind of where we got to play with all our toys and our...
Okay, guys, this is getting creepier and creepier, and I'm not too sure I'm up for it now that we're getting towards the end of the workday, and I'm going to be going to sleep in a few hours, and the last thing I want is that in my head. So basically, that's where all this crap came from, and the girl believed it and believed that this guy was telling her, the Slender Man was telling her to stab and unalive her friend, and oh my gosh, what... It's crazy, guys. It's stupid crazy. Well, couple of updates for you guys. I've got some changes happening. This year is a year for me to get my health back. This is a year that I'm going to start self-care. And in that, just FYI, I have lost 24 pounds since the death of my sister. Not the way I really want to do it, but I don't know if you can tell. I slender. I'm fitting in clothes that I hadn't fit in a little while. Also, I've got something I'll be sharing with y'all in a couple of weeks. Something that I'm giving a try, and just so you know, I've been a professional makeup artist for years. I've used this one brand of cosmetics for buku years as a professional. Not to say I won't be using it, but I am no longer going to be selling that line because this has become my focus. I'll still do makeup when it presents itself, but I am trying something to help me inside and out. And when I invest in something, I don't do so unless I actually try it and actually see if I can see any results. If I do see results, then I will share it. Just like with anything that I do that may be a sponsor, I will not promote a product that I do not believe in. And I love our Shooter Shack Homestead coffee. They are fabulous. Our Ollie tea is absolutely amazing. So be on the lookout for that. I believe you can open yourself to minds while watching these. Yeah, I do 2Case1. That's kind of why I stopped. I just wanted a brief history as to what was happening. Thank you so much, Toy. You have always been so kind and affirmative with your affirmations of kindness. And I don't feel pretty. I haven't felt pretty in about 25 years, but this year is a year that I'm going to get me back, and I'm going to start laying healthy boundaries in all relationships, and I'm going to start self-care every day. I'm going to start doing a whole lot of things. This is not a New Year's Eve resolution thing. This is something that I've been kind of on the journey the last couple of months with. So, thank you, Debbie. But that said, y'all be on the watch out for some new stuff. May have a new sponsor coming in on that end. Tomorrow, I have a doctor's appointment at 9:30 in the morning. I don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. Do we have anything in court tomorrow, y'all? Does anybody know? Do we have anything in court tomorrow? One of the other things is I try to take time out for me. Yeah, and I love my children, and I'll always be their number one supporter, and I'll always, you know how moms are, we always do for everybody else, but I'm at a certain point in my life now that I'm wanting to be more control and take care of me. Tomorrow is the 10th. Let me see. We have the Johnny's, Christopher, Noah, Jason. Okay. Thank you so much, Toy. You're amazing. We really don't have anything court-wise tomorrow, so what I may do is, Debbie, congratulations. I want to say Debbie is a real sweet person. If you really want to, I believe in supporting other people. So y'all go on over to her page, Debbie. I will tell you, one of my boundaries here is I love a bunch of YouTube content creators. I adore a lot of them, and I support a lot of them. As y'all very well know, R.A. and Emily D. Baker and Brady Churchwood and Law and Lumber and Runkle of the Baileys and Broken Baker, I always share about them on mine. But one of the things that I'm asking is that for you guys not to name drop while we're live, because then all of a sudden all my viewers disappear. But if you know people, if something's going on at another content creator's page that's way cool, we might want to be interested in, we do have private chats, so you can go in the Discord and drop the information. Then I can appropriately broach the subject in the live. But Debbie F. Cook has a page, and I'm inviting her to drop her link. But it's courtesy for other viewers. It'd be like me. I don't want y'all going to somebody else's live and saying, hey, you've been over here, and try to pull people over. No, nothing to be apologetic for, Debbie. I'm just kind of saying we all need to be respectful of everybody. And I don't want people saying, hey, I just came over from Ada's and she was saying this. Yeah. No, we just got to be respectful of everybody. And there's enough of the pie for all of us to get a bite. But, you're not, Debbie. You're in my life. This is not anything to do with you. Not anything to do with you. But I'm just saying I've had some people over at another person's live talking about my live, and I don't want that happening. So I'm just asking that everyone be respectful. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't pull anybody away from my live. You were on my live. You were here. But I do want to support you. I believe in supporting other content creators appropriately and fairly and equally. And that's what I'm going to do. If we know you have a page, we have no problem at certain points in our life popping you guys up there. So you guys go and watch her. Go and see what she's done. She's a sweetheart, and I like her stuff. So go say hello to Debbie Cook and go support her live as well. I had people help me grow my live. I need to grow a whole lot more. There you go. I am currently also working at trying to figure out a format to be doing something what I call snapshots of different things that are happening, different trials, different hearings, where I do some recordings and I just spend the day recording different things. So I will be doing that starting on Mondays. Unless we are in a trial, Mondays are going to be my off days, because I really, unless something pops up and I want to be live, I'm going to use that time to start doing shorts and snapshots. So that's one of the changes that's going to happen here. We are going to be asking for more mods. We are going to be having a mod meeting. We're going to start doing all kinds of stuff. I was on David Cook Live this morning. Oh, definitely. I have no problem with that. I want to see you grow. I want to see you be successful. And I have watched her lives, believe it or not. What trial is that, Journey to Justice? I would love to have a trial to watch right now. I need a trial. Girl, I need a trial. And what network is broadcasting it? Because I would like to watch it. Can you tell me the name? It may be on my list. But I probably won't be back here till about 11 o'clock in the morning, so I can start that trial then. We can start watching that trial, maybe get caught up. I am going through trial withdrawals. I really, really am. By the way, I love candles, and somebody gave us a candle. I go through candles. So, Journey to Justice, what is the trial you were watching? I'd love to watch it. Yes, he's starting soon. Let's see, Jason Chin, jury selection starts tomorrow. His trial, if they get a jury tomorrow and enough time for opening statements, that will be tomorrow. Otherwise, Monday will be his. Okay, which one is it, please? It's only by judge? Who's judge? He turns his video off at the end of the day. Let me know who this is, my dear. I have that there are trials with... let me just pull this over here so it's a little easier. Okay, I'll have to go pull that up. Come on, where did it go? There it is. So I do know that the Johnny Santiago is going on. Christopher Hoops is going on. Noah Mondrano is going on. Jason Chin jury selection is going on. So let me open up another window. Got about 30 windows open, you guys. I kid you not. I got about 30 windows open. Okay. I know, Sensei. I get it. We'll get you to the potty in a second. Roll copy. So court is in recess. Yeah, but see, the thing is, as soon as he's done with the trial, he shuts off the feed. So how do I avoid losing the feed if we go live right now to his courtroom? Oh, that'll be cool. So we're going to go ahead and just share this. I'm going to do that just so I can not lose him for later. So we currently have him up and running. And let me get him. See, he's in recess. Let's see what they're doing.
Just getting, there was an incident down in Sandpoint last 4th of July where the Army surplus store burnt to the ground.
Where is this at? They got deer heads in the back of the courtroom, which I'm sure the judge enjoyed. That only started a week or... Oh my gosh. I'm loving this courtroom. Can I download this? What day of trial?
And as you can well imagine, there's a lot of ammunition inside the Army surplus. So I think maybe we as lay people think, is that going to be rounds going everywhere, hitting people?
Is this the first Wyoming?
That's quite right. I'll ask the ATF guys that.
Is this the first day of this?
This particular firearm, you said that there were some pieces missing.
Yes.
What pieces are those?
The grips of firearm are missing, the main spring. I couldn't manipulate the firearm.
I'll leave
as
this up
far
and
as
running. I'll go potty dog. I'll be right back.
Rack the slide front to the front and to the rear. There may be some more internal parts that were not in there, but typically grips are going to be plastic, so they may have melted. The spring may have fallen out. Sometimes they're small. So,
are you familiar with this particular type of firearm?
We don't get a lot of the SIG pistols in, but I've seen them, yes, and we have some in our reference collection.
Do you know if it has a safety or not?
I don't recall.
Okay, and typically, when you talk about racking and slide, is that how you actually get a bullet up from the magazine into the chamber and loaded?
Yeah, so if the slide is forward when the magazine is seated into the firearm, yes, you have to pull the slide to the rear to strip the first cartridge and load it into the chamber prior to firing.
And then we heard a little bit earlier in the trial about single action versus double action, or a single double action. Do you know what those terms are?
Yes.
And can you explain those for us?
So single action is going to be one pull of the trigger, one fire. It also, so a double action is actually going to be a one pull of the trigger actually pulls the firing pin to the rear, and then once it's released, it's fire. It's easier to imagine with a revolver. So a single action revolver, you have to pull the hammer back and pull the trigger for it to go off. With a double action, you can actually continually pull the trigger and it'll cycle the cylinder and you can fire until all of your cartridges are depleted. So it's a little easier to explain with double action versus single action revolver.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but some pistols, if you pull the trigger, whether it's single action or double action, if you pull the trigger and fire the weapon, the hammer will cock back and be ready to go again.
Yes.
And single action.
And typically with the semi-automatic pistols, that force of the slide is also retracting the firing pin too. So you have that multiple action, but it's in combination with the slide of the firearm.
Okay, so it's not actually the trigger that forces that hammer back. It sounds like it might be the slide that does that.
Depends on the type of firearm, yes.
Do you know this particular firearm?
No.
All right. And in terms of the firing pin on this one, I understand it's pretty charred. Does it appear like the hammer is cocked back?
So this one might be a striker fire, so it's more of just a spring action, not necessarily a hammer.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
The spring action, so some firearms, and I don't recall with this one, and like I said, I don't keep track of the number of things that we deal with, if it had an external hammer or not. But a striker fire is actually going to be like a spring-loaded type of action where you don't have a hammer. The block is actually a striker fire type of semi-automatic pistol. So the spring compresses, and then when the sear is released by the pull of the trigger, then that firing pin is allowed to freely move forward because the spring moves forward with the force of the spring release.
After the bullet is fired down the barrel through the muzzle, what happens to the cartridge that's left behind?
In a semi-automatic,
yes.
So during the cycle of fire, pull the trigger, the firing pin is released, strikes the primer of the cartridge. The cartridge then partially expands in the chamber, bullets fire down the barrel, and then as the slide starts to move to the rear, you have the extractor that's going to pull on that cartridge out of the chamber of the firearm, and then on the opposite side, you're going to have an ejector, and that's going to strike the cartridge case at some point on the opposite side of the ejection port, and it is going to get kicked out. So then after that cartridge is kicked out of the firearm, the slide starts to move back forward, pulls up another cartridge out of the magazine, and is ready to fire the next round.
Okay, and that's if this weapon is operating properly, correct?
Correct.
And in your knowledge and experience, is it sometimes do a semi-auto jam and the spent cartridge stays within the chamber?
Yes, there is a potential that it doesn't actually eject. Typically that is when you have some kind of pressure to the rear of the slide. So if you, don't recommend it, but put your hand on the back of the slide and is not allowed to freely move backwards, then it could obviously not cycle properly. Sometimes during test firing, I've actually had it where I'm holding it properly, but the cartridge gets caught and it actually gets caught halfway in the injection port as that slide is moving forward.
When the cartridge gets ejected, let's say we find that cartridge, and then sometimes I think it's called brass, right? They call it brass.
They do.
If you find the brass on the ground, does it still have the primer in the back of the cartridge?
Yes.
And is there a mark typically which shows where the striker or the hammer came down on it?
Yes, we call it a firing pin impression that would be present on the primer area.
Okay. And is that meaningful to you typically?
Yes.
Are there things that you can do with that?
With a spent cartridge case, yes.
Yes. What are those?
So there's a couple different things. I can look at a spent cartridge case by itself. Typically that's just going to be describing what it looks like and what caliber it is. We also enter firing cartridge cases into NIGIN, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. It's an ETF database for fire cartridge cases. And then if a firearm is recovered or retrieved, we can do microscopic comparisons from the evidence to the test fires that we create from the firearm that's emitted.
Were you able to do that with this particular weapon?
This one, no.
Yes. Why is that?
It's not functional.
Okay.
It's not functional.
Could you tell if there was still a round inside the chamber of this weapon?
When I received it, like I said, the slide was to the rear. The chamber did not have a fire cartridge case in it.
Okay. So there's nothing in there.
No.
Did you receive the magazine too?
I believe that part of it is actually still in the firearm, but I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't really asked to do much with the firearm itself, just the other components that were in the box.
It sounds like due to the condition of this particular weapon, it was kind of hard for you to do your job.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything you actually could accomplish, even though the gun is severely charged?
I was able to describe it.
That's about it?
That's about it.
Okay, let's talk about the Glocks.
Okay.
And did any of the Glocks, first of all, what's ballistics?
Ballistics is a term that isn't used by forensic examiners, but it's typically the study of bullets and their path. So you have internal ballistics and external ballistics, and that is in general.
Where is this case out of?
What happens when ammunition is fired. So internal ballistics is going to be what happens with the bullet and the cartridge inside of a firearm, and external or terminal ballistics is going to be what happens after the bullet leaves the firearm. So it's path. What we do in the lab is
Okay, guys, this is Shannon Perry Dabbs, age is 57, is facing a second-degree murder charge in connection with the unaliving of his wife, Susan Marie Dabbs, and the arson of their home. In a statement, Dabbs claims that his wife had lit a piece of paper and threw it on the bed to start a fire before drawing a firearm on him. I'm going to go ahead and share screen so you can see. Let me get this over here so I can see. Oh, I hate these dang ads. The way they put them, you can't share crap. This is the person on trial. A second-degree murder arson case is advancing to the district court following a 2-day preliminary hearing concluded Tuesday. Shannon Perry Dabbs is at the age of 57, facing second-degree murder and charged with connection of the death of his wife. After the call, Shannon Deb said he returned to the house with a hose and fire extinguisher. He found Susan Dabbs sitting up with her hands and sitting up on her hands and knees, who shot at him through the smoke. He said he returned fire, this time hitting her in the head. Susan Dabbs was found by the first responders on the bedroom floor with a wound to her right hand and facing the door. The 2-day preliminary hearing saw the prosecution and defense call on several different experts, including toxicologists, fire investigators, law enforcement officials, and an unaliving investigator. On Thursday, the defense experts testified with their main focus was providing sufficient research on carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide found at the Susan Dabbs in her blood during the autopsy as a way to pinpoint when the woman passed away, before or after the fire. Hydrogen cyanide, as if I'm saying it right, HC, is a toxic gas that can be released when certain materials burn in a fire. Plastic and vinyl, silk and wool. Basically, she suffocated. That's what you do when you're in a fire. Your esophagus and your lungs start to get basically the smoke and heat burn them, and then you can't process oxygen and you suffocate while the fire is burning you. Usually you suffocate to death before you actually burn. Sherry Casico, I can't say it. Sherry Kay, toxicologist who conducted toxicology report, said that Susan Dabbs had low exposure to carbon and poisoning, which could be linked to low exposure prior to death, or that she hadn't been breathing at the time of the fire and therefore could not breathe in the carbon monoxide. She said the presence of the HC in Susan's toxicology report may be inaccurate, as the gas deteriorates in the blood over time, even when stored. There's also testimony on why Dabbs had soot in his nose and Susan did not, and why he did not smell like smoke. Wait, how do you have soot in your nose and not smell like smoke? That's weird. When I'm in a fire, I can shower and everything, and if you get close enough, you can still smell it. Law enforcement officers originally thought Dabbs had changed clothes. However, the coveralls he wore had bloodstains on the knees, which turned out to be Susan's blood. John Lentini, a fire investigator consultant, said that it is possible, depending on the height of the smoke and the airflow, that Dabbs may not have smelt like smoke. However, he may have had soot in his nose due to moving around the scene. And that is true. He said that Susan Dabbs did not have soot in her nose due to being below the smoke line, true, and because the fire hadn't burned long enough for soot to form, true. There's been house fires that I wasn't a part of. I wasn't part of putting them out. And then I go later with the homeowners and walk around in there, and I got soot in my nose and everything. But I don't smell of that heavy smoke. Dr. Marshall, cat hair, a former surgeon and current death investigator at B Forensics, said the gunshot to the stomach hit the diaphragm and a hole in the left lung. She said the shot would have been lethal within 6 hours, but Susan would have been able to have had guttural expressions like a scream. She said the shot to Susan's head was not survivable. Marshall contended the prosecution was looking at the case through a lens of confirmation bias. In closing statements, the defense attorney, Joseph Richard Sullivan, stated 8 bullets were recovered. Is this the same guy? Ah, that's interesting. Okay, so that's who we're studying now. That gives us some leeway of understanding who's what, when, where, how, and why.
So with firearms examination or analysis,
They were getting a divorce.
we
Interesting.
are tasked with examining evidence that's related to firearms or tool marks. Technically, firearms examination is a subset of tool mark examination, and in this case, a firearm will be a tool. And we will look at a firearm to determine its functionality, if it's safe, if there's been any modifications to it. And then the second part of the firearms examination is using the firearm submitted to create known samples or test fires, is what we call them in our lab, to use for comparison to evidence retrieved from where it comes from, crime scene or
Ain't
How do
that
you
the
do the
truth?
test fire? You got like a barrel of water or something that you shoot into?
No, we actually, it's about a 10-foot long by 4-foot wide by 6 feet tall water tank. It's got a pump system and HEPA filters. So we actually do test fire semi-automatic pistols, sometimes small caliber rifles, into the water tank. And the purpose for that is to recover as minimally undamaged fire bullets. And then the cartridge cases are just ejected into our test fire room that we can recover.
And when you're dealing with like the bullets, and you said you test fire if you can with the weapon, then you can see if that particular bullet potentially was fired by that particular weapon.
Yes.
I think what's been marked as States Exhibit 63. Take a look at that, please. Is that one of the clocks from this case?
I'm not sure because I can't see the serial number.
Okay. Council, you will represent, you have to get the guns. Probably gonna need them both now. With the guns. No, I think it'd be best if we actually got the physical guns themselves, so that might take a few minutes to get unpacked properly. Thank you.
Okay, it's gonna take just a few minutes, so we'll let you have another. I'll just excuse you while they get the guns and get them packaged appropriately.
Y'all, I just saw an amazing interpreter. Let's pause it. I want you guys to see this. I'm gonna turn on this down.
On the road, you have plenty.
This is an amazing Native American interpreter. Never seen it.
A wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning.
Joining me now is Sheila Kelleher, captain of the Los Angeles Fire Department. Thank you so much. I can see you're on the road. You have plenty on your hands right now, but let me start where that just left off. Is there water in Pacific Palisades to fight this fire?
Yeah, they're getting a handle back on it. Like you heard her talking, she's the expert in that facility, but these water systems were never meant to sustain that kind of water usage over 15 hours. And that's exactly what they did. So we pumped over 3 million gallons of water on that fire. So it does strain that system, and they're doing everything they can to, fill it back up and do what they need to do.
It's Zoom. It's not downloadable.
Going back to school has never been easier.
Are you
With 30
kidding
fully
me?
virtual online.
To pump that water back in. We did also have some issues because we weren't able to fly the air assault and the helicopters and the fixed wings because the wind gusts were so high. So a lot of times, a lot of the water that we get to put on these fires is from up above. So again, perfect storm with the wind and not being able to use some of our air resources.
What are the meteorologists telling you? Is there hope that sometime today you may be able to get those planes and other vehicles up in the air?
We're still waiting to see. They apparently those gusts could last until 6 p.m. tonight. So
Wow.
It's just wait and see as we go, and then they're supposed to die down some. So we're looking forward to that. Our red flag conditions will last well into tomorrow. So we are definitely not out of the woods. Everybody.
Okay, I am laughing my ever-loving butt off. You see that jacket there? And they have the pants on. They have the little helmet on. That's news media, and they have to wear that when they're in the fire zone. But I guarantee you, it ain't going to protect you much if you're stupid enough to get caught. I'm just saying, that is traditional wildland gear. But we also wear other gear underneath that can help protect us even more. I see many of the newscasts wearing this jacket, but regular blue jeans and tennis shoes. Y'all, protect your feet, get boots, fire boots on, wildland fire boots, not structural. Well, you could do structural, but wildland fire boots on, get the appropriate underclothing on. And yeah, this is it's a joke.
Needs to really continue to pay attention, listening to those warnings, listening to those orders to evacuate.
Because that shirt underneath that.
We still have a lot of areas in Southern California that are being affected by the winds that aren't on fire right now.
With 4 fires burning all at once just in Los Angeles County, and we reported this earlier.
Okay, that guy you just saw walk by.
That officials said.
Let me see if I can back this up. Come on. Why can't I back this up? 10 seconds. I'll have to do it here. What?
California that are being affected by the winds that aren't on fire right now.
With 4 fires burning.
He's coming off a fire truck. This dude here, see, he has a proper hat on. Do you see the yellow, I called it the neck cape, to protect the back of your neck and anything falling down between your outer jacket and your shirt. He's got the dark green wildland pants on, which have fire retardant. The other person has some fire retardant, but this is the real deal here. And that shirt that the news person had on, had a kind of like a mock collar neck on it. That undergarment doesn't have any fire retardantness to it. So if any kind of ember gets between his clothing and that outer yellow wildland gear, it's going to be miserable.
Once just in Los Angeles County, and we reported this earlier, that officials said, look, all of Los Angeles County is under threat. How do you even deploy and decide how to deploy?
Yeah,
already
that's too close for the news media to be.
We do have a really robust, incident command system where we set up those.
Do you see how fast that wind is blowing there? It would take nothing for that thing to whip around. And that's what's also angering me is the fire departments are so thin. The police, the EMS, all of them are so thin right now. And you have these news crews running out there and buying these cheap wildland gear, yellow protective gear, and going out there putting themselves in harm's way, adding to the stress and strain of the emergency system. I'm not liking it. I'm not. In any way, shape, or form. So let me pause him real quick. So, yeah, I'm not liking it at all. I think that the news media why do you keep going to the wrong one? I think the news media needs to keep themselves far away. They're too dang close. That heat is insane.
Them in the area, so we don't pull from one area too much. So even though we have a great system set up like that, it is definitely strained. So that's where our unified command comes in, where we work in conjunction with the other agencies in Southern California.
Yeah, like the Forestry Service
out to Northern California, and states definitely then answer those calls and come help. So a lot
it
of
is catastrophic toxic.
So from everything we understand, help is on the way.
Many of your folks, of course, have been working through the night. We learned that a firefighter suffered a head injury in the Palisades fire. Do you feel like you have, or at least will soon have, the resources that
That's
you
not
need?
even a real fire suit.
First of all, obviously, to fight the fire, but to help your firefighters stay safe and effective.
Yes, for sure. And listen, we do more with less. That's kind of our motto. And in the first initial stages of the fire, everybody is got that adrenaline and doing everything they can to help get this under control until we get those support units in. So, you know,
I have to say, this is not necessarily the lack of abilities of the fire department. You only have so many people. There are 4 fires burning in such a large area that they've put a call out nationwide for help. The Forestry Service in California knows that this is going to happen at some point in time. The fire is still going. It's still out of control. I don't even think they have enough control numbers on it yet to say how much is in control, how much is out of control. I can look it up. But the situation is that the Forestry Service are the ones in charge to make sure that back burnings are happening and things are done to try to avoid this. However, sometimes you just can't do enough. And I can piss and moan and complain about them, but sometimes you just can't do enough, and you have what's called the perfect storm. And they can't get the helicopters and fixed wing up there to deploy the fire retardant or the waters or whatever you want to call it from air, which is one of the best assaults to fight this, because the winds were too high, and then you're going to put people's lives in danger by putting an airplane up in the air with all these chemicals, and then they crash and start another fire. There's no perfect way to deal with this. The governor is ultimately the buck stops with the governor. When the winds get so high, and see, here's the other problem. You see in this picture, I'm going to click and let go. You can see this cloud coverage. So you got a fire here, right? And all that you see, all that smoke is hot. Okay. And it comes up into the clouds, pulls slightly, but not enough. And it comes back down and it creates this circling motion, and it's hot. And as it moves, it's drying out. All this here is considered fuel. This is not burnt right here. This is still good grass, right? So as this is moving forward, it creates, it's drying out more what's in front of it. And it is an absolute hell of a perfect storm. Now, had there not been a single cloud in the sky and there was no major wind, and all the heat can keep going up and disperse way up in the higher elevations of the atmosphere, the fires wouldn't be moving as fast. I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. If you have a big fire like this, people say, oh, send the rain, send the storms. No, puts a cap on it and it makes it worse. Okay, no politics, pineapples.
A lot of those
whether I agree or
firefighters
not
have earned a well good rest here for the next 12 hours, 24 hours, and then they'll be right back out on the fire lines, because this fire and the surrounding fires, it's going to take a while to get them all under control and cleaned up.
When you say it's going to take a while, what's best case scenario based on your experience?
Oh my goodness. I wouldn't even hesitate to guess right now, but this will be weeks in the making to get things put back together and get things the way they belong.
Los Angeles Fire Department Captain Sheila Kelleher with a long road ahead.
I really feel for her. Kudos, woman. This is a hard time for a female to be a fire captain, and I'm not saying it's a hard time for any fire captain, but females are always under are being more judged, and I just really kudos to you. You can only do, first of all, she can only have as many firefighters available to her per the governor. They should have called in the National Forestry Service, the California Forestry Service, probably all the surrounding states should have been, or probably called in. So Y'all, they got help on the way. They're getting help, but it sucks. Really sucks. Okay, trial. But I feel bad for her. It's not fun. I got so many windows open, guys. I got to do some. Canada is helping too. Canada's amazing. Canada comes down and helps all the time. I love Canada. Canada. I got to meet some Canadian firefighters one time. They were so freaking cool. I think they were more excited to meet an American than they were me meeting a Canadian. But
I sometimes have jurors in jury selection will say, I can't sit for extended periods of time. I say, I can't either. I get distracted, but you'd be surprised how many times we're up and down in the course of the trial. So thank you for bearing with. All right, you may continue, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. I just want to really hand you now what's been
I'll be right back.
We all agree it's totally inoperable, so we didn't have to take any special precautions. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that the 9mm we've been talking about?
It is.
All right. Correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you can't tell in its condition, but oftentimes when bullets eject, I shouldn't say bullets, when cartridges eject, spent cartridges, a lot of times they will go either right or left.
Correct.
Is that correct? Can you tell from that firearm if that's a right or left eject?
This one has the ejection port on the right side.
Okay. And let's say, in your experience, I'm left-handed. Would it be, do I have to get a left-handed ejection firearm?
You don't have to, no.
Okay, so I could still shoot this with my left hand and the spent cartridge would go off to the right?
Yes.
It won't come back and hit me in the face, typically?
It shouldn't.
Okay, I understand there could be an angle. I could shoot it, and then it could.
Yes.
But so it doesn't necessarily mean that that's a right-handed person's gun.
It's designed for right-handed people, and that's mostly because of where they have the magazine release. And obviously the ejection port, it's not very common to see a firearm with an ejection port on the left-hand side of the spine.
Who dates you, but a long time ago, we used to have special scissors for us left-handed. They had green handles on them. They wanted to show us how different we were from everyone else. Okay, let's turn now to the clock. And this one we did have to treat a little bit differently. This counsel states it's in the 35. I'll hand that to you. Not being able to see both sides, are we talking about the right clock this time?
Yes, this is the firearm, one of the firearms that was submitted to the law for examination.
Okay.
For the benefit of the court, can you just confirm the safety of the firearm?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The firearm, we made sure that it was not loaded. It also has zip ties going through the magazine, up through the chamber, and also through the muzzle and back through the chamber to make sure that even if it was loaded, it couldn't work, but it is not loaded. We then had your courthouse security check the weapon and make sure that it was suitable to be used in the courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what number was that? 34?
The clock is 35.
35. Move for the admission of case 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
35 is admitted. Did you never moved for the other?
I agree with that, Your Honor. Now it's 34, right? Move for the admission of 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
34 is admitted as well.
Okay, now focusing now on the Glock. Glocks typically do not have safeties on them, correct?
They actually do.
They do?
They do.
Maybe it's just I have older ones.
It's not a manual safety that you slide upwards to stop the movement of the slide. There's actually technically 3 safeties that are built in to a Glock.
Can you explain that for us?
One of them is going to be the trigger safety. So it's actually a hinge in the trigger With the way that the firearm is right now, the trigger is actually to the rear, so the safety is, in line with the trigger, but it's actually like a little tail, I guess, on the front side of the trigger that you actually have to depress before you pull the trigger. And there's a notch that catches the frame. So if that internal trigger safety is not depressed at the same time as the entire trigger, it's not going to unnotch from the frame. There's also a firing pin safety. So when I have the slide back like this, if I try to move the trigger bar, which is actually, you can see it, it's this little bar down there. If I try to move it forward, that firing pin is actually not going to come out of the back of the, or the front of the breech face through the firing pin aperture. There's like a little plunger, so it has to be in the correct orientation closed for that plunger to be depressed and the firing pin to be able to move freely in that firing pin channel. They also have the drop safety, which we don't test, and that's kind of just everything in the right orientation inside the firearm. So there's that technically 3 safeties inside the firearm.
Okay. Some handguns, some pistols have kind of a lever on them, typically with your thumb, where you can either go to the safe position or the fire position.
Correct.
This does not have one of those, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay. And were you able to analyze this particular one to see if it was in working order?
Yes, I was.
Did you test fire it?
I did.
Okay. Previously, we had the medical examiner testified that she had found some things associated with the bullet.
Okay.
Were you able to test anything in terms of a bullet in this case?
There were, I believe, 3, possibly 4 items that were submitted that were potentially bullets or bullet fragments that I was able to do. I examined.
Okay. Tell us what you mean by you examined.
There was 1 fragment, or there's maybe 2, that were very small in nature, maybe were damaged. I don't recall specifically, but they were unsuitable for us to do any comparative analysis to any test fires. And then there was another fragment, might have been a larger fragment, that I was able to do comparison and examination. So examination is just, I'm able to look at it, describe it, see if there's anything that I can potentially compare. If there's not, then it's unsuitable for comparison. If it is suitable or has marks that I can use for comparison, then I will move forward for comparison purposes.
If the bullet that you're trying to look at and compare to the firearm is a hollow point as opposed to a fully jacketed bullet, does it make a difference?
Ammunition type can make a difference, not necessarily whether or not we can do a comparison or not, as long as the bullet remains somewhat intact or the jacketing material remains somewhat intact, we may be able to do comparisons. It just depends on the evidence, but the type of bullet itself doesn't make a difference.
So what are you actually doing? You take the fragment, the bullet or the fragment, and you put it under a high-powered microscope?
So we have what we call a comparison microscope, and what it is it's 2 high-powered microscopes that are connected by 1 optical bridge. So when I look through the eyepieces of my microscope, I see what's on the right-hand side of my microscope and what's on the left-hand side. So when I do a comparison, I have 2 things side by side.
Okay. And were you able to do that in this circumstance?
I was.
And what were your conclusions, if any?
There was a bullet jacketing material that was identified as being fired from this firearm.
All right. And I asked you about the 9mm, essentially just how it works, how it operates. Does the Glock 45 work in a similar fashion? By that I mean, is it the same way where you have to load a magazine, rack around up into the chamber?
Okay, so a friend of a friend and an acquaintance's house is burning right now. She's 70 years old. They think it's electrical. We don't know yet. It is an active scene right now. and Ingram, where let me get my fire radio on. I didn't have it on. When I'm not on call, I don't have it on, but I'm going to be able to hopefully listen to the fire department if they're going back and forth. It is a big scene, fluid scene, and she's lost everything at the age of 70. So keep her in your prayers, please.
Chamber before you can shoot it?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a double action or single action firearm?
We actually, it's kind of both. We consider it a hybrid action.
And what does that mean?
It's it functions different than the single action and double action, but kind of the same. It's not very, I don't know how to explain it actually. It's just, we don't consider it a single action or a double action.
I'll ask you a more specific question. So if I'm carrying that thing around, can I carry it around with the hammer pulled back?
There is no hammer.
There is no hammer in that.
No.
Okay, so how does that fire?
So this is a striker fire, so it has the compressed spring inside of it. If you have it racked and a chamber or a cartridge is in the chamber and the trigger is moved to the rear, it will go off.
Okay. So let's say I take that gun, I rack around up into the chamber. Is the striker ready to go
Yes.
at that point?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does it take a great deal of finger pull?
Typically a trigger pull on a 45 block is going to be over 8 pounds. So it takes a little bit of force. It's about comparison to a gallon and a half of milk fitting on your finger. If you can get a gallon and a half of milk on your finger, that amount of pressure to pull the trigger is needed in order for it to pop.
You specifically did fire this gun, correct?
Correct.
And did it seem like a typical Glock that you were shooting, same type of finger pull?
At this point, I don't really notice the difference between trigger pulls unless it's a very light trigger pull, like a 3-pound trigger pull.
Okay, and just some hunting rifles have what we might call like hair triggers, do they not? Where it's very, very light triggers.
Yes, they do.
Okay, but typically handguns are not that way?
Generally not, no.
Why is that?
You don't, the accuracy and the weight of the gun, and the shortness of the barrel, you want a higher trigger pull. Those long rifles, you don't want a higher, like a heavy trigger pull, because you have a lot more weight in a rifle. You don't need it. The trigger pulls on handguns are typically a lot higher. I think the lowest trigger pull that I've seen on a handgun is like 5 pounds.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Ms. Wiley, okay, or do you prefer a different honorific? Okay. May I approach? Can you take a look at State Exhibit 34? And can you hold this up for the jury on the left side? This one.
Thank you. Pointer.
Can you tell them what this is?
That is actually going to be it's a takedown pin, so you have to manipulate this in order to take the firearm apart.
And do you know what? It's hard to see with the chart, but can you identify the?
This right here should be the manual safety that you would slide that to lock.
There's a slide lock on here, correct? That's a manual slide lock. And there's also an e-cocking lever on there, correct?
Awesome.
Can you look underneath the slide and see the hammer on the bottom?
Yes.
Do you see a hammer in there?
I do.
Okay. That's a hammer fired gun, not a striker fired gun, correct? And that's what would be considered a double action, single action, correct?
Yes, because this one has an exposed hammer where you could potentially pull that hammer back and fire it as a single action.
But if you have the hammer down and you pull the trigger, it will do both. It will cock the hammer and then release it to fire the gun, Correct. Can you see what this is in the picture of EG5? That's the hammer, isn't it?
Possibly, that's very blurry picture.
Well, can you take a look at the shape of the hammer there and compare it to the shape of the spur? That's the same shape, isn't it?
Yes.
That hammer prop.
It is.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You want to step down?
My excuse.
Yes, sir.
Excused. You're excused. You want to retrieve the exhibits?
Yes, sir.
State's next witness.
Sue called Lacey Forbath.
Lacey Forbath.
I am sorry to tell you right now I'm okay, but I may have to bolt. There's a questionable life call that just came out through the radio. I'm waiting to hear if they call for chaplain. So if I bolt, just forgive me, but right now we're good.
Ma'am, are you Lacey Forbath? If you'd come forward, please.
Yes, join the as the gavel
Step in
drops.
here.
We got to do
You
that.
face my clerk and raise your right hand.
Sorry. No, sorry. It's my honor. Everybody, if you love court documents and diving into what's going on in any specific court case that you are currently following, please go to As the Gavel Drops. They have a fabulous team of mods that spend hours and hours and hours every day bringing you all of the up-to-date court documents on all of your favorite trials. They have, I think, about 500 trials right now that they have their eyes on. So go to Discord As the Gavel Drops, validate your account, and dive into your favorite court documents. And thank you, Gav, for partnering with us As the Gavel Drops, because we can't do this without you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'd have a seat here at the witness stand. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. There's water there if you need, and then do speak into the microphone.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name? My name is Lacey Forbath. Last name is Horvath. Ms. Horvath, where do you live at? I live in Waukesha, Idaho. And Ms. Horvath, what do you do for a living? I'm a registered nurse, currently working in hospice. And were you familiar with Susan Dabbs? Yes, I was. How are you familiar with Ms. Dabbs? Susan is a good friend of mine. We were acquaintances through horses and things. And approximately when did you meet Susan? I met Susan early in the spring of 2020 through an acquaintance of ours. And you said that it was through horses. Can you describe how you're connected to horses? So I breed and show reining horses, much as Susan did. Susan had a mare that had foaled out and died. And she was looking for essentially a surrogate mom. And I had a mare that had lost the baby shortly before that. And so our acquaintance introduced us that way. And how would you characterize your relationship with Susan? Susan and I become fast friends, attached at the hip, very, very good friends very quickly. And how often would you see or communicate with Susan? I talked to Susan probably almost every day, every other day. Didn't see her quite as much just because of the distance and the drive, but we talked almost every day. And when you would talk with Susan, how would you communicate with her? Talk on the phone, text, messenger, things like that. And when you say messenger, is that Facebook Messenger? Yes. And are you also familiar with the defendant Shannon Tubbs? Yes, I am. And how are you familiar with him? Met him through Susan as he's her husband. And how old did you know Shannon? I knew Shannon as an acquaintance. Had dinner with them a couple times and 2 times when I was with Susan. And did you spend time with Susan and Shannon together? You said you had dinner with them on occasion, is that accurate? Yes, correct. How many times do you think you were around them together as a couple, I guess?
Nope. No, for Kerrville.
And in
Outside of
observing those
Kerrville,
interactions,
not
did you
here.
observe anything that was particularly, I guess, unusual?
This case, if it's on, but I won't be able to start it until almost 11 o'clock because either that or I come in and start it like at, 11 o'clock is when I'll be able to start because I've got a doctor's appointment in the morning. But this case.
Or anything that caused you attention? I felt like Shannon was always pretty domineering in their relationship, and that Susan was kind of always looking for his approval or acceptance in situations, talking, things like that. And leading up to September 22nd of 2020, did you become aware that Susan and Shannon were potentially looking at getting divorced? Yes. And how did you become aware of that? Susan told me that Shannon had asked for a divorce. And were you and Shannon, how had you and Shannon been discussing that? How would you been? Text message, Facebook message? Susan and I? Yes. Yes. Text messaging, on the phone, things like that, yes. In person too. And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. You just look it out and tell me if you recognize it. Yes. And how do you recognize it? These are messages between Susan and myself.
Any objection?
I do object, Judge. Hearsay within hearsay statements. The exhibit itself.
Your response?
No, again, they're not offered to prove the truth of the matter. They're simply to show state of mind.
Can I review? Okay,
Let's see if we're gonna get anything in my neck of the woods, because we're not supposed to be
well, yeah,
getting
we
anything
addressed this
right
with
now.
Jury, I'm just trying to not keep
But rain.
kicking them out and trying not to do that. Maybe I can just visit the council here.
Yeah, everything goes around us. That blue dot is us. Look at all the snow that comes right up to us. And then it goes around us. It's going to redo. And here we go. The blue dot is me. See? There it goes. Yeah, I know. Is what it is. So oh, it is what it is. It's too warm here. Just so you know, right now in Kerpatch, it's 36 degrees. We got rain all through till about 11 p.m. And then after that, we warm up and get windy, high in the 40s to tomorrow. So yeah, our thing is done. 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 Welcome to the boxes, period. What's going on with your cancer? Somebody else, don't get all. Okay, they're going to resume shortly. Yeah, it's just raining and drizzly here.
You may inquire. I will.
So this, I believe, is day 3. We have been, obviously, this is more of the forensic testimony in this case.
I had some redactions done.
I've never seen a courtroom with dead deer on the wall.
As well to the next year, but again, just don't concern yourself.
Wyoming?
Any redactions or missing parts or try to guess what it might have had. It just simply not admissible material. So I've redacted some. They're ordered and redacted with the stipulation of the parties. All right, so I have granted the objection, and with the redactions, I will admit the exhibit.
So Ms. Corvette, with the exhibit that you have in front of you, that first page, what's the date of those messages on where the messages start? Sunday, September 20th at 8:58 a.m. And the conversation that you had with Ms. Dabbs that day, what was the content of that conversation? Talking about what she was and that she was moving, she had decided to move into
the cat kicked the dog out of his bed, out of her bed.
Understanding of moving into the cabin, moving out of the middle, the shop house, I guess we'll call it, into the cabin. And are you familiar with those 2 residences on the property? Yes. And does Ms. Dabbs what does Ms. Dabbs go on to talk about in this conversation? She goes on to talk about making a mistake and that she knows her mistake and she wasn't going to stay in that home if he did not want to continue to be married to her and work on their relationship. And then there's some messages that continue on the next couple of pages. Can you tell us what those are about? A tractor that she had, that she needed to sell. And someone was inquiring about it. I helped her list that, advertise and list that tractor for sale, letting her know that someone was inquiring. And do you know why she was attempting to sell the tractor? She was responsible, I believe, for the payments on that tractor. And if she was going to be moving and things, that would be something that she could sell at this point. And then when we move on beyond that conversation about the tractor, the messages, what day did the messages start again after that conversation?
Monday, September 21st.
And what were you corresponding with Mrs. Dabbs about that day?
We were talking about, she wanted to know if there was any good hair salons to get her hair done.
And then what kind of conversation comes after that?
I think these are a little bit duplicated or out of order.
Yeah, for sure.
Back that up, y'all. We got something new. Oh my gosh, I just saw this. I don't know if y'all know about it. Come on. Breaking news. Alec Baldwin sues for malicious prosecution after the judge dismissed the case in the fatal Russet shooting. Santa Fe, New Mexico, actor Alec Baldwin has filed civil suit for the malicious prosecution of civil rights violation in the fatal shooting of the cinematographer on the set of the Western movie Rust. The lawsuit was filed Tuesday in the state district court, in Santa Fe, where the judge in July dismissed the charges of involuntary manslaughter against Baldwin in the death of the cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Baldwin also alleges defamation in the suit, saying that the prosecutor and investigators intentionally mishandled evidence as they pursued the case. Defendant's name in the lawsuit includes, are you ready for this? Special prosecutor Carrie Morrissey and the Santa Fe District Attorney Mary Carmack Altwise, along with investigators from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. Defendants sought at every turn to scapegoat Baldwin for the acts and omissions of others, regardless of the evidence or the law. Morrissey and Carmack Altwise, or however you say it, did not immediately respond to the request for comment. Hutchins died shortly after being shot. Oh, I was waiting for that. Hold on, guys. I got to hear this. I'm going to turn the sound off for a sec. I tell you, I don't know who's on the switchboard tonight, but girl, you need to learn how to do it. She's not, you're supposed to repeat it, and she's pissing me off. So, after my doctor's appointment, I got a hair or something. After my doctor's appointment, we will be going through that information. We need to, okay, so I guess court ended and they took the information down. Okay. Well, I need to end it up soon anyway, but I do want to let you know that any of my mods, I'm going to be looking too, but my mods, please, if you find out any information or documents on this lawsuit, please let me know. Put it in my Discord under the Baldwin. If Baldwin is not available, throw it to me in a private chat. Carrie deserves it. I don't care if Baldwin's a jerk or not. Just because you are a jerk and you may have a bad personality doesn't mean that people like Carrie Morrissey can try to take your life away, your livelihood away, destroy you in the world, in business, in the eyes. I mean, it's one thing for us to know that he's an overdramatic pit bull bullying jerk as an actor, but that doesn't mean he has the same rights we do to fair trial. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I agree. She was a pain. She was more than a pain. She was a witch. And I want to thank those who donated to the witch. We are getting a witch on a broomstick. that kicks her legs and does crazy stuff. Because when we get into the care retrial, I'm going to try and find or put a black robe on her of some sorts. And we're going to make fun of that judge. We're going to have some fun with that one. If we got to watch it again, we're going to have some fun. Yep. So tomorrow, 11 o'clock-ish, when I get back from a doctor's appointment, I will create a thumbnail and go live. I don't want to do it now because you never know. They may order tests and you have to go take the blood work because you're going to be fasting. You know how all that stuff goes. Yep. I need to re-bling my ears. I've lost some of the bling. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. I love and appreciate every single one of you. I pray that everybody stay safe and warm. Please do not use your ovens or gas stoves in your kitchens to heat your home. If you are in need of a heater and you're desperate, please contact American Red Cross or your fire department, and they may have a heater that you can have or borrow. Please do not do anything that can catch your home on fire. And stay warm. This is almost over. Guys, I have enjoyed today. I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow, 11-ish. In the meantime, miigwech, be safe. Oh, wait. Oh, did I accidentally close it? Did I accidentally close it? No, I didn't. There it is. Yay. All right. I only had 5 entries for the I liked. If you did not click the like button, click it now and then put I liked, all one word, in the chat. Because right now, yay, we had 20. Woohoo. That's a good like number. That's good, but we need everybody. So if you're live right now and you did not like it, click the like button and hit I like in the comments below. There you go, K Swan. Whoop, 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 whoop. There you go. Y'all, come on. Debbie, put it all one word, please. Not separated. All one word. All one word. Like this. Do you know what, everybody? If you're on, put it in there. If you're on, put it in now. I need you guys to put it in now. Go ahead and re-enter it. I had to refresh it. Hello, it's Britt. Hello, everybody. Okay, come on, y'all. If you're on live, we got 7 of you. I need a couple more in here. If I win, I will give it to somebody else. All right, everybody. All right, here we go. Okay, Swan, you won. Yee-woo. Okay, K Swan, you were entered into the drawing for the end of the month. Now, if you guys, before we close the stream, go in, and if you are not a subscriber, put subscribe, and you get additional entries. If you are not a member, my memberships do start off at 99 cents, but you get a lot more stuff at the $4.99 level. Go in and become a member real quick. Oh, congratulations, Case One. You're going to be in the drawing. And then, if you, by the way, for those of you who did, I want to also thank Toy. Thank you, Toy. You gave 2 different times. So that's 20 additional entries. Zach, you got 10 additional entries. Thank you guys for my super chats. One of the changes I'm going to have to start making is I'm going to start signing a whole lot more with trials. And because I'll be doing the signing, I won't be able to be doing all the popping up of chats and everything. So to guarantee that your comment will be read and acknowledged, you will need to do super chats, but you will be rewarded for doing so. You may win a $30 tumbler or a $50 gift card at the end of the month, depending on what the giveaway is. All right. With that, so long, farewell. I hate to say goodbye. Good night. Good night, guys. See you tomorrow after 11 a.m. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.